Going to call to order the town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, January 22nd, 2026, and it is 10 a.m. We are in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, but also hybrid online as well. First thing we need to do is, starting to my right, is the roll call.
Maria Stark.
Kristen Permakoff.
Ellen 11.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
And right.
And Teddy Erico. Seeing that, we're going to go to agenda item number 1, and it is a statement from councilperson Kristen Permakoff. I want to let everybody know that after Kristen's statement, we will not be taking public comment on this item at this time. But if you feel the need to have public comment on this, we will entertain that after lunch at 1 p.m. With that, I will hand it off to Kristen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mayor Erico, council, and citizens of Telluride. I would like to apologize for my comment on Zoom during the special joint town council meeting on January 7th. I disrupted a resident's right to speak freely, and I'm sorry for the distress I caused. Kayla and I met in person, and she accepted my personal apology. My hope is to restore your trust in my ability to serve Telluride by being fully present and free from distraction, even during stressful times. I remain committed to serving this community with respect, care, and accountability. Thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge my mistake and to move forward having learned from it. Thank you.
Kristen, thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 2, work sessions. 2A, discussion regarding an intergovernmental agreement with the R1 school district, and Kristen Clothier and Kevin Geiger are here to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger, town attorney. I'll be presenting initially on this issue. As a practical matter, I think we do have representatives from the school board in attendance, and you may need to go on record to open your meeting as well, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps we need to take a moment for that.
Yeah, so did Cheryl Miller end up joining Zoom?
I didn't see her yet. No, let's see. No.
We are a bit early.
Ryan Bennett. Just waiting for this moment. The power. How did it make it?
We are 8 minutes early.
Be careful what
And,
you're for. I'd like to call this
It's been a long time since that's happened.
Right.
We have David Lavender here, Ryan Robinson, and Kaylee Reed. We have a quorum.
We're good.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And sorry for that, Mayor.
Yeah, no,
We should-
I knew it was coming.
Okay.
And for anyone who missed that, because it was not into the microphone, because of the members of the Telluride School Board in attendance, they needed to call their meeting to order as well to join our meeting. And with that, we'll hand it back to Kevin and Kristen.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with a brief introduction on this. A number of the materials that I'll be going over with you on the screen are shared in your packet materials. Just for anyone who's following online and you don't have those materials readily available, I will indicate that there's a memorandum accompanying this matter that starts on page 10 of the town council packet for today. And then there's a clean IGA, and that stands for Intergovernmental Agreement. The clean IGA you can find at page 15 of the town council packet today. So let's just start into this. I always think it's helpful to have an orientation to the site. So what's depicted in front of you is courtesy of the school district. It shows an aerial view on the left, kind of a more broad or blown out version of the school site. And in the upper left-hand corner, which is the northwest corner of the property, you'll see outlined in green the proposed workforce housing site. A little bit drawn in on the right side, you can see a depiction here. There's 8 home sites depicted. I believe the request is actually for 10, but that gives you an orientation perhaps of what that footprint would look like and the general location of it as well. So again, we're talking about the school district site. This is in just north of the parking area that's behind the school district building, and again, starts to go up the slope in a northerly direction. Let's just talk briefly going through terms of the IGA. And let me also provide a little background. Some of you may remember, we have some new council members, but some of you may remember that we had a discussion with town council back in October of 2024. And in that very broad discussion, there was consensus from the town council, as well as I think expressed by the school district, that it would be wise to start moving forward with discussions, more formal discussions about an IGA for the housing proposal. So that direction was received. We've been meeting from a staff level point of view with representatives of the school district. The meetings have been very productive, very positive, and we think that we're now in a position to bring this back to town council to go over the details. But we do have about 3 to 4 specific areas, and I'll discuss those in detail as we go through the presentation. And I'm sure you're going to hear from the school district on those issues. But 3 to 4 areas that we probably need some additional refinement and direction from town council. And again, I'll be specific on what those areas are. Some of the basics, they're looking at 10 units, 10 dwelling units with a maximum floor area of not to exceed 1,200 square feet per unit. There would be no subdivision. And let me explain this a little bit more. The entire lot right now that's owned and controlled by the school district, I believe it's about 10 acres based on the mapping I had. But that 10-acre lot is one large lot that is not divided right now, and it's held and owned by the school district. What they're proposing is that these dwelling units would be erected in that larger lot, but there would not be a subdivision of those lots to have specific ownership, let's say, of 1 dwelling unit or 2 dwelling units in a particular person or a teacher or an employee of the school district. It would be owned by the school district, and the entire development would be located within that larger continuous area, if you will. So no subdivision. That's not what they're looking at here. One of the things that we do think needs a bit more time and discussion with town council on is a request for waiver. And that would be waiver of a variety of town fees that are typically imposed when a building project goes forward. What we're looking at here would be some HARC application fees, probably fairly nominal. Some planning and zoning application fees, again, fairly nominal. But the most important, we think the element that probably demands the most attention from town council is a request to waive water and sewer tap fees. So those are the fees that are typically paid in to support both the water treatment facility and also your potable water facility. And that is rather substantial, we think. From a staff point of view, we've done an initial calculation. We think for the 10 units at 1,200 square feet, it comes to just under $360,000 is the request for the waiver. Provide a little background on this as well. You know that there are a number of IGAs that have been entered into between the school and the town in the past. And we did pull the building permit from the 2015 expansion. That went to town council. I believe Councilmember Permakoff was on council at that time, is my recollection. That was a comprehensive redevelopment and expansion of the school site. And the district did pay upwards of $291,000 for those tap fees. That was in 2015. And as you know, our tap fee schedule goes up generally 5% per year. So that 291 10 years ago, 11 years ago now, probably would be closer to the number that we're looking at right now for the waiver request. So just to provide a little context of what the town has or has not done in the past. Let's keep moving forward. Parking, the agreement calls out and requires 1 parking space per unit. Full HARC review, that was a priority from the town, along with a concession that we will try to prioritize processing and review at HARC to make sure that this doesn't languish with HARC. We wanted to get through the process, but it is a full HARC review. A courtesy P&Z work session, and that would be as to density, parking, and traffic impacts. And then a Telluride Housing Authority subcommittee courtesy review as well. That's to look at some of the use restrictions. And we're going to talk about those use restrictions in detail because that's the other component that I think probably demands a little more attention. And finally, on this notion of what the town's providing or what benefits they're requesting from the town, what's called extended vested property rights. Normally, Colorado law, when you approve a site-specific development plan, provides for vested property rights up to 3 years. The request here is an extension of that. That would be up to 10 years. And that also would require town council action. And for a number of these things, whether it's waivers or extended vested property rights, we are suggesting that if town council is going to take action, that would require an ordinance before town council, 2 readings of an ordinance. So let's talk in detail about the Section 9 use restrictions. So what we are not talking about is a deed restriction. This is not a typical scenario where the property would be deed restricted for employee or affordable housing, much like the town does on our projects. But what is being proposed is kind of a hybrid scenario. It's a number of what they call use restrictions for the housing site. And a number of those have raised some questions with town staff. And we think we just need to go through some of those scenarios to get some direction from town council on this issue. We have added and suggested some language that if the units are to be, let me back up. There's a requirement that they have to be occupied by full-time employees of the district. But the school district has expressed some desire to have flexibility so that at times, maybe the units could be occupied by someone unaffiliated with the school district. We've suggested that if that's the case, there should be some notice from the district to the town explaining that relationship of that unaffiliated party who will be occupying these units, which we think are meant to serve or act like deed restricted units, even if they don't have a formal deed restriction. We don't think it's onerous. I know that was a statement that we heard from the school district in response, but we think the notice is fairly simple. It's so-and-so who's not affiliated directly with the school district, but has perhaps maybe they're working on a project independently for the school district, but they would explain that unaffiliated relationship to the town and we would have an opportunity to object. I don't think it would be likely, but I think it's an important consideration. And then the other limitation that I don't think is drawing any scrutiny from the school district is we were trying to be clear that there could be no short-term rental use of the units. That would be under 30 days to an unaffiliated entity or party. Section 9.3. This one, again, I think will get a little more consideration from council. The school district is only willing to limit the occupancy of one of these units to individuals who either own or rent currently a residential property within the R1 school district. If you're not familiar with the R1 school district parameters, I suspect that the district can probably offer the best legal definition of it. But basically, it's much of the east end of the county, I think extending down just to the west of Placerville. We have suggested that the limitation follow what the town has for its own deed restricted property, which is that you would not allow someone to occupy deed restricted property if they own or lease a residential unit in the 4-county area. And again, that's San Miguel, our county, Dolores, Ouray, and Montrose counties. I believe the county has a similar restriction as well. And it's our recommendation that council have a discussion about whether you are willing to consent to the school district concession, that it just be limited to the R1 school district, or if you wanted to follow your restriction, which is the 4-county area. And then finally, section 9.6. This is the determination of rental rates for the unit. And I think council will just want to have some consideration or discussion about what we typically do, or the numbers we use is that rental rates should not exceed 30% of the gross income of the individual, the qualified occupant of the unit. I believe the school district has their own calculation for how they set their rental rates. I don't think it's necessarily set yet for these 1,200 square foot units. When I went to the website that was offered from the school district, it just showed specific units already in existence and what those rental rates are. So I'm not sure that I can really explain how they set their rental rates, but I know that they want to have that discussion with you, whether it should be their prerogative to set the rental rate or whether it should not exceed the 30% figure of gross income that the town traditionally uses. So, Mayor, I think with that overview, that's probably enough to get this matter moving forward. I know Kristen's here as well. I intended to provide a comprehensive overview. I don't know if she has anything she wants to add, and if not, I think we could probably either open this back to council for your questions or comments, or perhaps you want to hear directly from the school district now.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much. I think you presented it very clear. But before we discuss it, I would love to give the opportunity to somebody from the school board if there's something we missed or something you want to add to it. And if anybody does want to speak on behalf of the school board, remember to state your name and step up to a microphone, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Cheryl Parsons Miller, President of the School Board.
I don't think it's on show.
Is there?
Let's make sure.
Or the one at the desk should be working as well. If you wanted to sit down, you're more than welcome to sit.
I don't find it. This is on now. So, for the next person. Okay, hey, now we're on equal islands. Okay, Cheryl Carsons Miller, President of the Telluride School Board. I just want to create an opening statement to kind of frame our context of where we're coming from. And because an IGA is a contract between two government entities by definition, and a contract needs to benefit both parties sufficiently for them to agree to it. So essentially, we have been in the housing business reluctantly for over 20 years. We never wanted to be landlords. We never wanted to manage houses, but we found that for recruitment and retention, we had to get involved. And so from about 2000 to 2020, we ended up acquiring and managing 11 rental units and 3 owned by staff, by employees that, and since then we've bought 2 of those back because they are restricted to be owned by employees. But housing in general for this community is multifaceted. It is a problem for this whole community. And it is a difficult nut to crack. There's just so many aspects to it. And our contribution is to work towards workforce housing because we were finding that we would hire highly qualified people. And then about July, when they couldn't find any housing, they were leaving. And we had to scramble and find someone to replace them. Or families would say, hey, I'm losing my housing and we got to leave. You know, couples that both work with us, and we're moving because we can't keep our housing. So recruitment and retention became essential to keep our educational programming going because that's our primary goal is education. So there's, you know, some of the different facets is workforce versus affordable. Now, some of the restrictions that you're looking at are for affordable housing. That's not what we're doing. We're doing workforce housing. And that is a different animal. When we look at some of the, well, let's see. So let me go back to history. In 2023, we identified that our needs were significantly growing. And because we all know that housing prices were jumping, skyrocketing. And so we went to the voters, and our voters are the school district, which is a taxing district and a school district. And it goes from Dallas to Rico, Specie Mesa to Idorado. And our constituency is roughly twice that of the town when you bring in all the voters and all the taxpayers. So we identified a significant increase in our need for housing and for recruitment and retention, and secured a bond, over half of which is going towards housing. The first portion is going towards deferred maintenance of our facilities, but the vast majority is going towards housing. And our goal was to be able to have enough housing to meet the needs of 1/3 of our staff, because we felt that's our current requirement. And so far in that process, using bond money, we have added 9 rentals, 24, so for a total of 24, and we've moved 2 of those owner occupied to rentals. So we still have 1 staff person who owns a district house. To pass the bond, we had to demonstrate that we have a fair and effective process. I mean, like I said, we've been working on this since 2000. We have a standing committee with staff that works together with administration and the school board to make sure that our process is fair and equitable. I think our biggest way of knowing that we're doing well is if we can hire people under our process. If we can keep people in the district with our process. And we work closely with staff, administration, and the school board on a monthly basis to assess our system, see if we need to make adjustments, to make hard calls when individual situations come up that may be unique and not fit into a specific process. And so over the last, since 1924, which is, or 2024, excuse me, I'm dating myself by saying 19. We have, both district and town staff, if you mentioned, have worked hard to work through a process on an IGA. And we've come down to these last few issues. But what you need to understand is it's really about coming to agreement on concessions. So like waiving the building fees. From our perspective, legally, we're not required to go through the building department. If you look at our previous IGAs, I think there's 4 of them listed there. We've never paid those fees, and we've always gone through HARC and the building department on an advisory basis because we are regulated by the state. Our buildings, we have to go through the state for our building process, no matter what. And anything we do with the town is in addition to what we do with the state. We are a separate governmental agency. And our working with you is a voluntary basis in which we have always wanted to do. We've always wanted to work with you guys. And we always want to get input because we want to be good neighbors. We're part of this community. And so I urge you to understand that we have to look at this IGA in terms of, will it work within our own process and meet our needs? Thank you very much. Any questions?
Great. Thank you so much for clarifying a few points to council and the listeners. What we can do now is open it up for questions from council only to Kevin, to Kristen, or to the school board. If someone would like to start, Dan?
Thank you. Yes. Thanks for being here. I'll start, I've got 1 or 2. I'll start trying with the easiest ones. On that note of state regulations and what is and is not truly required, or perhaps even allowed would be the better phrase or better term. I do see the opportunity for mutual benefit here and do want to absolutely collaborate. I think that this is a great first step, and I think we can get there and we can hammer out these last details. On the topic of trying to eliminate as sort of much red tape within this contract as possible, I was looking at some of those courtesy review points and seeing perhaps that THA subcommittee review might be a good place to start, since the members of that subcommittee are in fact sitting at this dais at the moment. It feels like now would be our opportunity to provide some of that review recommendation. I know the thinking was more along the plans that HARC would later review, and it would sort of be an initial courtesy review. I'm looking at section 7 here for anyone not following along. That to me feels perhaps excessive, and we could perhaps just let that go straight to HARC instead of the THA subcommittee reviewing it. But maybe I'm alone in that thinking.
No, I'm good with that.
What is THA, what would they be reviewing? I saw that and I didn't even know what they would be looking at.
Yeah, that's a little bit the point I'm making, is it's not really the typical purview of the THA subcommittee, and it seems maybe an extra step that perhaps we can eliminate.
Well, and I think a lot of the things that THA would weigh in on, we're going to talk about right now. So
Exactly.
I don't really
Yes.
see how any of that will change if we're all present.
And it's also not part of our affordable housing
Yeah.
guidelines. It's makes it a little different as well. And so, building housing is a good thing and we need it, and we'll try to see what we can do to help simplify it in some ways.
Teddy, can I make one quick correction?
Sure.
Workforce housing.
Workforce.
Housing.
I think
Well, that was, but yeah, but that was
Employee.
But
Employee
for
hours,
us, it's
yep.
an important difference.
Yep.
And I think that is an important difference to point out. I was curious, how do you calculate your rental index rate?
So in simple terms, what we do is we take the base teacher salary, incoming teacher, first year, bottom of the matrix, and 25% of their annual salary for the most basic unit. So a one bedroom, maybe at Lawson. I forget exactly how that is laid out.
I noticed it was 1,075 is like the one on the index.
Okay, so, and then, so that will adjust each year, and it'll be a year lag, because like we'll be setting next year's rental rates pretty quick here, but we don't have the contract negotiations yet, so we'll use this year's matrix for next year's salary or for next year's rentals. And then through the committee, we've worked out, okay, if you're in town, maybe that creates a little bit of a bump. If you've got a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom. So different factors can increase the rental rates, the starting point being 25% of base salary. And that's been worked through the committee with staff, administration, to find what everyone feels is agreeable and sensible.
And is that calculation, is that something that is subject to changing in the future? Is that,
Oh, it's reviewed constantly.
well, I know that the actual rate is reviewed, but that 25% of starting salary, is that written into some bylaws, or is that something
It's
that
kind of like
could
an
change?
administrative policy. And so, yeah, with a policy review, that could be changed, just like any policy, but it would have to go through our review process. It can't be arbitrary or capricious.
That perhaps then ties to some of the planning and zoning review. Because I did have a question for staff, since it seems to be limited by state regulation. And what we would ourselves be agreeing to in this contract is the density, the parking, the traffic impacts is another consideration. So that would be the one area that would maybe still be appropriate for parking or for P and Z review. But we ourselves at this moment would be setting the density 10 units on this parcel. The parking, this contract requires 1 parking spot per unit. So I don't fully understand what in fact P and Z would be reviewing at that point and why that would be necessary. Other than it being a sort of gesture of courtesy to those members, because we value their input. We do like their input in these processes, but at the end of the day, they don't have the authority, is my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But they don't have the authority to say yes or no on those specific elements.
Yeah, so maybe I can just respond.
Yep.
This is Kevin Geiger, just to kind of pull back a little bit. There's the baseline of Colorado law, which says school districts can do a number of things that are exempt from local review and authority. But there's also a number of requests that we are receiving from the school district where they need the provision, for instance, of water. They need the provision of water. In a number of other IGAs, the town was actually bestowing or conveying land or vacating town right-of-ways to provide a larger campus site for the school district. So it's always been a quid pro quo. And I think the notion has been, even though there are certain areas that may be exempt under Colorado law from review, because of a number of the things that the town was providing, that there would be the give and take there. And for instance, on P&Z, I think the notion was that's an entity that normally would have had review, but for the state exemptions on this issue. And they do have expertise on things like traffic flow. And yes, density is set, but they can also provide some helpful guidance, we thought, on that issue. Look, from a staff point of view, we're not leading the charge on any of these elements. If council doesn't want to include THA subcommittee review, or you don't want to have P&Z review and recommend on this issue, that's fine. You get to make that decision. It was agreed to, I think, and not objected to by the school district. So just keep that in mind in some ways.
And then just one quick question that has the town received, per the noticing of this work session, any concerns from the immediate neighbors?
I haven't heard of any, but I don't know that I would have been in receipt of those directly.
I just, through public comment and everything, I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
And just on that point, back when this started in 2024, staff reached out to our neighborhood before we ever even came to you guys to say, hey, what are you comfortable with? What do you think? And our current plan, the neighborhood is comfortable with it from what we're hearing.
I just wanted to pop in and say, I think the courtesy review of P and Z and HARC is a good thing. If you guys are amenable to that, not because you would have to necessarily do anything that was suggested, but they might suggest something that is helpful for the project.
And I have to say previously, it's always been a courtesy review and we have gotten good feedback.
Yeah.
And we have made adjustments based on that feedback at different times. That's one reason we go, sure.
And I think it increases that opportunity for the public to tune into what's happening as well. And I don't know if it would be like a work session or have something with public comment, but I think that is a good part of our process. And in wanting to have more community involvement and transparency, I think the more conversations and meetings that we have around what's going to happen here is going to benefit both of us.
I think from our point of view, being collaborative and working with the whole community has always been our goal.
Yeah. And I did want to say, I really appreciate you guys putting together this project because we do have these special taxing districts that, pass no levies and with promises that, sometimes we're kind of waiting to see those promises come to fruition. And so it's really nice to see you guys actually working towards your goals and what you promised the taxpayers. So I just wanted to thank you for the electorate, not necessarily the taxpayers, but I just wanted to thank you for that. I think for me, like something that I think I want to talk about is just the R1 school district versus the 4-county. That's like the one, that's the one thing that I'm kind of like having a little bit of a hard time with, because I think, we sort of set a standard of not appropriate, they're not ideal, but like what is considered a commute that is reasonable given the limitations of where we live. And for this to kind of disclude some of those areas where a lot of people do own properties, I would just call out Ridgeway as a great example, where we've decided that it is okay it is a reasonable commute in our workforce to drive from there. But to say that, we're going to maybe waive some fees, but not have some of the same standards for our own projects. That's where I have like a little bit of, I think we should have a conversation around that.
And I'll add to that point, my concern on that topic is as simple as if we're providing workforce housing similar to affordable housing in our community, do we want to end up in a situation where somebody then rents their property into the free market and takes advantage of that? And so we're not really closing the gap on the affordable housing needs. And it's a tough one. You don't want to, hurt someone's ability as a teacher or other staff member of the school with inclement weather and the long drive. But also if the goal is workforce housing, like our affordable housing, it could end up being a trade out instead of adding units. And then I know Kristen had her hand up, but before we get to that, I think it's important for us to stay focused on each topic at hand as it comes up. So we'd love to hear from council just on this 4-county. I think got a couple ideas of what questions we'll have as council, and this was one of them. So we'd love to hear from council members on just this 4-county versus R1 school district issue.
After all of your comments, can I respond to the 4-county?
Sure, you bet.
Thank you.
I'll chime in.
Yeah, Ashley, go
on
ahead.
this.
Go ahead, please.
I mean,
Yeah, we haven't heard from him yet.
I guess I might have a little bit more consternation if this was a really large project, if we were talking about 200 units and what that would look like. For me, with the 10 units, I'm less concerned. I feel a little bit like they've already been working with their workforce housing, and I'm assuming these are the same stipulations that apply to the housing that you already have. So I don't know. I'm feeling less, staunch about that. To me, it feels like R1 school district, They are this R1 school district. They already have housing that follows the same guidelines. It seems like it might be easier for them to administer their properties this way if it's consistent. And again, we're talking about 10 units, not 100 or 200. So maybe I'm less concerned about that than everyone else. So, but I'll leave that there. Let anyone else chime in.
Sure. My preference would be that it aligns with the town guidelines with that 4-county restriction included in here. But this element is something that I feel like I'm willing to negotiate on, or could come to an agreement when it comes to the bigger topics at hand, specifically the water and sewer tap fees. And that's going to be the big topic that we're going to have to find agreement on. And this might be one segment. If you're willing to come to us, we might be willing more to come to you on other elements.
So
Kristen?
these units are rental units? Rental units, okay. Yeah, I agree with Dan. There could be some flexibility. I mean, if someone owns property like land or something like that, and they're not living there and it's an asset for their future, I think that wouldn't count as maybe a place to rent out. It wouldn't be, you can't rent out, I mean, unless you're gonna have someone throw a tent on it or something like that.
And that is how our,
Consistent with
yeah.
the
Yeah.
guidelines,
Yeah.
it's developed property. So it has to have like a residence on it
Mhm.
for it to disqualify you from the
Mhm.
program.
Okay.
Any other comments on this? I'm willing to work with the school districts. The important thing is housing on this. I just had to ask the question. I know you're going to respond to it in a second here. It's, it was more of a question than I have a strong opinion one way or the other, because it is your own definition of what you're trying to accomplish and building it at your expense. But if you want to chime in, because no more council hands are up.
Yeah, well, Ashley did a great job of kind of explaining a lot of our point of view, I think. In general, I think the school district has a really good track record of both efficiently deploying the capital we've been provided by the electorate, as well as making sure we have a very high occupancy rate for our employee housing. And so I think a lot of what we're asking for is just helping us remove as many roadblocks as possible and helping us to continue to do what I think the school district, I'm not saying I have played no part in it or a very small part in it, but the school district has historically done a very good job. And, I think what we've found is the policies that we currently have in place have worked really well for our employees and for making sure that we kind of get that right balance of maximum occupancy, but also getting the rents that we need from our employees to be able to fund this program. And so, I think this has worked for us in the past, and we're hoping you can just allow us to continue to do that.
Great. Thank you. Kristen?
I had a question from before. My question is about the vested property rights, why you're asking for 10 years? Why? Versus 3, this Colorado State and the LUC, what's the reasoning behind that?
I can probably speak to
Yeah.
You have to come up to a microphone just so everyone can hear.
That's a particular topic I haven't looked at in depth. I think John has a better answer.
I'll let you.
You may
Walk through
remember,
your-
you may remember better than me, but I'm John Pandolfo. I'm the school district superintendent. I've been working with Kristen and Kevin on, since October, and I did speak to council members who were here in October. If I remember that topic correctly, it is just the time that it would take to get the project to fruition. Is that a fair way to state that?
I don't know. That's your timing. Yeah.
John,
Yep.
if I could,
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Everyone.
And Chris Hawkins is our the consultant that we've been using.
Hi, Chris Hawkins with Alpine Planning. That was just a time frame we picked. It was out of thin air. I mean, a lot of, the what ifs, what happens, we don't know. I mean, it's a strange world we live in these days. And so having that time, most HARC projects that are larger scale I work on, you get a 3-year approval and we have to get a 3-year extension because of the what ifs. And so it was just rounded up. If you're not comfortable with that, 6 years is plenty of time too, I think. So thank you.
And if I remember correctly, in one of the previous IGAs that contemplated housing on some of the lots that are further to the east, that I think now the town has rights to, in that context, I think there was something like a 10-year vested time as well. That's just going from my memory.
Right, which
Yep.
it depends on how quickly you need the units. And so if you could do it faster than 10 years, I think that might be more beneficial to people, but it's your call.
Our current hope and plan is 2.5.
Okay.
I
that's
don't think
better.
it takes anything away from the town to give them a longer runway.
We just need the
Yeah.
housing. I'm
I-
okay with it.
I had this question too, and I wrote it down and then I sort of answered it myself. My thought is there's also a likelihood that this will be a phased construction where maybe you're doing, 3 units and 4 units and, you're not knocking out all 10 in one go, depending. I'm not sure if you've gotten to that point in the
Right.
planning, but that's kind of how I saw this as well. Is this is a fairly big project and it might take a couple phases, but being able to complete X amount of units and then start working on the other ones might be how they want to approach it, which it sounds like some of that is to be determined, but I can see how extending those vested property rights makes approaching this project easier and just creates less red tape and less process. If we say, 3 years or 6 years and it takes longer, then you have to come back for an extension and it just like adds it's a little more cumbersome. Or if something in land use code changes, but we agreed upon this project and then all of a sudden you have to have 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit and that creates some complications for them. So that was a long-winded explanation that was not asked of me, but I just wanted to, I had done some
Sure.
thinking about this and wanted
Okay,
to kind
good.
of,
That's cool.
and as the HARC liaison, we sort of deal with this a little bit as well. So just wanted to share my thoughts.
If I could-
Question. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, if I could go back to the 4-county versus
Yeah.
district boundary as well. Every employee who wants housing is vetted through superintendent administration, housing committee, depending on the situation. Whenever there are things that are questionable, it goes to the housing committee for discussion. We have staff who do own property in, let's say, Norwood, Ridgeway. We have one other, I can't remember if it's Rico, who have made requests, could we live in district housing? And in those situations, we basically say, no, this is not a matter of convenience. But, if we have a situation where we have someone who lives in, I'm just going to say Egner or Dove Creek, that is not a realistic commute. And we have had opportunities with folks in those in those areas who might want to come and work for us as support staff, a paraprofessional for a year, for us to be able to say, we can't rent housing to you because of this restriction in there, and you're going to have to commute 75, 90 miles or sell your home when you're not planning on working for us for the rest of your career maybe, or you have a family home, who knows what it is. Like, that's the part that we really get hung up on. And those are some of the things that keep us from being able to hire staff, honestly. We have a paraprofessional commuting from Dolores right now. That's an awful long commute. I mean, that's beyond, to me, Ridgeway or Norwood or something like that, or Montrose even.
And a lot of this, I do also recognize a lot of the staff, teachers and staff are time constrained. You have to show up on time. There's a lot of other jobs being late. Well, it's not ideal, but it's easier to handle. So I get that. While you're on that topic a little bit, one question I had is, if a unit was not rented to a school district employee, what is the rent plan similar? What is ultimately your fallback if, I doubt this would happen, but I have to ask, if you built all 10 units in 2.5 years and 2 are vacant, and is your plan to, what do you prefer? Holding them vacant so you have it, more of a 6-month lease to somebody in the general public, not putting it out in the general public? I'd love to.
Let me address that a little bit. We've had this discussion. Going to the general public, we don't want to be landlords. We don't want to be renting to the general public. I do that as a profession. The school district does not want to do that. So that would be our absolute last ditch effort to ever, rent to the general public. That's one reason why I have no problem with saying no short-term rentals. But what we want is, like, if an employee is leaving in June and we want it available for someone coming in August, it'll probably be vacant. We'll probably work on it, renovate it, get it ready to go, and have some people in mind that could use that and fill it. So we do end up with vacancies for periods, anticipating upcoming needs. The flexibility we're talking about is situations like we're doing a construction project. They're bringing in people from Denver. We're going to pay for the housing. A lot of times they do long-term rentals in Montrose and Drive, and we pay for all that extra cost. If we have units available, and a lot of our constructions in the summertime, we could well have units available. We could put those workers up in the houses for a couple of months and save our dollars. We are very constricted on our budget, and more so than maybe any other governing entity in this area because of state formulas and restrictions. And we don't need to get into that. But it's always going to be with how can we best serve the school needs? Because that's our primary function. How can we best provide a quality education?
And if I
Great.
could just add to the vacancy piece, you know, if we were to move forward with these units behind the school, in addition to those units in Two Rivers, we have units in Rico, we have units in town, we have units in Mountain Village. The last place that we would want to put someone who is not our own employee, who we don't know a lot about, is renting behind the school near where our children are,
No, that's
honestly.
part of the concern and yeah, and thanks for answering that. I just, we take a lot of heat when our units are vacant for a variety of reasons, some similar to what you would face. So that's why I'm kind of throwing that out there, is people will get mad at you if units are vacant.
And if I could say also, this is not a money-making operation for us. We make no money. Our goal, and we haven't achieved it yet, but our goal is to get the operating costs of the units covered by the rent. Like I said, we haven't achieved that yet, but we're getting closer. But we're not looking to regain the capital investment or to make any kind of profit.
Great. Dan, you get your hand up?
Yes, thank you. And it might be the sort of compromise to this question of the property ownership standard. It hadn't occurred to me until this meeting that we ourselves have a compromise in our ownership guidelines. If a person owns property within that 4-county area, they are allowed to rent it to a qualified person under our restrictions. So that might be the sort of middle ground here, where we have the restriction of property ownership is, I'm struggling for a word beside disallowed, but that's probably not exactly correct. And then there's the exception can be granted, and I'm looking at the language right now. Exception granted for ownership of developed residential property within San Miguel County required the household to enter into contractual agreement with the town or its designee that provides for rental of the other property to a qualified household, et cetera, a few other caveats. So
Yeah.
that might sort of be the middle ground compromise here, where we add in the restriction for that 4-county area. But if somebody does own property, then as long as they rent it to a qualified household.
Dan, may I say,
Please.
I love your creative thinking, but we are trying to keep a simplified system. That sounds really complex to me, because a lot of your rules for affordable housing are in conflict with our rules for workforce housing. And added complexity makes it harder to actually utilize. To give you an example, we own one unit that does have affordable housing restrictions. To get an employee in there takes an exception. None of our employees can get in there with the rules as they stand. And it took 4 applications to get through the housing authority to get someone into that unit. That is time consuming, difficult. It defeats the purposes we have for workforce housing.
And the other thing I want to throw out there is that, I think it's advantageous for the community to work well with the school district. I foresee, I don't know when the discussion's going to be, and probably not many in this room will be here, but you know, I'd love to try to work with you as best as possible because there's some bigger fish to fry, like maybe parking underneath the soccer field, maybe an underground walkway to connect Clark's, which bottlenecks our traffic at, 8 in the morning and, 2:30 in the afternoon kind of thing. So I think we've got some things in the future that will really be beneficial for our constituents, and having a good relationship is important. But with that, Ashley has her hand up.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think that, we are very good at making rules. And I would say, I think that, I'm not particularly concerned that the school district and teachers or administrators working for the school district are like going to game this system and become, super rich and somehow, displace a bunch of people. So I super appreciate where you guys are coming from, because consistency is something that we strive for, and we want everyone to be playing by the same rules. But I'm not really concerned that we're going to have an issue with this particular group of, elected officials on the school board that's also, here to support teachers that are working in our community. I don't see this being something that could become a larger issue for us. So I appreciate what everyone's saying, but I think that allowing them to manage their workforce housing is probably the best thing. And I agree with Cheryl that I don't think we need to muddy the waters too much with adding a whole bunch of extra restrictions for them, because I feel like they've shown that they have a great track record of managing their workforce housing.
I'm with
that-
Ashley on that.
Oh.
I'm with Ashley on that.
And I'm good with it because I think there's a way for us to get housing that helps the community, and we want to create partnerships with lots of entities to try to, accomplish this in a variety of ways. But with that, I'd like to kind of talk about the big number, which is the water and sewer tap fees. And simply put, I'll start. I've got a problem with waiving that. And the reason is simple. This council was tasked for a waiver in Lawson Hill for a good local who was building a home that had a similar request saying, hey, it was affordable housing. This $35,000 or whatever it was is tough for me to build a home. And we said no to that. And the consistency, I think, is important. Although the circumstances are different, I realize that. And we're also going down a path to try to figure out how to build a wastewater plant and could use the money. But with that, I'll start it. And other comments from council?
Can I speak to that initially?
I'd love to hear from council first,
Okay,
but that way that gives you an opportunity to answer maybe multiple questions on that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I also thought a lot about this. I'm pretty convinced on the R1 school district instead of the 4 counties. Just I brought that up and you've kind of talked me into it. So just stating that. They're both needs, right? We can't continue to build housing without a new wastewater treatment plant. And at the end of the day, we're looking at taxpayer money or taxpayer money. It's just which bucket are we drawing from? And we're just moving it around. But like it's all money from our community members. So in some ways, I think the question here is, we know that these are both needs, and what is the best utility of taxpayer money we have, whether it's in the special taxing district or, in the town of Telluride pockets. But at the end of the day, like, this is a tough one for me because it's not any of our money as individuals, it's the community's money. And I would argue that I don't know a ton about the finances of the school district, but I think, I know that as the town, we are hurting for the funds to make the wastewater treatment come to fruition. It's a huge project and it's going to cost a lot of money, and it's going to serve everyone in the community, not just people under the age of, or in people who are still in the public school system or their parents. So for me, as like more of looking at this through the lens of equity for everyone, the wastewater treatment plant is this in terms of like the umbrellas of who is served. I kind of feel like this is one of the top ones that covers everyone in the community. And that's not to, say that the school district also isn't important, but when I look at the hierarchy of where our, you know, where our money's going and what those needs are and what's being served, I would say that in this case, I have a hard time waiving those fees because I know how important it is that we continue to fund that future project and the current maintenance of the one that we have. Because the reality is the one that we have is just sucking a lot of resources because it's outdated, because it's overwhelmed, it's, you know, working beyond its capacity. So that, you know, this is a tough one to answer because I just want to print money and be able to fund everything. And I would love to charge you guys nothing ever, but I know that that's not possible. So just looking through a lens of the reality of our situation, that's kind of where I've been sitting with this.
May I make a quick comment? And it's not specifically about the fees. And that is that the school district serves the whole community, not just K-12 students, because we have worked hard to be a community resource, whether it's sharing our field, the Palm Theater, the Down Valley Field. In many ways, I deal at the state level. I deal with a lot of school districts. We collaborate with the community in terms of meeting places and theaters and fields and just you name it. Those facilities are full year round with community uses of festivals and camps. And so the school district, even with our limited budget, has worked very hard to be very collaborative and full community use. Just
Great.
And I don't disagree. And I'm sorry if I didn't list all of that because I'm often in the Black Box Theater or in the Palm in the summertime. So all year round.
And again, I'd love to get your responses when after we finish discussing it as council, or we'll never get through it. Kristen.
I think Dan had his hand up next. I'll go after Dan.
Either way.
Either way.
Yeah, I agree with everything Elena said, and this question or point is more of for the sake of discussion. I don't know that I'm even fully convinced by it by myself, but my question, and perhaps Zoe, you could answer this, is on a number of recent housing projects that the town has done, we've infused what we've called moral obligation funds into some of those projects. And I hope you can just help remind me what some of that scale was, like for Voodoo, for instance.
I don't know off the top of my head, but let me get that for you.
Okay, just to sort of have a sense of comparison, because the point would be of, on the topic of using taxpayer funds from whichever entity or whichever bucket we're taking them from. Yes, I agree, they're all taxpayer funds. And if we're looking at it through that lens, this might be a more efficient use of funds when we are having to infuse greater and greater amounts of money into our own affordable housing projects. This might be a bargain in a sense that by waiving those sewer and tap fees, we're getting 10 units constructed with a lower amount of taxpayer funds being used overall from the town of Telluride size on that. Again, this is more of a discussion point than it is affirmed, because you're absolutely correct that the water and wastewater treatment plant is very necessary, and we do need additional funding that we are having to continue to ramp up the rates for our public, for the general public, and that impact is real. So I do want to consider that, but this is a thought that occurs to me that I think warrants discussion.
Thank you, Dan. Kristen, you're up next.
Yep. Kevin, that IG that the town and the school made back in 2015, was it? I believe those tap fees were not waived, correct?
That's correct. And I provided that in that presentation. I have the documentation along with that yes, a tap fee split between water and sewer, but a tap fee total of $291,000 was paid in July of 2015 pursuant to the documentation we have.
Right.
For that
so
expansion.
Based on the precedent, I mean, I would love to print money like Elena. I like nice things too, but I think that moving forward toward the wastewater treatment plant construction, that we kind of need those funds, and that's my opinion.
Great. Ashley, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I think, I don't think I'm in favor of waiving the fees in totality. I would maybe say, maybe there's like a discount rate that we could give that might reduce it in a way that, would be beneficial. But I agree. I think that the reality of looming very large infrastructure projects that ultimately this project will tie into, outweigh being able to waive that. And I think that we need to be very, very selective as we go forward about waiving those fees in any situation, not just with this particular organization. I think it's something that we need to weigh, but I would be interested in exploring maybe a discount. But I don't think I can, in good conscience waive it, just knowing what we have coming down the pipe.
And we'd have to weigh other things like what precedents this sets as we move forward as well. Maria, unless you have anything to add, I'd love to hear back from the school board. And just so everyone who's in the room or online for public comment, then go to public comment after we hear from the school board, because this is a work session. So Maria, do you have anything to add before I go?
Just that I would be interested in exploring the discount.
Okay, great. Now we'll give you a chance to respond. Thank you for your patience.
No, sure.
And
Thanks.
Patty,
My
just-
name's,
Sorry, just throw in, Lance is here to answer Dan's question, if it's appropriate now or
Yeah,
after.
if we can just take 2
Yeah,
seconds
yeah.
just to hear what that
Sure.
is for a basis of comparison. Thank you.
Question. Can you remind me what the amount of dollars that we infused into Voodoo, for example, in moral obligation?
Okay, so there's, the moral obligation is more of the town supporting a revenue bond. I think you're talking about the subsidy.
Sure,
Okay, so that would be $4,702,000
for 27 units
for
and commercial.
the Voodoo housing project.
Okay.
That's just out of the housing funds for the housing portion.
See,
Also, the water and sewer tap fees were waived for that project, and the building permit fees were waived per the code. For the recently approved Virginia Plaster 2A project, the subsidy was approximately 1.6 million. Again, the water and sewer tap fees were waived for that as well.
Did we waive water and sewer tap fees for Canyonlands or Tower House?
That would be a question for James or maybe Kevin. That would be part of the development agreement. I believe so, but we can check.
Yeah, I believe so also.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that may have just been for the deed restricted units because there are free market units.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay. Lance, thank you. We will hand it.
Those are deed restricted and affordable, so it's not apples to apples.
Yeah, right. It's, yeah. They're all different. That's the point, right? We don't want to potentially impose our affordable housing rules on their workforce rules because it's different. And in that circumstance, tap fee waivers are just different,
And James did confirm. Yes, they did.
Great. With that, we'll go back to the school board for a response before we open it up to public comment.
great, thanks. My name's David Lavender, former teacher, current school board member. A couple of things. First of all, in terms of, I'm well aware of the needs for the wastewater treatment plant. I can't even pump my septic tank. I have to ship it down to Delta or whatever. I know that's a huge concern, but these are tax dollars. We're constructing 32 units in total between Rico, Two Rivers, and the lots around the school. This was a $31 million bond that taxpayers approved specifically for housing. And obviously, if we're paying, we're trying to maximize, those dollars for housing. And any fees we have to pay, and given the fact that the town has waived fees for its own housing, it seems consistent to waive them for ours. And in fact, I'd like to draw your attention to the town's land use code, section 3760, which is the waiver of tap fees, building permit credit. The intent of this section is to provide incentives and opportunities to construct and lease or sell designated employee dwelling units. It goes on, you can read it for yourself, but essentially it's an argument that in fact these fees ought to be waived, given that this is employee housing by your own land use code. This is inconsistent with the recent state legislation. I think it was HB 251211, which is significantly reducing tap fees for all housing with the intent of trying to make it, get more housing more quickly. So again, I just, in my view, these are tax dollars that the voters have already designated for housing. And for us to have to somehow dip into that for another necessary use with the wastewater treatment, I understand the need for that, but that seems to contradict the voters' intent, which was for housing. we're paying $360,000 in tap fees. That's going to reduce the number of units we can provide. There is a demand. I can't emphasize as a former teacher, the need for housing as a recruitment tool. We've got an aging faculty. A lot of my former colleagues are like me, retiring. They own housing here in the community, which is going to leave us trying to replace them with people coming in from outside the community who don't have housing. So I was, in my own case, when I was 20, 25 years ago, when I was, teaching in Hawaii, and my wife, who was also an employee, our intent was always empty nest here in Telluride. We were very, very fortunate when the job came open, but we had housing here. We've had a house here, and any attempt on your part, I think, to limit the number of units that we can construct and provide this recruitment tool would be really unfortunate.
Great, thank you. Any other comments before we open to public comment?
If I could just add a couple pieces. One, Kevin referenced the 2015 IGA, but that was the last of a series of IGAs that included construction. I don't know if you've done the research to look and see if tap fees were waived on any of the previous, the 94 construction, the 2004 construction, for instance, because I understand the concern about precedent and I understand all of it, but I don't know and I can't remember from my time of reviewing those IGAs. Another one is that the cost, the current costs that we're looking at on average from some of the responses we've had to our request for qualifications on our overall project that David mentioned is, we're hoping we can build units for typically somewhere around $525,000 on average. That's a pretty good price in this day and age. Whether we can actually achieve that, we'll see. Adding $35,000 onto that, as David said, will absolutely limit the number of units that we can do. So, that's of concern. And I think, as Cheryl mentioned in the beginning, the fact that the IGA is kind of an agreement, and Kevin said there's the quid pro quo aspect. If there's not some form of benefit for the school district related to tap fees, I guess I would question what is the benefit that the school district is getting out of IGA.
Sorry, John, and sorry, Teddy, can you just talk a little bit more about those practical limitations from your perspective? It sounds like funding is the limiting factor from your perspective. Can you please, since we don't know your books quite as well, can you please just elaborate further on that?
Sure. So again, as David said, or I think Cheryl or someone said, we passed a bond targeted at 31.8 million. We actually did better than that just because of the school district's rating in terms of proceeds. And the plan was to have more than half of that dedicated to workforce housing and the remainder to facility renovations, largely dealing with deferred maintenance on facilities. We went through 1 year. We had a big year last year. We're trying to scope out this year, and we had plans for at least 1 more year. We are already scaling back on what we can do with facility renovations for this coming year. We're likely going to have to scale back on completing all 32 units with the available funds we have, partly because of escalation, partly because of, cost and difficulty, all of those things. So we will absolutely be limited. I mean, and 1 unit, how big a difference if we would say this ends up being the equivalent of 1 unit. 1 unit is 1 unit, and that's 1 teacher that we can find a place to put in housing or 1 district employee. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Oh, there would always be more detail I could use, but that is at least a good start. Thank you for now, John. Thank you.
Okay, and if I could address the 2015, I was actually there. And what that came down to, one, that's about half of what the estimated costs for these residential units. That was for the addition on the intermediate school. And it came down to the fact that the existing commercial tap that we had for that middle school, high school, was not adequate to cover the additional needs of the expansion. And so we had to get a second tap. And that was recognized up front. It was budgeted. It was built into the whole building program to get our needs met. This is, a much higher fee for the tap than anticipated for housing, and would definitely change our programming and our process.
Great. At this point, I'd love to go to public comment. Everyone's been patient. If they've got something to say, is there anybody in the room for public comment?
Pointing low, I'm just trying to justice here.
I did that, I'm sorry.
Right. Come on, Cheryl. Thanks a lot, everybody, for having this discussion. My name is Dylan Brooks. I am a recovering Telluride School Board member. And I do still sit on the Housing Subcommittee as a member at large. And I would like to encourage you all, having heard your different points, to consider that the precedent that you should be following is much more what you're doing with Tower House, what you did with Voodoo. This is not comparable to a single member of the community I live in, Lawson Hill, coming and asking for a TAP waiver for lots and housing that already exist. This is creating new housing in town that will actually be occupied. You know, this is the town I grew up in, and the saddest thing to me is seeing the number of empty and dark houses that nobody can live in. It's hollowing out this community that I love so much. When we have the opportunity to add 10 units that are going to be occupied by actual real people who live and work here and contribute to our community, don't take away one of those. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Hi, Stephen Pollard. Just two comments. First, it's really great to see a congenial, open, warm discussion on town council between two local government agencies based on all that's been going on recently. So I commend everyone for keeping it on the up and up. My only suggestion to put out there, analogous to Ashley's idea, was, is there an opportunity to spread out the fee? So as opposed to making it a one-time cost, if we decide we want to pay it, potentially spread it over time to make it the burden a little bit easier for the school district. So that's my only question or thought.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
My name's Laura Thomas. I live in the school district, and I'm someone who's been on other school boards and worked for school districts. So as I've listened to the conversation, I'm thinking about the context of Tabor, because our taxing districts, including our school districts, are kind of intentionally being starved over time of funds. And we've watched this unfold for decades, and it only gets harder and harder for districts to do what they are obligated by statute to do. And because of the home rule charter that Telluride has, it has a little bit more protection from Tabor's starvation effects than other entities. So I hope that that will be considered. It's an incredible opportunity, I think, and a place of power that the town has. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment in the room. Tiffany, is there anybody with their hand raised online?
The hand lowered, so I don't see any additional public comment online.
Okay, great. We will be closing public comment. Kevin, I assume at this point, you've got to get some direction from us on these topics after the discussion today. Is that a fair, like, kind of straw pollish?
Yeah, I think I have received some direction on some discrete points, and I'm happy to kind of give what I thought was a summary.
That would be great.
But then I thought I would just quickly respond to the argument about the land use code that I think was advanced. And I think, Mayor, you picked up on this. The land use code provision that's at 3760 applies specifically to town deed restricted properties. And what we've heard is that I think the school district is not willing to have a town deed restriction or something analogous to a town deed restriction. They want the workforce housing. They want more flexibility on their side. So I don't view the land use code provision as being applicable in any meaningful way, because that's premised on town deed restricted, either EDU or AHU. And we know that that's not being offered.
But Kevin, if I can interrupt, Kevin, the town use code clearly says the intent of this section. I'm not sure why the intent would be different in our case. I mean, it
I-
may not be applicable specifically to, I mean, these aren't deed restricted because they're rentals, they're employee, workforce housing. But I don't see how the intent isn't exactly the same as what's laid out in the land code.
I think
We can interpret, we can all interpret it however we want to interpret it. I think that's fair.
maybe I can state it another way. The land use code provision is definitely not binding in this scenario.
Great.
And I think we could all agree on that.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so if you could summarize
Yeah.
everything, that would be great. So then we could try to give direction.
Okay.
Just a
So
quick question.
Sure.
These, in the last 2015 IGA, I remember there was a provision in there using the emergency access road, and I see that these units will be right along that. Was that completed, that access road?
yes, so that's all in there. I believe there's some fencing in the back that is controlled by the district when it's not needed for that emergency. But yes, that access is perfected. I think what we're looking at here, and if we need to go back to the depiction, the aerial, it's pretty clear to me that these units are located north of the parking area. The parking area is a component of that emergency access that, you're right, was negotiated in 2015.
Okay,
So
that's it.
the location of these units should not impact that in any meaningful way.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So what I was taking notes on was the variety of issues, although I see someone now.
It's closed.
Okay.
I'm not going to reopen it.
Okay. A variety of issues that I think we've presented through the presentation, and then I think we've received some feedback. What I heard on the 4-county versus R1, excuse me, is I think I've heard some flexibility from the town council to consent to or assent to the restriction being just the R1 school district. And if that's not the consensus that I heard emerge, you can correct me on that.
And I would say for that issue, if you are against it being the R1 school district, it'd be a good time for you to say so. I'm good with it being the R1 school district, just to start.
Okay, so consensus on that. I did hear consensus on deleting the THA subcommittee review. I did not hear consensus on the component of the P and Z review and recommendation. So I think that's where that arrived. Section 7, which was THA subcommittee, would be removed. P and Z would remain.
Yeah, and I think to summarize that, I think the advantage to having P and Z is the collaboration that might help the project along and come up with ideas. So less of a restrictive tone and more of a collaborative tone, I think, per Elena's point.
Okay, I'll just go to the bigger one, the tap fee waivers. Thought I heard a pretty clear consensus from a supermajority of council that there is not a willingness to waive the full tap fees. There might be a willingness to offer a discounted percentage rate and or a time-based payment method to the school district. And so I think those two components, either a partial reduction and or a time-based payment plan, if you will.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. Everyone comfortable with that?
I don't know what that number is, and I'm not suggesting
Okay.
one.
Well,
Yeah, right.
we can
And
talk
we don't
about
have to discuss that now, right? I mean,
You don't, but if we want to come back with a document that
Okay.
would
That we can-
have first reading and not another work session, I think it might be beneficial to all parties.
okay.
But if you can't arrive at that.
Is there anything else on your list that we have to discuss?
Yeah.
Let's get that all out of the way
Okay, but
first.
that's still remaining. The rental rates, I didn't hear a consensus either way about we go with the school district determination of the rental rates, or we use the town's preferred 30%, no more than 30% gross income. And we'll just defer to you on that. I didn't hear a consensus on that.
Is there a preference? I mean, I'm happy to start that discussion to wrap it up. I mean, it would be different to me if it was an organization that didn't have the experience with their own housing needs. And so although my original thought was to go to 30%, if they're doing it in their model and it works, I'm okay with it.
Same.
I mean, the town itself has revised that multiplier in our rental housing policy. So I think if we are looking to have consistency and equity, that we would offer the same thing here, unless the school district objects. The current multiplier for the majority of town rental buildings is 27% instead of 30% of gross income. So I would offer that, but
Yeah.
they also look to the school district.
They also mentioned 25% was also the bare minimum, and that in certain circumstances, it goes higher than 25% is the minimum, but it goes higher in certain circumstances. Am I restating that you said earlier in the meeting correctly?
Right. So what we've done is set up a matrix based on starting salary.
Yep.
So if let's say a
Yeah,
more
yeah,
senior
but-
employee is in that base unit it may be less than 30% of their income. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But
It's not based on individual
Right.
occupancy.
bottom is 25, but it goes up based on size of unit, the salary they're making and things like.
No, the individual salary is not considered. The matrix starts with a base salary. We don't judge individual salaries.
Okay.
And, so,
So you're basing it on individual units, right? Okay.
They have
correct.
like a multiplier for each type of unit, and then that's just the set.
Okay.
It doesn't
But
change.
it's the set rent is not just the 25.
No,
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 that's
a
all,
per-
that's
a
my only
beginning
point. That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
So like a one bedroom
Yep.
in Meadowlark and a one bedroom in Lawson have different.
That's right.
monthly
Yeah.
rates.
No,
Yeah.
I just wanted to be able to confirm that.
And at some point, I'd like to make a closing comment.
On which topic? You know, because we're going topic by topic, you know, and so it's hard, you know.
When we're done with housing in general.
Okay. So what is the consensus on the you know, the rent?
I feel like, it seems like I don't want to it seems like they have a system that works for them. Personally, I would love to see there's sort of this baseline. I would love to see the comparable upper limit of what that looks like. And, I think knowing that that's subject to change, I do trust the school district to manage this well, but people change and boards change over time. And I would love a little more security in knowing that those prices remain at a certain level, but at the same time, this is not deed restricted. It's not affordable housing. It's workforce housing. And that's where it kind of ties into those water and wastewater rates too, right? Like if you guys were willing to be like, we're going to deed restrict this, make it affordable, abide by your guidelines, then I feel like I would see this a little bit differently. But if they have a system that they want to stick to and don't want to join our deed restricted program, I feel like I can accept their matrix. Although my preference overall would be for this to be part of our deed restricted program. And then that's where I think I would look differently at the water and sewer rates. And I think they would qualify for some waivers under the land use code, but that's not what we're looking at right now. So given that, I'm okay with moving forward with their matrix.
Okay. I'm as well. Anybody else?
As well.
Yep.
Go for it. Do what you need to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, you're good.
So then the last issue, and I didn't hear any objections from council on this, and I'm not sure that I heard necessarily a meaningful argument from the school district on it, but let's maybe revisit it. It's the notice that has to be provided if someone unaffiliated with the district is going to occupy the units. We know no short-term rental, but this is in the scenario of, let's say, a construction worker coming out. They're not affiliated with the school district. They're not an employee, but I think the town should be aware of who's occupying it to make sure that that use is an appropriate use, given a number of the concessions that I think the town is possibly moving to make on a number of these issues. So again, that's just notice. It's not onerous. It's an opportunity to object. If they say someone's coming in to occupy it for film festival for 2 months, I think we might object. If they said it's someone coming in to complete construction or the engineer who's doing a comprehensive review on their HVAC system, I can't imagine we would have an objection. But we need to know, I think, who the individuals are who are occupying those units when they are unaffiliated with the district. That's how I would pitch that issue.
And I think you can make a point that I'm okay with it being a little bit more gray in terms of if you're doing work on the building, you're affiliated with the school district and a project like that. If it's just someone who's 100% independent of a school use, then I think we should know.
Like contractors, subcontractors, I feel like would qualify as affiliated.
Yeah, because they're working.
Yeah,
on
like
the
if you're
school.
if you're invoicing the school, then you're affiliated with the school. I agree with that.
To be clear, the contract does stipulate occupancy shall be limited to full-time employees of the school district.
So can we add in?
I think
Sure.
add in that.
Yeah.
flexibility. That's what they requested, and I think that's fair.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Because we're working on a similar project to that at Virginia Placer with,
Mhm.
to use for vendors and stuff like that.
you know, what I could do there is I can include some examples of who are permitted. So these would not be unaffiliated. These would be workers on a project specific to the school district property. Let's say contractors. I don't see that we'll have a problem coming to an agreement on that language. But then I would have other language that would clarify who is truly an unaffiliated party. And in that situation, an unaffiliated party, we would have to get that notice. Okay.
I also think that maybe it's worth mentioning that if somebody is working with the Palm Arts, that maybe they would also be I'm just thinking of a hypothetical where, some director or choreographer was coming in and collaborating with Palm Arts, since it's kind of a separate, the nonprofit within the school, but I feel like that would be, for me, an acceptable use of a vacant unit if they did have a unit that was vacant and they were like, oh, we can house your visiting whatever.
But is that, I mean,
That supports the school though,
I mean,
right?
yeah, I would say that Palm
Well, I don't know.
still has that
'Cause
affiliation with the
It's a
school.
different organization. It's got a different board. I do think it's worth.
Could argue it
out
both
of-
ways.
What?
You could argue it both ways.
Yeah, I do think we should have clarity on if that is also acceptable. I think the more clarity, the better.
I think that would, in my opinion, that would be acceptable.
Yeah.
Can I just raise the question? So I'm just going to throw out different examples about our life. I'll say summertime Telluride Academy takes over our building and uses it. If we get empty spots in Telluride Academy, people need a place to stay because they can't house their own employees. Telluride Science and Research Center rents our building for a good part of the summer. They have trouble finding places for people, and I'll even go to Telluride Film Festival we partner with them. They rent stuff from us. I don't anticipate when Mountain Film or Film Fest is in action, we would have vacancies because we're already in the school year at that point. But I think Telluride Academy and Telluride Science those are examples of things that I could see being a good public use. And we could jump through all the hoops if we need to of clearing and not forgetting and getting permission. Do we all want to work that hard, I guess, is one of my questions.
Ellen,
And if we need to, we will.
Yeah, Ellen had your hand up.
I mean, I wonder, I think I am more open to this type of use for this housing if it's vacant. First use is that it's housing your all's full-time employees. But could you maybe wordsmith this so that a nonprofit, in addition to a construction company that has some kind of contract with the school district and their employee, they could put their employees in there? Can that fall under the same bubble of people? So either you're a construction company with a contract and you want to put your employees there, or you're a nonprofit with a contract and you want to put your employees there. I kind of feel like we could find wording that was inclusive of both of those situations.
Yeah, I mean, I can get on board with that. We just don't want to open up giving concessions for something that is more open to benefit a third party. That's the concern I have, because that's a real slippery slope.
Nor us.
Dan?
And John's comment exactly just summed it up, that I don't think that the intention of the school district is to abuse this generosity within this provision here. I think the language written does allow for some of these scenarios to be accounted for without us needing to add another paragraph or two into this contract. So I think I could be okay with
What if
we have.
What if it's just a time frame thing? I guess maybe we just say, if we're concerned, I particularly am not concerned, but if there is still concern about who is there, if it's not affiliated with the school, what if it was if it's going to be a stay longer than 6 months or something, then it could be, because it feels like we're talking about people coming in a summertime when a teacher might not be living there while there's some turnover, and the unit could be used for visiting, scientist, director, festival need or something like that. It seems like maybe we just say if the term is going to be longer than 6 months or something like that. And then
I would rather be more specific about who gets the benefit of this housing
Yeah.
personally than.
Because it's almost like a short-term rental, and look what we make our short-term rental people do.
Yeah.
I don't think it's, me personally, I don't think it's that hard to say, okay, we're going to lease unit 9 and 10 to Telluride Science Center, and you get it to Kevin. And then we say, okay, that's a 6-week period, we're good with it. I don't think that is that hard to do personally, but I worry about us giving some sort of subsidies to build housing, which is great. I'm 100% in favor of it. But then all of a sudden, some type of profitable organization ends up using it, and that defeats the point of us, you know, and I don't want to get into like, well, what are you charging them for rent? How do you charge somebody from the Science Center rent that is based on a salary that doesn't really work for the school district? I don't want to get into all that. I'd rather have it just be, hey, this is what we're using it for. And if Kevin has a red flag, he can bring it to us.
And they do
we can
have that
discuss it.
provision in there though. Rental 9.6, rental rate shall align with the established Telluride school district housing procedures. So the rental rate would be set. They wouldn't get to
Charge
Well,
$10,000.
yeah, do a boutique rental rate if for another circumstance.
So Teddy, may I?
Well, let me wrap this up real first.
I think there was one other point, which was the vested property extension. That'll have to come back to council. It was requested at 10. I heard some discussion about maybe some other number. I'll leave that for your
I'm
good.
okay with
I'm good with 10.
10.
That is
Building
okay.
housing at their
Yeah.
expense and being
Great.
flexible on
I
that.
think that's everything I had on my list.
Go ahead.
Okay, so on the issues of the rental matrix or the short-term uses for a vacant unit, I think one of the things to keep it simple is to understand that we are accountable to our voters. We are accountable to our taxpayers who have put up the bond to do what we have been tasked to do, and that is to create recruitment and retention of staff, educational staff. Any of these other things are the flexibility we need to make the best use of our facilities, not to make a profit. And so basically it comes back to our housing committee consists of staff, administration. It's like if we suddenly are not housing teachers and giving preference to construction workers, we're going to catch hell from our teachers.
Yeah.
So we have accountability built in to our system. And we have accountability to our taxpayers to create an effective system for workforce housing. And if
Great.
we suddenly go stray, we'll end up with vacant units or not being able to hire people. That's the checks and balances.
I don't think we're asking that much. If we just ask for, we think you've said it, you're going to use it for affiliated school use. The chances that it's not affiliated are going to be so minor that I don't think it's just that difficult to just send it to Kevin. Secondarily, I really appreciate that point of being, accountable to the R1 school district for how you spend money, because we have to be accountable to the town of Telluride voter in terms of waiving a sewer and water tap potentially, when we know what's coming down the line for wastewater. Ellen?
And I would just I guess, ask or wonder, aside from just gossip, how is it public who's in that housing? And that's why I think having this system where we're at least alerted, and if there is something that seems against the agreement that we had, then there is sort of this public transparency about oh wait, they're renting this and we don't want it. And I think that's what we're looking for, is that element of yes, we trust that you're not going to abuse this, but what is the checks and balance that makes this information available to the public?
And we've already said it's reasonable for us to alert you of something that isn't precisely a full-time teacher in our housing. It's
So I
not
think
affiliated. with the
And I
school.
think we're
we're on the
lighter
same
than that.
page.
Yeah, we're fine
So
with that.
we're saying the same
But-
thing.
And
Yeah.
we're
Just-
lighter than that. We're saying if it's affiliated school use, we don't need to know, right? If you got a roofer up there and you want to put him in there, we don't care.
Right.
Yeah, we just want to know if it's not affiliated with the school. That's it.
So I think what I'm trying to keep the system workable, flexible enough and workable, and have the transparency and the openness that everyone wants.
Simple. Are you okay with that stipulation that says if they're not affiliated with the school, then you got to let us know who it
Yeah,
is?
I'm confident we can come up with language that'll make that work.
Okay, great. Is everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. And does that bring us back to the tap fee, Kevin?
I think it does.
Okay.
I think we turn back to percentage and duration if there's a payment plan.
And that's that's a tough one to throw at us. Obviously we knew the request was coming from the packet, and then to figure out what our direction is for non-waiver, full waiver, partial waiver, delayed payment plan. I'm not sure how quickly we can get through this or not, but
Ashley, do you have an idea? You brought it up.
I'll start with this, and I do have an idea. I think that the town needs to really evaluate if we should be waiving our tap fees on all of our projects because those things represent real costs. And we kick the can down the road on a lot of these things. And so I think I'm not picking on your project. I think it's something that needs to be really looked at under a microscope with all of our developments as well, that we shouldn't just be saying, well, we're not going to pay that. We're not going to pay that, because that bill will come due at some point in time. And it puts us in a precarious place, even if it's spending our money now versus spending our money later. So I want to preface that. In light of that, I would recommend, I would like to start at half of the tap fee on this project. I think we heard a lot of really strong arguments on how this could be utilized to, you know, build the housing that is needed, but I think that we cannot ignore the very real issue that we have. So I would start with half and see how people feel about that.
Eleanor?
I theoretically love that. Like I said, I wish we could just print money and hand it out. I want to charge you guys nothing, but just from, zooming out from just this project, is that setting a precedent for other taxing districts when if the Med Center wants to build housing and wants us to waive tap fees, the fire department, are we then, I feel like we're kind of unofficially creating a little bit of precedent that I'm not sure that we can maintain, because those are real costs. And I think it's just something that I'm nervous about what the implications of waiving those right now are for future workforce housing projects. And like I said, if this were deed restricted, affordable housing fit our guidelines, I think that's where I would look at this differently. But there are a lot of asks of flexibility and creating your own pricing structure. And while I think this is a great project, it is not signing on to our definitions and requirements for deed restricted housing, and therefore doesn't fall into the waiver that is outlined in the land use code. And I think that is pretty black and white. And that's where I have some hesitancy of then, are we allowing taxing districts to come to us, create their own rules around their workforce housing, which is totally fine. I'm not saying that that's not okay, but then they also want this benefit that we give to projects that do sign on to all of our rules.
Do you have do you have a recommendation, or are you saying no discount at all?
I think I am undecided, and think that this is the thoughts that I wanted to share with the group. I definitely don't think we should fully waive them, because I know what our needs are to maintain the services that they're asking for. They're asking for services at no cost, basically, which is these tap fees that had to have water and sewage.
I think we all agree with that.
Yeah.
So,
If I can-
but are you not comfortable with half?
I would like to hear what other people think. I think I could be amenable to a discount, but I am nervous about setting precedent for other projects.
At the same time, if I can interject, I mean, you mentioned the medical
I
center.
got to hold this to council discussion. I
Okay.
mean, we're never going to get through it,
Okay.
I mean, you've had a good opportunity to state your case.
It's a delicate discussion, and I hear the points you all are making. To me, when I look at the school district's restrictions on their housing, it doesn't seem so dissimilar that I feel totally uncomfortable with their ask, or the proposal of completely waiving water and wastewater. I think, again, I take the 10,000 foot view when we're looking at our regional housing need assessments that shows in the next decade, we're going to need about 1,000 more units. When we are able to utilize other efficiencies through other entities to help achieve that goal, that then frees up further funding within the town's own budget for our reserve capital improvement plan that we could then further infuse into water and wastewater treatment plant updates. That this is extreme bang for buck when we're comparing it to the money that the town is using on our own housing projects. To spend in quotes only $360,000 and get 10 additional units built that is efficiency that is beyond what we can do as a town. And so when we're, yes, taking from one goal by reducing the amount of funding that we are getting for the wastewater treatment plant and utilizing that towards another goal, affordable housing, yes, you lose one thing, but you gain a lot more of
Affordable
another.
housing. Right, I think we should be.
Workforce housing.
It's close.
It's in their model, but
But
it's fair.
workforce housing for teachers.
Yes, I'm just saying, it's not, that those are legally different things in this
Fine.
conversation.
Point taken. But my point still remains the same, that this, by supporting this other project, I think we are in effect still supporting one of our own goals and doing it in a way that it has extreme value. And so that is the perspective that I am looking at it through. And if the fire district wants to come along in the future and say, we want to build 10 units of affordable housing, this is the ask from
Workforce housing.
workforce housing. But still, workforce housing, which is what we're calling our own housing projects as well. So there, either way, that to me is a win. That to me is not a dangerous precedent. That is a thing that we can all benefit from as a community.
So are you 100, you want to waive all of it?
Yes.
Okay. Dan wants to waive all of it.
Mario.
That's what I was about to say, is what Dan's saying is, to me, implies waive all of it, and I'm on board with that.
Kristen?
I think at the very beginning of the packet, in our goals and objectives to address critical infrastructure needs, affordable housing is one, but wastewater also is one. So I would be willing to do a discount.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards a discount myself, with a stipulation that if there was ever down the road, again, when none of us are probably in the room, that they ask for a PUD after the fact and sell the units, that we would get reimbursed of it. But I could get on board with Ashley's original idea of half to show some good faith towards them getting a affordable housing, workforce housing project built with different rules in our affordable housing to show some good faith that this is a good idea. And I say that when I walked into the room, I was against it 100% and would have charged you in full. And you're at least able to convince me a 50% discount is worthy.
I can get on board with the 50% discount. Because I mean, Dan makes, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
I totally agree with everything Dan said. And like I said, I want to charge you $0, but that's not the reality of the budget that we have to manage. And so I think that's where I'm kind of, because of where the other conversations have been, I've sort of been the advocate of this perspective, just to have a good conversation about it, not necessarily because I feel strongly that we should squeeze every penny out of the school district, because that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just the reality of what we have ahead of us. I think to completely waive them is, yeah, it would be irresponsible towards our other infrastructure needs, and those are a lot harder to, it's a lot harder to get the electorate on board with funding like that. And so I do have a lot of real concerns about where's that money going to come from for that project.
And it's a big number.
It's way bigger than these 10 units.
All right. So just to go around, it's a full
Half.
Full.
Okay. Does that give you direction, Kevin?
It sure does. And how about a payment plan? Are you willing to offer that?
I'm willing to offer a payment plan. I want to try to help
If you
that,
guys think it
if it helps you.
would be helpful, but I don't know if it is.
So at a 50% reduction, you're talking about approximately $180,000. If it was a one-time fee, if you spread it out over 10 years, of course, simple math is $18K a year as an installment plan. And I would imagine we.
Installment plan, I'd rather get it up
Whatever,
front, but
whatever works for them. I don't want to,
guys.
we're
I mean, if it's an interest-free installment plan, I don't know why, like, would we charge interest on that 18K?
I would suspect you would not charge interest.
Yeah,
and
then
and
that's clear. It's a better
And,
deal.
and their whole point of arguing against the tap fee was to make the housing affordable and buildable. And I wouldn't think 18,000 a year for 10 years would stop them from building a unit. I just don't see it that way. It could be different once they analyze their numbers. They have every right to do so. But with that, I think we're good to wrap this one up.
Yeah, it sounds like we'll talk with the school district and see if they even want to entertain the 10-year period.
Thank
But
you for
you'd
everyone's
be
time on
flexible.
this. It went a little longer than we thought, so I appreciate it. Ashley, we did get behind if you were worried about that earlier in the meeting.
No, I wasn't. But Ted, if I may, thank you very much for a work session that was productive. I always love meetings that get somewhere. And it is something that we do need to work together on as equals. And we will sit down and look at very closely the final product and work out the cost benefit analysis and what works for us and what doesn't work for us. And I appreciate your understanding that workforce housing is an aspect of our housing solution for the whole community, not just affordable housing will solve our problems. We have to encourage workforce housing as well.
Great, thank you, and thank you for building
everyone.
Thank you.
housing.
Thank you.
All right, it is 11:45. Tiffany, we could probably get 2B out of the way if you're good with that, right? I think, because it's a 15, okay?
Okay.
So we're gonna move on to agenda item 2B.
Technical issue. We need to close our school board meeting.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so move to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Done. I've never heard anyone.
Yep,
oppose.
nope,
Good
I-
job, everyone.
If there's a person who gets protocol, it's me. So, and thank you all for your time. That brings us back to 2B, consideration of recommendations from the vending subcommittee to amend Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 6, Article 4 of vending, and Tiffany Kavanaugh is here to present.
So to give you a little bit of background, some of you may recall that after the last summer's vending subcommittee meeting, Mayor Errico brought forth a recommendation during council reports to consider amendments to the vending code. After that summer application season, we saw a cart that had applied to sell trinkets and souvenirs and other merchandise like that, that may not have really fit into the aesthetic that we're going for in the town of Telluride. So at that time, council agreed, yes, let's hold a work session to discuss. I brought it to the vending subcommittee on January 7th. That was the first time they had met since the summer meeting to review those amendments to the code. They are attached to the staff memo in red line. And essentially what those amendments would do is only allow for the sale of food from legitimate food carts on public property. We also had a new vendor that we really wanted to work with last summer that proposed vending with just a table and a grill. And while the application, it looked nice and neat and clean, I did include a picture in the packet that showed trying to shove all of that into an 8x5 area. And again, it just isn't really aesthetically pleasing for the town of Telluride. So the red lines before you would, again, add a definition to what a food cart is and would require that all of our food vendors vend from a legitimate food cart. The only location that would be an exception to this would be our North Spruce Park vendors, which is reserved for CSA and farm-like vendors. And that would still be okay for them to vend from a different type of display apparatus, such as a table, things like that. But all of the other vending locations on Colorado Avenue, Gondola Plaza, you'll see in the red line, the allowed use would exclude the sale of wares, goods, merchandise, and services and only allow food. I will point out that in the past, we have had often in the winter on the Gondola Plaza, a ski wax or ski valet vendor. It was discussed at the vending subcommittee whether or not it was appropriate to allow some type of location in town to allow for services. But the discussion that evolved was that that really does compete with those brick and mortar businesses. T Sports is right there. It's still called T Sports.
Yep.
Yeah. And offers the same type of service. So it may not be fair to those brick and mortar while the sale of cheaper fast food really is a different type of product. And so after the discussion, the vending subcommittee unanimously agreed to not allow any type of service in our public property locations. I will also note that this change is only for our public property that's proposed. We still have private property vending locations, and there's a map in the code attached where private property vending is allowed. And we're not proposing excluding services or requiring a legitimate food cart from the private property. This is just our public property. And then the code also still allows for someone wanting to vend to contact the Parks and Rec director and possibly vend during recreation games. And that would also not apply to that. So the red line is before you for discussion. If you do agree with what's being proposed, simple direction is just needed. If you want any changes, then please just direct me to do that, and I'll do that at lunch before it comes back for first reading this afternoon.
Great. Tiffany, thank you very much. I see Elena's hand up, but certainly would entertain questions to Tiffany or Ashley and myself as being members of the vending.
Subcommittee.
Yeah. Elena.
I had two questions. The first one was sometimes there is like, I think it's a CSA pickup on the roundabout on Mahoney, like in front of the Shandoka parking lot. And I don't know if that falls in the category of vending, but do we want to add something in to allow that? Because I do see a farm truck parked out there fairly frequently, and I think it's a good thing. And I just want to make sure that.
Yep. So that is regulated by the town. That's called a pickup permit, and it's
Okay.
only at that specific location.
Okay.
So typically that's not vending because people have to prepay for those goods. It's simply a pickup. And so we do have 2 or 3 farm, I'm not going to say vendors, farmers, CSAs that utilize that location annually. And they do apply for an annual permit through the town to do that.
Well, then would we want to allow them to make sales out of the back of their truck? No?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't think so.
Selfishly.
We don't want to do that.
Okay. Like I would like to buy a cucumber from them, but that's okay. So food cart, the only thing that popped into my head is like these little mobile stand kitchen carts that might have an e-bike attached to them. And this says non-motorized.
Yes. So I would say maybe 10 years ago, we had a bike. We allowed a bike vendor. There was one permit for that, and town just got too busy. It wasn't safe anymore for the person to go around town on the bike with that type of vending. So the code was amended, I'd say about 10 years ago, to no longer permit the use of a bike with the cart.
Well, would that be to like bike around and sell it, or just to move it from its stationary vending location to its storage?
That was going around town, not
But
just at the
I think
location.
this is more of like just transporting it from storage to a stationary.
I think the bigger issue is not that there's a motor on that. It's that unless the thing that they're towing is very small, they're not going to be able to fit into the footprint that they're allowed. So the entirety of the operation has to fit into that square. So you can't have like a food cart pulled by a bike, because the bike, if it's not detachable, like it won't be able to fit within the designated space that it's allowed. So that vendor the issue wouldn't be the motor on that. It's that unless the thing that they're pulling is super tiny, they wouldn't actually be able to fit into the space.
They would have to disconnect and park the transportation mode.
Which is
It's allowed now.
I'm not saying it, but you all know what I'm thinking.
Yes.
Like if it's built on, like.
Can you show me?
Yeah, the size restriction, sure. But if they like build the little cart on the back of an e-bike, then I would be okay with allowing an e-bike as long as it fits within the footprint, if they design the food cart to still be the right size, I guess. And maybe I'm splitting hairs here. I try and think of everything.
I would still think the e-bike would need to be disconnected from the cart and then hooked up.
I mean, Dan, you know.
I'm
what
aware of
thinking
one instance in town that has only been vending on private
Private
property,
property.
so they haven't had to come in front of the vetting subcommittee, but
Well, they would still need to apply. So if there's someone out there
Oh.
that's vending on private property that doesn't have a permit, you're not doing it legally. So please
I
contact this.
don't know what regulations they have. I am not code enforcement, so I do not follow. Do not specifically check what they have and have not done. But I believe I know the instance that Elena is talking about.
And it's really cute.
It
It's very
is,
cute,
and it-
yeah.
yeah, and it is something I would definitely be okay allowing
Yeah.
it within the town of Telluride.
They design it so that it still fits within the permitted size. Like if the food cart is kind of like hugging the back of an e-bike.
As long as we get to approve the look,
Does it
I'm
say
okay with it.
Engine.
It says non-motorized.
Sorry, can you,
You're talking about the definition of food cart.
Yeah. So it's page 43 of the
Yeah.
packet. And
So right now it says food cart means a small wheeled mobile vendor stand or kitchen cart, non-motorized, used to prepare and sell street food or beverages. I wouldn't really, I mean, my interpretation would be that the bike itself wouldn't be the food cart. It would be whatever it was pulling.
But the
Do you
food
guys
cart
have
is
the-
like.
they're one in the same,
Built
yeah.
up,
They're
right.
one in
Oh,
the
I
same.
guess I have
like-
no idea what it is.
So that instance is non-motorized.
Yeah,
So as long as a bicycle is non-motorized. which-
e-bikes are not motorized. I don't,
Oh.
I don't think they're defined as
Okay,
motorized
We
vehicles.
can move on. I'm sorry that I created
Oh.
all this.
And we still get the ability to review them, even if they fit in the footprint, right? So if you coming in with an apparatus, let's just call it, that doesn't look good, we can say have our concerns in the subcommittee.
That's right.
Okay, any other questions on this and thoughts? Since this is a work session, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anyone online?
Seeing none.
Richard.
Oh. Oh, they're requesting screen share. If you're trying to raise your hand, you'll need to raise your virtual hand. We don't allow screen sharing. I think we could just disregard that. I'll turn it off when I get back
Decline
up.
it and then.
Decline. If someone could just press decline, that would be great. Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, then let's see if they raise their hand.
And I have it here, so I could, if someone raises their hand. I don't see any.
Okay, then public comment is closed. Do you think we've got direction for you from that? Does everybody?
Did everyone agree with as presented?
I think that's
Okay,
fine.
great. Then first reading will occur this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Tiffany.
Thank you.
Okay, that
You need to bring visual aids next time.
2B is wrapped up. Zoe, I'm gonna lean on you a little bit here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have consultants online as well as Lauren Kern, who won't be available in the afternoon from Mountain Village to present this, but I have asked them to be as tight as possible.
Okay, then we will get
Let's do
to
it.
2C, knowing it's gonna go into lunch. That's how it goes. 2C, overview of the technical readiness plan, Telluride Regional E-Bike Share Project, and Darren Graver is here to present.
Hello, Mayor, Town Council. Thanks for having us. I was going to say this morning, we're right on the cusp, afternoon now. We do have Richard Davis and Kay Chang from Steer Group, and then Lauren Kern, although she does have lunch and learn up in Mountain Village, so she may. Oh, and Jeff Coates, I see from Drop Mobility, which is working with Steer on the project. So Richard, I think you will be getting sharing ability to share the slides, which were included in
the screen. Yeah.
Not yet.
Okay, let me try. Do you see my screen now?
I think so, yes.
Great.
So I'm really just doing the introductory part of the slide deck here, and I'll try to make it quick since it's in the packet and we are where we are in the schedule. So just a super quick overview. This project was initiated in the town of Mountain Village through a grant application to the Colorado Energy Office CAMP grant program, which is a mobility-focused grant program. Mountain Village's lead entity, but we are also participating and contributing matching funds to the matching part of the cost of this grant. And the scope of the grant, or the scope of the technical readiness plan, which I keep calling a feasibility study. The technical name is a technical readiness plan that will be produced through this project. Includes the 2 towns and selected locations within the county, namely consideration of east of town limits and then also Lawson Hill, just considering whether considering the usability of a e-bike share program in those areas. So the project overview slide or in the packet does give a brief rundown of community engagement events that have already happened, and I'll just skip those for now. And then a list of some similar programs in similar peer communities in sort of mountain towns in Colorado and the Rocky Mountain region. And then, yeah, so our, yeah, I guess I did reference the climate action plan that the town of Telluride adopted, and the regional climate action plan is supporting efforts like this, including the master plan, which is now going to be updated to the new comprehensive plan. But I think for the purposes of time, if you don't mind going forward one more, Richard, I just kind of wanted to hit on some initial results from the community survey that is up. And for anyone listening or those who are interested, the survey is hosted via the Mountain Village website right now, just because they're the lead entity on the project. But as of the cutoff time for this packet, there were 91 total responses in all 3 jurisdictions. And then you'll see on the next slide, there were 20 specifically from Town of Telluride. So if anyone is interested in responding more for Town of Telluride, that would be great. And I guess just to hit on some key highlights, both regionally and in Telluride specific residents who responded, a large percentage of people have used e-bikes before. A large percentage of respondents were living in deed restricted housing. I think the regional response rate on people saying they would use a e-bike share program was 49%. For Telluride residents, it was 60%. Granted, the Telluride component of this of the results so far is a pretty small sample size. One, I guess, important highlight being in terms of interest, folks do seem to be interested in using this for everyday commuter type trips, errands, shopping, which I think is a key component for considering how our local bike shops and those folks who rent e-bikes in terms of their businesses would be, you know, how we were working with them in this potential program. So I guess I'll leave these survey results behind in terms of data, other than to mention, especially in Mountain Village, but for all respondents, interest in the one key concern is safe infrastructure to be biking around, whether that's separated facilities or facilities on roads. That was a concern of more respondents in the region, including Mountain Village, but also of Telluride respondents as well. And then, yeah, I guess if we can, so these quotes, I won't read these word for word since they're in the packet, but just sort of reiterating some safety concerns about a potential system where there wouldn't be docking sites, which is not really what staff is recommending in this, or helmets and things like that. So I think, Richard, if we can go ahead to the survey results on the locations, yeah, that would be perfect. So the map you see to the left includes potential rack sites or sort of stations, if you want to think of them that way, where a system based on geo-fenced docking areas or rack areas where someone could start an e-bike ride from one of those areas, ride the bike, and then leave it at any of these designated areas that we could implement to end a ride, not a dockless system like where you could just stop anywhere you feel like and end a ride. So we had these stations. There were some more on the initial map, and these have already gone through. And Zoe, correct me if I speak incorrectly here. So department heads and Telluride town staff have sort of weighed in on their initial feedback on the first round of potential docking sites that were proposed. So these have sort of been refined with the input from department heads in town of Telluride who would be in any way involved or affected by this potential program. So when you see the Colorado Avenue bus stop area, just sort of more colloquially, that's the bus turnaround by Town Park there. So in terms of survey responses, you can see on the right there that in order of sort of preference, those who responded about evaluating the potential sites rated Oak Street Gondola Station as the best, and then Clark's Market, which could be kind of a school areas, docking site as well. Then the bus turnaround we just mentioned near Town Park and Car Hinge parking lot, and then also Lot L sort of ranked a little bit lower there, but those were all sort of positively viewed by potential users as sites where it would make sense to have a docking or a rack station. Yeah.
Really quickly,
Yeah.
I noticed that Bridal Veil didn't get ranked. Is that because nobody thinks we need it?
So that is within the county purview. So like in terms of how they divided up the survey results, if you take the survey, you'll see like one of the first questions is like, where do you live? Is it within the, either of the two towns or outside of the two towns within the county? So survey responses on Bridal Veil would have been county.
Wouldn't that be true for like
responses.
Mill Creek and Eider Creek as well?
No, because
And
along the spur, which is town.
Richard, if I said that incorrectly, please.
No, you said that correctly. We can share the weighted score for Bridal Veil if that's of interest to you.
Okay, yeah. So do you have that right now, or we could follow up with it after the?
We can follow up with it.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so I know that I kind of flew through that, but before we move on to Richard and the team on sort of options for what type of system council might be most interested in, or questions on type of system, are there any just overall questions about the purpose of the project or anything that I mentioned? Yeah.
Will there be a speed limit or a geofenced speed limit so that within town, people can only go 15 miles an hour? And the corollary to that is there an age limit?
Yeah, and I think Richard could probably speak to that within the app or the interface that is chosen. But for example, when I was at Mountain Towns 2030 in Breck over the summer, they have a system there, and they limit the speed limit on all the bikes. And that is customizable typically, depends on the operator. And then also I think I had to take pictures of my driver's license and say what my birth date was. So there would be potentially the ability to limit, the age of folks using them. But that kind of depends on the direction that would be chosen in terms of how you want the system to operate, whether it's like using a smartphone app or like kiosks that would operate similarly. But yeah, the thing I would say is the staff recommendations, as you'll see when Richard goes through it, are for class 2 bikes, which would be you're only getting an e-assist while pedaling. And so while you can limit the speed at which the electric motor is assisting you, you can't necessarily keep the bike from rolling faster than 15 miles an hour. Like if I get it up to 15 as I pass, Second Chance, and then I'm going downhill, it could still roll up to 20, but it won't e-assist anymore, if that makes sense. So.
I would like to turn that to Jeff with Drop Mobility, actually, if he has any comment on the age verification or geofencing.
Yeah, that was essentially a correct analysis. And for instance, in our systems, which are Drop Mobility systems, all riders are required to verify their age via some sort of state ID, and then a selfie at the same time, so we can verify that the documents that are getting presented match the person who is requesting the ride. And then the class of the e-bikes, that is true, would be limited to about 15 miles per hour.
Great, thank you.
8 miles an hour.
Any other questions?
And so I guess, Richard, we're a little behind here, so I know there's some slides left, but if you wanted to hit the key model options, and maybe we can save the transit integration for a follow-up email or message and just focus on the main system design possibilities. That might be good.
Sure. Thanks, Darren. So you'll see in green here on each of these slides, this is the staff recommendation, the preferred model for Mountain Village, who's leading this study. So yeah, in the interest of time, I'm just going to quickly run through some of these options, and you'll see there's much more detail in the packet. So for example, on this first slide, you'll see that station-based, but no in-dock charging, similar to the system that's in Breck, is the preferred model, which has lower implementation costs versus a station-based system where there'd be charging at the dock. And the operating costs would be channeled mostly to people who are managing that e-bike battery, recharging, picking up and rebalancing the bikes, and charging them. We have a slide here on cost structure analysis, kind of considering the three options that I just talked about the first one. But if we look at station-based but no in-dock charging, station-based charging, and then a hybrid dockless system where there would be some docks, some places where you park the bike, or you would just park them at a safe place off the side, out of pedestrian traffic. And you can see here in this kind of illustrative cost structure analysis that a station-based but no in-dock charging, just a placement of racks where parking would be legal within the system, would be kind of a middle cost. So we have some illustrative assumptions here laid out on the side to justify this kind of middle cost option. And this is the implementation cost. This is standing the system up. For operating costs, these ongoing costs, you see that option one would be at the higher end versus a station-based system. Costs would be concentrated in that redistribution, charging, and maintenance of vehicles and back-end system like NAP, plus warehousing and overhead. That's where bikes would be charged, and then a contingency is just part of our standard modeling. Again, this is illustrative. This is just a way to compare the various operating model options.
Is now an appropriate time to have sorry to interrupt, a slight discussion around this, because this was the element that I just had the most hold up around staff recommendation. It seems that the option, I'm looking mostly at option one and option two, the difference between the station-based charging and no in-dock charging. You all recommended the no in-dock charging. The implementation cost is about $180,000 difference. And then the operating cost is about $60,000, the nexus between those two. So that means that we're only looking at 3 years before that option two does become more cost efficient.
Yeah.
That also seems potentially more user friendly. There might be some circumstances where a bicycle a person is trying to utilize is uncharged because of that more basic system in option one. So I think that there are other benefits to that higher initial overhead, but lower operating costs model of option two. Can you address some of those thoughts and why, with that in mind, you still prefer option one?
And one question to add on to that too would be, what is the length that you would assume in our harsh environment that a charging station option would last? 5 years, 10 years?
Sure. Good questions.
As part of the on-site evaluation, we had job mobility, and we also had electrical engineers at Cushing Terrell who performed electrical engineering assessments of each of those proposed sites. So charging docks could be set up. As part of this level of analysis, this planning technical readiness study phase, we are not saying that either one or the other is necessarily the way that you need to go. We're laying out various options, and choosing or phasing in docked charging stations at some sites may be the preferred approach. For this first phase of analysis, where we're kind of showing you the options, I think Mountain Village preferred for their location that just a rack-based system may be best. But Telluride may prefer to have charge stations in certain areas. So we're at the input stage.
Sorry, it is possible. It sounds like you're saying to have a mixture.
Yes.
Of types, and that wouldn't cause. There wouldn't need to be different types of bicycles or anything like that.
Yes, I see, Jeff. You have your hand up. Do you want to chime in there?
I think you're on I'm sorry, on the screen I can't tell exactly who's talking. But you're on the right track. I was just up working with our partners in Park City. And it does not have to be 100% charging, 100%, charging. And so I think in reality that the correct answer, if you were going to move towards that charging dock model, would be then to figure out what percentage of the parking you need makes sense for that CapEx cost. So the capital expenses versus the operational expenses. So, you know, at a next level of analysis, you could have a more nuanced conversation around that and what the community's goals are.
Eleanor?
Quick question, can the parking stations then be like retrofitted to also be charging stations? Or if we wanted to upgrade to a charging station, do we have to completely replace the parking station?
Those would be a swap out. But generally in a lot of markets, what we see, again, you know, sort of thinking of my experience up in Park City recently, you would have the two sort of side by side, right? So you may not have just sort of fully charging here and not charging there, but you may have a mix of types in certain strategic locations to lower your ops cost, but also constrain the CapEx.
Mario?
Do you want to speak to cold weather conditions? I think there was a question about that.
I think we would,
Jeff.
right?
Well, I don't know, but I think it's good to hear cold weather.
Yeah.
A lot of people ride their e-bikes somewhere.
I
do.
don't know
Jeff,
if we
do you
want
have-
to encourage them.
Was that for me? A question
Yeah,
about
it-
cold-
All right.
yeah, if you wanted to answer the cold weather condition question.
Yeah, so there's two ways you can approach it. Certain communities will only run their bike share during the summer months, and then, you know, take it offline for the winter months. Other communities will want to run full time. If you are working with bike share as part of a transportation network and you want, for instance, mode shift, like people to get out of their cars and to, you know, have ways of commuting that are, you know, less impactful than in the automobiles, it helps to have a year-round system because people need to know they can count on it. And we run systems year-round in upstate New York, for instance, but other communities, like I said, will want to just have it be a seasonal operation. So depends on what your sort of culture is around bike riding and what the goals are for the community in terms of sustainability, mode shift, climate action.
Great. Kristen?
Is the cost different if it's only in summer?
Your ops cost would be slightly less because, you know, maybe your team is not, you're not hiring up the same staff all year long. Other areas, the people who are running it, so it depends on if it's a separate entity or whether they're city staff. I mean, if they're city staff, they're probably full-time all year, so it wouldn't be a savings. Maybe they shift their priorities during the off months.
You know, I
We've
ride my
seen both.
bike in the winter, but I've studded tires on it in the winter.
Potentially have to have storage for those bikes if
Correct.
we weren't running them in the wintertime as well. So that
Correct.
would be a potential increased cost there.
Yeah, yeah.
Mario?
Can you speak to why Mountain Village prefers the first option?
Well, I think it had to do with the upfront cost. And Warren could speak to this in more detail, but I think it was preferred to try with just rack-based and then move to a charging model at some point in the future. I think there's an interest in a phase-based approach, you know, start by piloting and then upgrade depending on demand. I will note that our electrical engineer noticed that solar and renewable is less feasible in Mountain Village, I think due to the valley shadow, than it might be in Telluride. And I've double checked that, but I think that was the case. And so just no and no
It
charging.
sounds like it
models.
might be opposite because we're in the valley down here, so
Yes,
we
yeah.
have shadows and
Yeah.
Mountain
Yeah.
Village is up on the Mesa mountaintop, so they are
Mhm.
less shadowed.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Douglas Julie, you have your hand raised?
We're not going to take
Okay.
public comment yet.
Okay.
There'll be time for public comment.
But in short, I think it was a phasing approach was the interesting option one.
We'll go through the rest of your presentation before we open up for public
Yeah.
comment.
Oh, I should ask related to that, Darren, on time. should I spend some time going through each or just skip to staff recommendations and go through those?
I'd probably focus on the recommendations, I think.
Okay. Well, I'll touch on operation business model options, and then we'll go into the overall recommendations in more detail. We have here on the left 3 different program characteristics for ownership and business model options. The first is public sector owned and operated. This would be an entirely public sector run approach. The second is a third-party concession, where there'd be a third party in control over the entire program, which means less upfront or no upfront investment, but on the other hand, less control over fares, pricing, and fees. And then the third, which is a very common approach, which is the public sector owned external operator approach, where jurisdictions would manage the program and revenue risk is shared between the operator and the jurisdictions. And this splits the revenue and risks, but it requires ongoing funding support if usage is insufficient for it to be kind of fully self-sustaining. And this is the staff recommended model. This is the model that Breck e-bike uses. Fare structure, I'll just briefly say we have standard kind of flat fares versus differentiated fares by user type. So something that would favor locals. Of course, this is preferred. As an extension of transit, there's an interest in something that favors local and seasonal membership. And then I'll land on staff recommendations and just go through this overall, that the operating model that's preferred is station-based, but no in-dock charging, like what Breck e-bike has. And again, there's an opportunity for phasing, an app-based user interface. So customers would interact, riders would interact with the e-bike system entirely through their phone. It wouldn't be through a totem, for example, something where people would check the bikes out at the docks, integration of information and availability. So there would be some connection with the transit information. Differentiated fares by user type, as I was just saying, local discounts, commuter pass per minute, hourly rates. The idea is that local rental shops would need to see a structure that doesn't compete with their business, and it's complementary towards the transit system. And then a public sector owned and external operator preferred model depends on the availability of a suitable contract operator, but otherwise pursue public sector ownership in partnership with local community if a suitable third party couldn't be found for a public-private partnership. So this represents Mountain Village's preferred approach for system design. Now I'll turn it back for questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, before we open it up to public comment, we'll ask any further questions from council. Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment?
Stephen Pollard. I guess I have 2 comments. One is based on this map, this looks like this is not a Telluride commuter-based model. There aren't that many people commuting where this map is showing. So what this to me feels like is adding more e-bikes to our already busy streets. And as one who lives on Colorado Ave in the East End and sees e-bikes flying up and down the street all day long, it concerns me a lot to add more bikes in a very compact area. The flip side of that is if we extend this out and say we're going to put storage at Society Turn or other places further out, then we add a whole lot more e-bikes on our bike path where we already have problems with e-bikes interacting with normal bikers. And so this program causes me a lot of concern.
Great. Thank you. Seeing no one else in the room, we can open it up to online comments. Tiffany, please.
Hi, Douglas Cooley. This was recently presented to the Village Court Resident Council in Mountain Village. They too had concerns about infrastructure. I believe that was from a parent, and specifically connections to Telluride. To start off with, as a disabled e-bike user, I would have concerns about the previous speaker's objections to e-bikes. I don't think that those are grounded in a non-discriminatory basis in fact. A couple of minor comments on Mr. Davies' presentation. I wouldn't think of this survey as a statistical sample, but rather an expression of interest. The interest in Telluride may very well retain that same higher level than in Mountain Village, but that needs more work. And I think we need more work on the connections between Mountain Village and Telluride. There's a history there, which goes to some of the current issues, which I will not go into now, but Mountain Village has been trying to get an underpass built connecting to Lawson Hill for 7-8 years now. And there's utility relocation issues there. As far as I understand it, CDOT is telling them it doesn't make any sense. And that is something that can be looked at with those various route alternatives, including a overpass connection to Lawson Hill, better access point, a better grade, and a better grade access to Telluride properly. And I think that type of discussion would be good. And so I'm in support, but we need more work on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tiffany. Anybody else? We'll close public comment. Any further questions or thoughts from council on this program?
I just have a quick question. I'm just curious, this is obviously a proposal for an e-bike share program, which I think, we all have, some level of concern about, e-bike safety and stuff like that. We've seen some pretty, scary crashes from local people and just the speeds that they're able to achieve. Even, we've talked about possibly putting some sort of a governor system on them. I'm just curious why we also haven't explored initially just a regular bike share program and seeing if there's interest for that, as far as like putting, community bikes at large free parking areas and then allowing those to be used around town as just regular bikes versus just jumping into the e-bike world. I don't know if
My thoughts are is that the library already has a program pretty similar to that is decently popular. I don't know the exact size of their program currently, but I have interest in this because I view this as a way to actually reduce traffic impacts in our town. I think that the people who want to ride a traditional bicycle are going to ride a traditional bicycle. The appeal of an e-bike is that ease of mobility and that it is a way to reduce the amount of cars on our road, which I think does help alleviate traffic concerns in our residential neighborhoods most of all, as well as being the biggest supporter of reducing greenhouse gases to support our climate action goals.
Thank you, Dan. Any other comments, Eleanor?
I did have a similar thought to Ashley's. Like, we do live in a fairly small town. I acknowledge there are like some hills, but I wonder if a regular bike program would be a better. I don't want to invest in something that we decide pretty quickly isn't actually the solution to the problem. But I did have the same, I ride a regular bike around town. I don't have an e-bike and it's totally fine. And so I had that thought. In theory, I'm really on board with this program. I'm concerned about the bikes being left all over town. I'm concerned about, people being irresponsible in how they ride the bikes, particularly after a festival. I do have some concerns about kind of, the maybe not legal liability, but just the liabilities that come along with something like this. But I also recognize that it is a, really viable form of transportation that is pretty green, not as green as a regular bike, but that said, a good solution. So I'm a little on the fence on this one. I think, with my value set, I I'm 100% on board with this, but then with some of the other logistics that come along with it, I do just have a few concerns that I don't know if the program can really address. It's more about human behavior.
Kristen?
Do we as a town have any regulations on e-bikes right now? Or can anyone ride them?
We
I will defer
created
to Ze-
some regulations that
There-
can age, what is it, 15?
So the state of Colorado has some regulations of how e-bikes need to function through traffic and things along those lines. As far as an age limit on who can ride them, I don't think we have that off the top of my head from in our municipality.
Because it is kind of like a motorcycle. I mean,
Yeah, but there are different types of e-bikes. And again, that goes back to state regulations. So if we're just talking about, strictly the type of e-bikes that we have here, which are push assistant,
Pedal
not
assistant.
throttle, which is a type 3. Again, I'm not the expert on this, but there are some pieces of that. And then within like town park or a river trail or aspects, again, we focus on the type of e-bikes and restricting that. So throttle-based e-bikes have restrictions.
Okay, and I mean, I understand the reducing greenhouse gases, but, do we really see this as people commuting from anywhere else around town and leaving their cars? Or do we think people are gonna use it just to check it out and try it? Or and what's the cost sharing of it? Is it program here and then a different program in Mountain Village? So we're paying 500, they're paying 500, county's paying 500. What's the share cost? And because it's 50 bikes, I mean, are helmets required if they rent it? Things like that. I mean, I'm concerned with the safety. 50 e-bikes is a lot. If it's gonna replace cars, I could get on board with that, but if it's just kind of for, let's all get e-bikes and share them, then I think we have bigger fish to fry, personally, for the costs.
I do just want to quickly jump in, and maybe Darren started this or it's in his memo. This all stems from our climate action plan and a very defined goal that this stems from to help specifically with the greenhouse gas emissions and the transportation aspect. I think a lot of those other details can be thought out as this is the initial stage of strictly feasibility. And I think that's always important to.
Right, I mean, if you're gonna
maintain.
get someone to not drive their car from Lawson Hill and drive an e-bike instead, if they can rent it, then that's reducing greenhouse gases. But if their kid is gonna ride their bike and they're still gonna get driven to school, then it defeats the purpose, I think.
I mean, anecdotally, I use my e-bike all the time, and including from trips from the East End, just going to Clark's. So I think there would be, I think it is unknown to all the exact amount of utilization that would occur.
Yeah.
But I think it is fair to say that there would be at least some reduction in drive traffic.
Or maybe start with less bikes instead of 50.
Ashley?
Some thoughts?
Yeah, I think that I think we might be putting the cart before the horse a little bit with this project. We're looking at doing like a Mountain Village, Town of Telluride, county kind of regional transport vision with this. And I just don't feel like we have the road infrastructure currently available for that to actually be a viable option for these. I think that the reality is that you might be looking at some Lawson Hill to town, possibly. I will say that to what Dan was talking about, that he rides his e-bike all over town. I also ride my e-bike all over town. I think that there might be a percentage of the population that would like an e-bike that, couldn't afford to buy one on their own. And maybe we look at putting together to start maybe like a e-bike purchase assistance program. I know that a lot of communities have done that, where you get like a rebate so that you can help offset the purchase of an e-bike. I just am like, I think that the people in the town of Telluride that want e-bikes probably have e-bikes for the most part. There's a percentage that we could maybe assist with a payment program. Until we have like a bikeable, e-bikeable, there is an argument that you could ride mountain bikes between Telluride and Mountain Village. That is kind of a gnarly ride. But until like we have that road infrastructure where you could safely take an e-bike from Telluride to Mountain Village, I'm just concerned that like this might not be the best transit option for us right now. I would like us to look at building those things to create that interconnectivity so that biking, whether it's on a, regular pedal bike or e-bike, would be a possibility as a commute between Telluride and Mountain Village. I feel like we're doing this before we're ready to.
I think we need some more information from demand, from logistics, is the tourist tie-in, and also things that we're trying to do is help the businesses and not hurt the businesses. And I have a concern for that as well within how people rent stuff. So I think I need more information to give direction. Elena?
In terms of like the practicality of this being a solution for commuters, I struggle to see a world where this would be where people would use this to commute from, say, Lawson Hill, not knowing that they would then have one available to ride home. Like, I think that's the kicker here is like, if we actually want to find commuter transit, I just don't know if this system is reliable enough for people who are commuting day to day to know that that bike is going to be there in the morning when they have to get to work, and that bike is going to be there when they need to get home. Because, you know, with these different locations that are kind of spread out, like 50 is a lot, and it's also not that much.
Yeah.
If you end up with 20 of them in Lawson and 20 of them at the park, and, you know, you're working at the school and there aren't any in your vicinity, is this actually helpful at, you know, the cost that is not insignificant? So I think I go back to, like, in theory, I'm like totally on board with this. In practicality, I just don't know if it's the best solution for us. And I already am like hearing the people who are going to come in and complain about e-bikes being like left all over the sidewalk everywhere. That's my other real concern. Like, I go to cities and little bird scooters and Lime scooters are just strewn all over the place. And I don't know if that would happen here, but I'm really sensitive to the possibility of that being a problem. Maybe it wouldn't be, but I don't know if we could have enough parking stations in proximity to where people want to be that would then take up vehicle parking. It's just like,
We just need more information on
Yeah.
this. And that's what,
Yep.
because we're now that we've dove into this, there's so many aspects to it we need answers to. And another point is Smart chimed in on this. You know, if we're talking about the commuter side of it and what their thoughts are, I just don't have enough information to give direction.
But on some of that, though, I think that that's why this is a pilot program and why we're talking about these initial early steps. I think some of the concern you're raising are valid and things that we should analyze and make sure that we have at least potential solutions for. But part of a pilot program, in my mind, like this, is to gauge its feasibility, see how much demand there is from our community, and then hammer out some of those sticking points along the way, and then also start to build the demand. When you have the infrastructure there and it's available, people might have a little uncertainty about it now, but if it's a good option, they try it, they like it, they utilize it more. And that, to me, is part of the benefit that we're trying to achieve, is to support these programs that do reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, support our climate.
And I just wanted to interject and say, I think this conversation is exactly what Darren is trying to get out of this. There isn't any formalized direction or stamp of approval on this plan. And correct me if I'm wrong, Darren, but simply to give you an update on this feasibility study and get these concerns and feedback for them to work on.
And we need you to come back and with all the questions and then some answered before we can invest, you know, $500,000 in this thing.
I also struggle with it being a pilot program and having a price tag like that. It's like, that seems counterintuitive to me. I just wanted to chime in on Smart. So I know that Smart right now does not have the, capacity to take on this project to manage it. So they're interested to see what the towns come up with, but they're not interested in taking any sort of a management role in this program, just because they don't have the personnel to handle it.
And I think that's part of the information we need. What are the tie-ins from the county and Mountain Village in terms of commuter versus use within your own towns and what the goals are? And think it's great. I'm generally in support of it, but I have too many questions to give further green light until there's more information. Mario?
Just another thing about thinking deeper into the future is, as Society Turn is built out, I think this kind of program, you know, after a pilot program and were to be expanded, might be really helpful. But there would be.
And that would go back to Ashley's
Yeah,
concern, the
exactly.
traffic studies and future plans and how to make it work when you put that additional, use on the bike path or the people who go rogue on the street and all that stuff. And again, we're getting way too much in the
Yes.
weeds right now. think you've given you enough direction on what we need to consider this. We just need a lot more information.
And again, I just want to hone in. This is just a feasibility study that they'll continue, and I think these are great inputs for that, but in no way is council asking to give any direction on implementing this project at this time.
Right.
And I just, super quick clarification, the pilot idea was a Mountain Village Town Council suggestion. It wasn't necessarily like a staff recommendation, just to consider that. I mean, given the upfront.
And that's
investment.
also part of what we could do is wait and see how it goes in the village. Totally different topographies, different layouts, different everything. But I think you guys got plenty of direction. Thank you both for your time on Zoom and being patient with us as we ran a little late. It's much appreciated. Darren, thank you as well.
Yeah, this is great.
And we will adjourn for lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to reconvene this Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting at 1:04 PM. And we are in person at Rebecca Hall as well as hybrid and on. Next agenda item is public comment, non-agenda items. There's one exception for today, is that there is an agenda item that you can comment on, and that's what started off our meeting, which was the statement from Councilperson Kristen Permakoff. Please keep in mind that each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. And overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. Is there anybody in the room for public comment?
Good afternoon. You guys didn't have much time for lunch, so I'm impressed. We're able to eat fast. I'm Cammie Nichols. I live at 300 Mahoney, and I'm here just on behalf of the Chair 7 Community Coalition folks. I noticed a new Hark development notice, application notice sign on the bridge to Carhenge. So I scanned the little QR code and I didn't see any new meetings or any new information. So I just sort of kept poking around. And I came up with a letter. I think it was seeking a waiver of conflict for an attorney, Jim Mahoney, for representation. Zoe might be able to answer my question.
I'm like, what is this? Yeah.
Back in November, like mid-November. And it referenced the scope of work would include zoning and land use applications. And it would involve the Telsky, which is maybe wonder, because last I understood, we weren't gonna be working on Tract Y or doing anything with Telsky on Tract Y. So I just wanted to make sure that that was still the case.
So this is a larger scope of easements. So we're just consulting with Jim Mahoney on looking at the easements for us to look at that development in the future, and that development being Carhenge and Laudel for the town.
Gotcha. It goes-
Which may include Telsky if the easements require coordination with them.
That
But
makes perfect
separate from Track Y.
Okay,
Yep.
Great. I was just seeking clarification. So thank you. Appreciate that. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment in the room and open up any public comment online if there's anyone with their hands raised. Tiffany?
I'm muting Douglas Tooley.
Hi, Doug Tooley. I'm up for the for an Ecology Commission appointment here in just a bit. I did want to address my current legal situation in advance of that. That is certainly just the existence of it is a valid reason to deny that appointment or not to make that appointment. I would hope you would be as explicit as possible on the effects of that. I certainly argue that the intent of these charges is to silence me. Lots of evidence on that. As all of you have seen, at least some of which. And just very quickly, I'll mention the immigration attorney, Suzanne Ross, for one. And in general, we need accountability and responsibility. Paul Reich, the only candidate for the County Commissioner District 2 seat, which is Mountain Village, Lawson Hill, talks about the difference, but I'm not sure there is a difference. And he has, in 2 separate occasions, been involved in previous misdemeanor actions, and I now face a felony action, all based on gossip, and I am certainly not going to stand down. And but I do understand if you need to not make me eligible. Thank you.
Mr. Tooley, thank you very much for that. Tiffany, is there anybody else with their hand raised?
Seeing none.
All right, we'll be closing public comment for this meeting. That brings us to agenda item number 4, presentations and proclamations, and there are none. And that will bring us to agenda item number 5, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, February 16th, 2026, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, and these seats are being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county residents. Ecology Commission, these also being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, these seats are also being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. And Public Art Commission, and these are also being considered today. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And that brings us to 5B, Public Art Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term. And it looks like we're going to be stuck with Piper for a while.
Thank you, Mayor.
Get to have Piper.
Thank you, Dan. As you said, there is 1 alternate seat vacancy occurring, and it is on Public Art Commission, and it is Amy Schilling's seat, which just expired in January 11th, and she is reapplying for this seat. She has served on Public Art Commission since December 2023. And there's only been 1 meeting of PAC in that time, and she was in attendance. Staff recommends reappointing Amy to an alternate seat for a term of 2 years, which would be effective immediately. And I believe that she is with us today.
Hi, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Excellent. I'm available for any questions. Basically, I'm just excited I would like to be involved with the arts in Telluride. I've lived there basically since 91. I did leave for about 10 years, but my income was still based in Telluride, through Telluride Gallery of Fine Art. And I just have a vested interest. I want to share the arts, and I would like to be part of that.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anybody here to comment on Amy's application for this in the room? Seeing none, anybody online with their hand raised, Tiffany? Seeing none, then I would like to open it up for any questions that council has for Amy or Piper or discussion.
I feel like this is a great community member who clearly has a background in the arts and wants to continue serving on this board. So I feel confident that she'll continue to be a great member, and hopefully we'll have more meetings soon. I'm your liaison, and I want us to have more public art. So
I love that. I think it is an important part of a community, and I think Telluride is so exquisite. I would love to see more public art, and I would love to be part of that. It's serving. It's definitely serving.
Great. Any other questions or comments from council or discussion?
Nope, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to reappoint Amy Schilling to an alternate seat on the Public Art Commission for a term of 2 years effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from Kristen and a second from Elena. Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Maria, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Amy, thank you very much for your willingness to serve the Telluride community.
Thank you so much, truly.
Okay, that brings us to 5C, Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events, 1 regular seat and 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term. And I'll hand it off to Piper.
Thank you. So as you said, there is 1 regular seat and 1 alternate seat vacancy occurring on case, and we have 3 applicants to choose from. The first applicant is Catherine Warren, and she has served on case since let's see, 2018, and she is reapplying to serve another term. We have two brand new applicants, Carl Hauser and Sarah Gluckstern, and they're both new applicants to CASE. Staff recommends, if you deem appropriate, reappointing Catherine Warren to a regular seat for a 2-year term, which would be effective February 18th, 2026, and appoint either Carl Hauser or Sarah Gluckstern to an alternate seat for a 2-year term, which would be effective immediately. And I'm not sure who all is here. I know that Catherine is, and I believe that Sarah, I haven't heard from Carl.
Yes.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
Everyone is here.
We're all
That's great.
here.
Perfect. Piper, thank you very much. I think probably the best thing to do is hear from each of the applicants. And just if they feel comfortable in saying a little bit about their applications and start there. We'll have Catherine go first. Wherever you want.
Just at a microphone.
Favorite microphone.
I can't see Teddy from there, but so I'm Catherine Warren. I have been the chair for the last just shy of 2 years once Sasha stepped down from her seat. I am, of course, a county seat holder as a Lawson Hill resident. I used to be a town seat holder. I also started out as a regular member, then I went to an alternate member position so that we could allow Claudia to participate on CASE, and she's been a wonderful asset. And then when things shifted, I came back over to a regular member. And I'll be on an agenda item coming up shortly about our budget season or our budget allocations. And it's just been a great opportunity serving on CASE. I would like to also point out that I'm thrilled that with both of the candidates, in the past, just for context for the newer council members, I applied 2 times before I got appointed on my 3rd application. So there used to be a lot of interest in that board. Then there's been some times where we're really looking for seat holders, and I'm really thrilled to see both Sarah and Carl put their names forward. And of course, Sarah offers great nonprofit experience, but Carl also offers a great voice from the lodging sector, which we all know is a huge part of our community. And I'm thrilled that you both are putting your names in the hat. So that's it.
Catherine, thank you very much. Any questions for Catherine? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carl, do you want to go if you want to comfortable saying something? I mean, we always want to give everyone the opportunity.
Hello, my name is Carl Hauser. Many of you probably seen me. I recognize most every face in the room. This is my first time in Rebecca Hall, actually. I've been living here since 2009. I've never walked in this building, but walked by it, obviously, many, many times. I was recommended to apply for a board position by my good friend Tom Nading. He said, why don't you get more involved? And so he was the catalyst for me putting in my application, and I've been dipping my toes into the arts more and more. I volunteer for Ryan Heinreich, who's a good friend of mine, for Shakespeare in the Park this summer. And I've been to pretty much every production of YPT and Telluride Theater. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I think I have a good position in the community to reach places and people that need these funds and could learn more about it. And so I'm all for it. That's all I have to say.
Awesome, Carl. Thank you
Thanks.
very much. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring and your maiden voyage into the council chambers. Any questions from council for Carl? Next, we have Sarah. If you don't have to, but we always give the opportunity if you'd like to say something about your candidacy.
Hi, everyone. Sarah Gluckstern. I'm sorry, my voice is a little off, frog in the throat moment. As you probably know, I've been involved with, I've been a Telluridian my whole life and been living back here 11 years and involved with Telluride AIDS Benefit, Telluride Theater, name the arts organization or cause, I probably have like part of it in some way. Really passionate about it. Also, have a lot of experience with grant writing and reading and stuff. So this felt like a natural extension of my sort of next steps in Telluride. So I saw the opening and just got sort of that like little zing of lightning and was like, maybe this is the moment. So that's it. Thank you
Great.
so much.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Sarah? All right, seeing no questions for Sarah, is there anybody in the room for comment on these three wonderful applicants?
Hi, Matt Lee, Town of Telluride resident. Just want to voice my support for both Catherine and Carl for the appointment. Appreciate all your time.
Great.
Not helpful at all.
Any room for public comment? Seeing none, is there anybody online, Tiffany?
No.
All right, I want to say a sincere thanks to the three of you for throwing your hat in the ring or back in the ring. For the one person that doesn't make it through, we want to make sure we encourage you to come back and you know, because we're going to need you. And we're in the position we always want to be in, which is more choices. So it's a good thing. But we recognize it's not easy to put your name out there, spend the time, and we don't want, you know, the unfortunate person to take it personally. We'd love to have you back. With that, is there any discussion on this?
Yeah, I'll lead it off as the council liaison and former member of CASE. I overwhelmingly would love to see Catherine stay on this board. She's been a great chair. This is a board where a little bit of historical knowledge and familiarity with the process and some of the organizations we work with is really helpful. Not to say that new perspectives aren't great as well, but I think she provides a lot of important experience and continuity. So I think I would just like to advocate for her. In terms of Carl and Sarah, I think they're both great applicants for really different reasons, and I kind of wanted to bring that up. Sarah has a lot of relevant experience with the nonprofit sector and you know, arts and community support. I've interacted a lot with her in that realm, namely TAB, but you know, that really serves the board well. I think that Carl's a really great candidate too, because that diversifies some of the perspectives on the board because he is in the lodging sector. And this board, while, you know, the big thing we always talk about are the nonprofit grants, we also do the event calendar, street closures. So there is a lot of overlap with the tourism engine and kind of the functionality of our town and, you know, how different economic sectors are affected by how many events we have and how we kind of choose to allow those to take up space in our calendar. So, you know, this is a tough one because I think they both bring a lot of expertise in really different fields. And I think our decision is like, who do we think provides a more everyone's valuable. Who do we want to put on the board? Because I sometimes I have a hunch of like who I want to appoint, but I think these are two great applicants. So I'd love to hear what other people think.
Great. Thank you for that. Elena, any other thoughts or comments from council?
I think that they're both great applicants. And thank you guys both for showing up. I think that Sarah has a, you know, particular resume that I think really fits well with CASE. And I would probably elect to promote her and hope that Carl continues to apply and comes back because it's an ever turning wheel. But just for the sake of trying to make a decision because they're both incredible community members and I'm friends of both of us. So that would probably be what I would recommend. And then continue to have Catherine retain her seat as chair.
Any other thoughts or comments?
I think all three of you are great and I really appreciate you applying and I welcome you to the Rebecca Hall, Carl. Fun and games. So yeah, I'm good with either one of you taking the alternate seat, and Catherine, I hope you continue on as the chair.
Yep, we're in a pretty lucky position to have such great applicants, and unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Let me pull.
We'll jump up at once.
I move to reappoint Catherine Warren to a regular seat for a 2-year term effective February 18th, 2026, and appoint Sarah Gluckstern to an alternate seat for a 2-year term effective immediately on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Yes.
And Teddy, yes, it's approved unanimously. Carl, please come back. We're gonna need you.
A second time,
yeah.
Rebecca Hall.
Second of many.
And thank you for that. Obviously, tough decision for us, but again, we were kind of in a no-lose position there. That brings us to agenda item 5D, Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat and 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2-year term.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 applicants for these vacancies on the Ecology Commission, and they are both new applicants to this board, Kayla Bell and Douglas Tooley. I think that they are both with us virtually today. It's recommended that you review the applications and, if deemed appropriate, appoint one of the applicants to a regular seat and one of the applicants to an alternate seat for a 1 or 2-year term that would be effective immediately.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. We would love to hear from both of them. And Kayla, go first, since you're sitting in the room and been here twice today.
Hey, everybody. So you'll see on my application that I am already serving in a capacity on county open space. This just felt like a really nice extension of that. My background is both hobby and professional gardener. When I lived in the Front Range, volunteered with Denver Botanic Gardens with their endangered species at both a state and federal level. So it's been really fun. Telluride obviously has an awesome environment. Ecology Commission would be awesome just to contribute to in a community respect. So thanks for your consideration.
Great. Thank you so much. Any questions for Kayla? Nope. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. It's much appreciated. And then do we have Doug online? Tiffany. Great.
Hi, is my camera on?
No, but you should be able to turn it on, Douglas, if you try again.
There we go.
Yeah.
Let me pull over. I am driving. I'm in El Centro, California, a very Hispanic community. Just came out of the Walmart over here for a medical appointment, a recurrence of an issue which has not been well managed. So you heard me just speak. My resume is in the packet. I have considerable environmental experience in an economically aware context. And I believe strongly that economically, what we are seeing for the damage to our environment, to our ecology, is an absolute crisis and is being tied up in legal misrepresentations and political prostituting to the oil and gas industry by the Democratic establishment, which is now changing. And I think I have the leverage to do so, and effectively. And I have enjoyed working with you all over the years. I certainly spend a lot of time listening to a lot of meetings, and I think I'm very well qualified for the position. That said, I understand the efforts that are in place right now, and if you need to not consider me, that would be fine. Thank you.
Doug, thank you very much. Any questions for Doug? Seeing no questions from council, is there anybody in the room for public comment on either of these 2 candidates? Seeing none, are there any hands raised to comment on either of these two candidates? Any further discussion from council?
Sure. As council liaison for the Ecology Commission, I'd recommend appointing Kayla Bell and waiting for Mr. Tooley's legal issues to clear.
I also wanted to mention I've been actively recruiting someone for the Ecology Commission, and I think they might apply, and I think they would be a great member. So knowing that that is a potential in the near future, that's also something to consider, who I think would have a great resume for this position. I do have some concerns around appointing someone with some open charges. I think I would prefer to not do that. But I think Kayla seems like she would be a great addition, and I'm hopeful that we can maybe get some more applicants and see if there's also another good fit for this board.
I also just have concern that Mr. Tooley may not meet the qualifications required to fill this seat. Per his own admission in previous public comments, it does not seem as though he resides within the county currently. And so that, to me, in addition to those legal troubles, gives me enough concern to, at least at the moment, leave the seat vacant. I think his experience and his commitment to public service is demonstrated and is relevant. So I do want to acknowledge that, Mr. Tooley. But I think that there's enough other issues that my preference at this time would be to leave that seat vacant and to appoint Ms. Bell to a regular seat.
And then Piper, just so council can be clear, what is the residency requirements and just so everyone can understand that?
Well, so either of these seats could be filled by a town or county resident. However, with regard to Mr. Tooley's residency, I would have to defer to legal on where it stands. His address he listed is a public building in Mountain Village, which I believe that he is still allowed to do. And maybe Tiffany might want to speak on this.
Ken as well.
Need to put anybody on the spot.
Yeah, no, it's just good. It's good educational opportunity for us to understand the rule. So, I mean, it's less to be more specific. It's just, if we think that's a challenge for us, then we should hear it. And if neither Kevin or Tiffany has a problem with it, then.
I'm happy to address residency. So the way we establish residency for the election, it all comes down to intent. I think that Mr. Tooley has made a few statements in the past that he is currently unhomed. However, his intent is to always return to either town of Telluride or the town of Mountain Village. And so just because he has currently left the San Miguel County does not necessarily mean he has lost his residency status here if his intent is to return. And so I would believe that I would just question Mr. Tooley about his intent to return. He has made those statements prior, so I'm not concerned that he's not eligible based on his residency status at the moment.
Great. Tiffany, thank you very much for clarifying that. Any other comments from council?
If I may.
If you want to clarify that, Doug will give you that opportunity.
Yes, I was an 11-year resident of Village Court Apartments where I still retain community connections in spite of efforts to obstruct those in violation of the Constitution. That eviction was done on the basis of this criminal charge, not a conviction. And I would argue that Mountain Village was actually at the start, and this is all the part of that larger intent. I am registered to vote at Town Hall in Mountain Village. And I am currently wintering, as I do every year, near Yuma, Colorado, at the other end of the headwaters, speak ecologically, at the other end of the Colorado River drainage. And my P.O. box is 111. I scored an excellent P.O. box in Telluride, and I do intend to move there as soon as I can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. Any further questions from council?
Not a question, but I think the legal issues are still a concern for me, even if the residency piece has been clarified. So
I would agree. I think that
Yeah.
the unresolved legal cases are of concern.
Yeah, there's some concern for me. I'm a little conflicted on that. I do like to believe there's innocence till proven guilty, but you know, I also see that that does complicate things for us as well. So I understand both sides of it. If there's, unless there's any further questions or discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Kayla Bell to a regular seat on the Ecology Commission effective immediately for 2 years. For 2 years.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. That is approved unanimously. And then we have to address the alternate for you?
Nope.
Or we can let it go?
It's just a
Just-
vacancy.
We'll keep the vacancy.
Yep.
Okay. Great. That's how we will move forward and continue to advertise that vacancy. That brings us to agenda item 5E, Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat and 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term.
Thank you again. So before I start, I want to say that JJ Osla's application is in your packet, but however, he withdrew his application after packet publication. So now there are 3 applicants for these 2 seats, and Mr. Osla is not one of them. The first applicant is Andres Vargas Johnson. The second is Chris Uline, I'm probably butchering that, and Kayla Bell. These are all new applicants to Parks and Rec. Let's see. Their applications are attached to your memo, and I believe that 2 of the applicants might still be here, and maybe all 3, I'm not quite sure. It's recommended that by staff that you choose one of the applicants to serve in a regular seat, which would be effective February 20th, and appoint one of the applicants to an alternate seat, which would be effective immediately on Parks and Rec, and you can choose whether they would be a 1 or 2 year term.
Great. Piper, thank you. Just to be clear to council, Delton Pool's seat is the one that's coming up.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's why it was a little confusing to me. So I asked the question of, do we really have 1 or 2 seats? So we do have 2 seats because of Delton's seat.
I'm
will be-
sorry, I didn't make that
Nope,
clear.
nope,
Yes,
you're-
his
you're-
term is expired.
Yep. No problem at all. I just want to make sure, since I knew I wasn't clear on it, I wanted to make sure everyone else was clear. You might have been, you might not have been. And so with that, I know we have 2 of the applicants in the room. If they would like to say something, we can start with Kayla, and then is Andres, he's online too. So we'll be able to hear from all 3, which is great, but we'll start with Kayla first.
Hey, everybody. I definitely have experience for this, but I love that I just got appointed to ecology. So if it's okay with you guys, I would love to withdraw and give 2 other people opportunity at this commission, if that's okay.
I think that's very awesome of you to do that. So Kayla, thank you for that. That's going to make life a little easier on us. But I still would love to hear from both applicants anyway. Chris, if you want to step up, we just love to hear a little bit anyway.
Hi, I'm Chris Uline. Seen you guys all quite a bit recently. So I recently went for the town council seat, and Maria got it, and she's very qualified. And one thing I learned from that is that rather than swing big for the fence over there, if I will, maybe start with a smaller commission and start to learn how the town politics work. Talking to Teddy at one of the meet and greets, he said he got his start at the Parks and Rec Commission, and chatting with Jim Denny and some other people on it, I think it'd be a good place for me to start. I would be very okay with the alternate or the primary seat. Again, just trying to learn my way into what makes this town tick and what makes you guys do what the things you do. So thank you.
Great, Chris. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. Any questions for Chris while he's in the room? All right, we would love to hear from Andres if you can unmute him.
Drop back, so let me get him going again.
All right.
Hey guys, how are you doing? Sorry, I'm at work at Alpino Vino, so the service is a little spotty. But
You look so fancy.
yeah. Yeah, excited for the opportunity. I've been participating in Park Rec League ever since I moved here in 2016. I've worked for SPUG since 2021. I just love being involved with things going on in town. Good insight into music. What makes exciting about that.
Hey, Andre.
You're breaking up a little bit on us, Andreas. I think we,
Turn off your camera.
yeah, that'll help.
It's just the audio.
And that we love your outfit.
photo, though.
Yeah.
She's so cute.
And Cupcake won't be able to photobomb you. Do we still have them now, audio only, or we lose them?
I
Okay.
mean, I think we have enough to
we
move
have-
forward.
I know Andreas
Yeah.
and with the alibi and SBG and all that, I think we have a pretty good idea of his qualifications for the candidacy. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on either of these two candidates? Seeing none, any hands raised online? Tiffany?
No.
Any further discussion from council?
I would like to put Chris in the regular position and Andres in the alternate. I think Chris is, or I can call you Chris. I haven't actually met you. Feels so casual. I think he's shown continued interest in being more involved, and I'm really excited to see him apply for this position. And I am friends with Grace, and I think he would be great as the alternate. And that's how I would move forward.
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions or discussion? Without that, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Chris Uline to a regular seat effective February 20th, 2026, and appoint Andres Vargas Johnson to an alternate seat effective immediately on the Parks and Rec Commission for a term of 2 years.
Second.
Both.
Oh, sorry.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Maria. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you both for willing to step up and serve. And Kayla, thank you for serving on 2 already. And we appreciate that you stepped down.
And just for the listening public in particular, there will be 3 more vacancies on this board in the next 2 months. So please stay involved and interested. So including the alternates, if you want to move up, that also is an opportunity at this time. Thank you. Just
Yeah.
wanted to throw that in there.
And I'll throw in there as a 13-year veteran of that board, it's a good one. It's lots of fun. Stephanie does a great job. I'm not just saying that because you're sitting over there. But it's a good one to get your feet wet, so to speak, and how town operates on the inside a little bit. So we'd love to see people apply for that as the openings come up. And Piper, do you have anything else for us?
That's it for me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
know,
Thanks for having me,
Yeah,
Council.
yeah. Yeah, All right, that brings us to agenda item number 6, consent calendar. I test everyone has reviewed the minutes of the regular meeting on January 6th and the special meeting on January 7th. Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes, the consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 7, public hearing. There are no public hearing items. And that gets us to action items. Action item 8A, consideration and action on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events case funding recommendations for 2026. And we do have Stephanie Jacquet and Amanda Balti here. And Catherine is
Thanks
newly
for reappointing me,
appointed.
council.
This could have been awkward.
Can't get rid of me yet.
And before you guys get started with your presentation, I just wanted to make this sentiment and statement. Obviously, we've been looking at our budget currently with the uncertainty of the previous month and the coming months. But it was determined by staff in our modeling that case funding was an important lever and mechanism for community support during this time and special events, which will help bolster our economy. So we did not take into account reducing this funding at all within that modeling or recommendations that we gave to council.
Great. I would like to add one other thing. I am a board member of the Telluride Society for Jazz, which is up for one of the line items of approval in this because it's a blanket approval question. I discussed with Kevin Geiger, our legal counsel, if I had a conflict. There is no conflict unless we bring that up specifically. And if we do bring up any questions for the Telluride Society for Jazz specifically, I would be happy to recuse myself and step out of it.
I have a few conflicts as well. I'm
Just a
not gonna
couple.
list them all, but
More
um,
12.
yeah, 1 million conflicts. So, but yeah, this is a blanket approval. So if anything specific comes up, I mean, Amanda, you know all my conflicts.
I do.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I can do similarly for Telluride Theater, though. I don't think that there's going to be an issue with conflict on this for any of us.
Great.
Do I need to list? Do you
No,
want?
no,
Okay.
since Amanda is aware of them, she'll
We're good.
mention it. and-
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we have, again, if any of the individual organizations come up specifically, we will recuse if necessary for myself, Ashley, and Elena. With that, we will hand it back over to you.
All right, thank you. And good afternoon, Town Council and Mayor Errico. I think everybody knows me, but just in case you don't, I am Amanda Baldsley. I'm the Special Events Manager for the Town of Telluride, and one of the two case staff. And this is Catherine Warren. She is our now reappointed board chair. Thank you very much for that. It's been awkward. So we're gonna talk to you guys about the case funding recommendations. So on January 7th, case voted unanimously to approve the recommended grant allocations, which were provided to you in your packet in 2 spreadsheets. One would be for arts and special events and the other for community support. That showed the recommended grant amounts for 2026 along with their request amounts. So you can see what they requested and then what they were allocated or recommended to be allocated by case. During the 2026 grant cycle, case consisted of 6 members. We're usually 7, but we went down to 6 during the grant cycle. Currently in the room, Courtney McElhenney, who is on case board, and I know I saw Claudia Garcia Corzo also online. So those 2 of our other board members are here as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the application process with you guys, kind of the administration side of it. And then Catherine will talk about the review process and how they kind of got to the point of allocating them, recommending the allocations that they're recommending to you today. So the 2026 application and guidelines were included in your packet. If you read through them, I would be very impressed because the application is fairly long. But hopefully you guys will reference it. So the staff memo outlines case's mission, commission composition, and duties. As background for this item, it also discussed case's budget and grant process, which, as I mentioned, we'll go through now. Case accepts and reviews grant applications, which fall into 2 separate categories. One is arts and special events, and one is community support organizations. The 2 grant categories do differ slightly in terms of eligibility and criteria, items funded and use of funds. Quick example is arts and special events. All of that money has to be used within the town of Telluride. Community support, all of the money has to be accessible for used for programs that are accessible to the town of Telluride community. So there's a slight difference there. Municipal Code Section 2-6-50B requires that grant funds allocated by town council for arts and special events and those allocated for community support must be kept separate. So we don't commingle those accounts. So there's a specific amount for arts and special events and a specific amount for community support. So the grant application was opened on August 7th, 2025. And applications were due by 11:59 p.m. on September 22nd. And that is a hard deadline. If anyone comes in after that, we have to say, I'm sorry, the grant is closed, which I have had many years in the past. CASE does host a grant forum every year during their September CASE meeting. And it's open to all applicants to ask general questions. Basically, Catherine and I go through the process and kind of update people if there's any changes to the grant process or the application. And it's open for any questions. We strongly recommend people attend this forum, especially new applicants or people who haven't written a grant in a few years. But it's open to everyone. This year, we received 43 total applications consisting of 30 community support applications and 13 arts and special events applications. And this is kind of the breakdown of what we got versus last year. And 2025 versus 2026 for arts and special events, the number of applicants was the same. In 2025, there was a very large ask by one of the organizations, which is why you can see that there's about a $40,000 difference between the two from last year. The ask between last year and this year, the applicants were the same. They just adjusted their ask this year to be a little bit less substantial. Thank you, Dan. That was the word I was looking for. Community support, we went from 29 applicants last year to 30 this year. We had a few shuffle, couple disappeared, one or two came in, and there was a slightly larger request amount this year versus last year. And then for funding wise, last year, well, we asked for and town council approved a 2% adjustment to the arts and special events allocation money. So it went up to 277,415 and a 5% increase for community support and went up to 419,333, which I'm kind of confused by the 33 piece, but you know, it made my calculations a little bit more difficult. So anyways, that's kind of the funding and kind of the background timelines. And then I'm going to turn this over to Catherine and she can talk about review and allocation process.
And I apologize, I'm going to have to read a lot of this because as you may imagine, I did not have a lot of time to prepare for this meeting because life has been lifing. So the case commission review process goes like this. Each commission member rated each application according to its adherence to the stated review criteria through the GoSmart system on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being poor and 5 being excellent. Each commission member based their allocation recommendations on these criteria, and the ratings were averaged per application per criterion and presented to the commission for the January meeting. Each commission member submitted a worksheet to staff in which they allocate up to the maximum funds available, but no amount to applicants with which they have a conflict of interest. Staff compiles all commission member allocations into one worksheet. Major kudos to staff. That is a lot of numbers and a lot of spreadsheet lines to keep track of, in which the high and low cash grant amounts are eliminated for each applicant and the remainder is averaged. The resulting average allocation amount for each applicant is presented to the commission at the January meeting as a starting point for the allocation discussion. Next one. At the January meeting, CASE discussed the review criteria ratings, the application discrepancy matrix, financial analysis, and average allocation amounts, and makes any adjustments to the grant allocation amounts as agreed to by a majority. As you can see here, this is the review criteria. We spent a lot of time over the years before my time just really honing in on this criteria, and I think we're at a really good spot with our review process and the criteria as well. And I'd like to also note, back to Zoe's earlier comments before we started this presentation, reading these applications this year was very sobering at the end of December because some of the applications for perhaps ski programs, we weren't sure. I was like, I'm going to look at the grant application as it was written in September, but certainly, I mean, there's been a lot of uncertainty in the last few weeks. So as a CASE board member that takes this position very seriously, and it's an honor and a privilege, I'm really grateful that we're not going to anticipate an adjustment to the allocations for these organizations because it is an amazing community support. Next slide. So in addition to requiring mid-year reports from all organizations receiving greater than or equal to $20,000, the commission added the following requirements to specific funding agreements. It's under the arts and special events category. Excuse me. These first two are pretty standard. We do this each year. Palm Arts provide an end-of-year report on the use of venue subsidy funds by November 15th, 2026. Venue subsidy funds shall only be given to nonprofit organizations. And then Sheridan Arts Foundation, aka the Sheridan Opera House, the same thing, provide an end-of-year report on the use of venue subsidy funds by November 15th, 2026. And those funds can only be used for nonprofits as well. And then Telluride Arts, TCAH, 17,400 of it must be allocated directly to fund artists through the Small Arts Grants Program. And that was outlined in their budget proposal in their application.
So, assuming you all approve the recommended allocations, post-grant follow-up, this is something we started a couple years ago or kind of reintroduced a few years ago. I will share the following with each applicant with their funding agreement. So I write out a funding agreement for all 43 applicants, as well as share their kind of review follow-up, their average rating criteria. So that kind of green to red little thing that we did. I will take the average rating criteria and send that over, as well as application discrepancies. So if somebody forgot to sign a W-9 or their budget was from the wrong year or whatever, that's shared with them. So they're aware of some places that they may or may not have gotten dinged on their application. And then also I share consolidated comments from commission members. So they're anonymous comments, but commission members have the opportunity to make a comment about, hey, this application is great and what you're doing is awesome, or I would love to see this, this, and this for next year, or, and that's all shared anonymously. And on occasion, they actually do contradict each other, which is kind of interesting when I'm reading these things, because something will come from like Catherine and something will come from Courtney, and they kind of read the application.
Yeah, Courtney and I
differently.
never agree on
No,
anything.
never. I was gonna say Claudia, which probably would have been more accurate. But anyway, so that will be shared with them with their funding agreements, so that they are aware and can make adjustments to next year's applications if they choose to.
I think the main comments I may have left were, not receiving the 2026 budget. It's hard to understand what a program is, what they want to do with our funding. A budget, the right year's budget is not provided. So hopefully that helps them learn some lessons for the next application.
Yeah, it's definitely, we want to make sure they're aware of the discrepancies and the mistakes that were made on their application, so that we can hopefully get a more accurate one the next year.
Great.
And then I have up on the screen the allocation, the recommended allocations, if you all have any questions or for you to review them.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Before we open up for public comment, are there any questions from council to either Catherine or Amanda? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience for public comment, since this is an action item? Seeing none, or any hands raised online?
No.
Great.
Can I just add one more thing as the board chair? I'd like to give a major kudos to both Stephanie and Amanda. We've done a lot of work in the last few years to get our process really in a good spot. And most times when I ask for like, hey, could we have something that looks at this, like they're already ready. They're 2 steps ahead of us, and they really help us do our job, and our volunteer position just goes very smoothly. So I want to give a quick shout out to those two.
Awesome. Thank you for that. It's always good to hear that. Any further discussion from council?
Great work.
Thanks.
Yeah, shout out to you guys, the board, for all the work that you do leading these grants and being so thoughtful in your allocations. I looked over all the numbers, and I think, unfortunately I was on a plane during this meeting and I hate that, but I was kind of like reviewing it, and I can tell that a lot of thoughtfulness went into what was allocated. It wasn't just like even spread of percentages of ask. It was, I could tell that you guys put a lot of thought and care into how you distributed these funds. So thank you.
Unless there's any other discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to move to approve the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events funding recommendations for 2026.
Second?
We have a motion from Kristen and a second from Elena. Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Maria, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation and all that you guys do to help supporting all the locals here. That's great.
Council.
Okay, that brings us to action item 8B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2025 municipal budget by making supplemental appropriations from fund balance and revenue received in excess of those estimated in the 2025 budget. And Kayla here to present.
Thank you. And this is the second and final round of our 2025 budget adjustments. A lot of these were discussed during the 2026 budget process in the fall. And this round of adjustments is especially important to ensure that our total budgeted expenditures do not exceed, our total actual expenditures do not exceed our budgeted expenditures. Otherwise, I'll definitely hear from our auditors and the state after the audit's filed. So in some cases, I'm being a little bit conservative on increasing these expenses. And I'll just go through each fund and some of the larger adjustments in each of those funds. Starting with the general fund for revenues, the largest revenue source in that fund is our sales tax, and increasing that 4%, which we spoke about during the budget process. And then the building permit revenues increasing to the actual revenues received in 2025, which is also a benefit of doing these year-end budget adjustments after the year's over for some of these revenue sources, because we know what the actual numbers are. Sales tax is different since we're always a month behind on that one. We don't know what that is yet. And then the corresponding 20% transfer to the open space and capital reserve funds off top of those revenue sources is also included in your adjustments. We are reallocating the salary reserve line item to other departments for full implementation of the compensation study. And then in the IT department, reallocating those budgets to different line items within the department. In the restricted fund, just one line item to increase the revenue from tree mitigation, and that is in the planning and building department. And then the energy mitigation fund, also increasing the revenues related to the building permits in that fund. And the sustainability project expense line item for geothermal pre-feasibility study and a geothermal test pile project. In the child development fund, just one adjustment to increase the subsidy from the general fund to the child development fund due to grants not coming in quite as high as we hoped they would for 2025, but staff is working on getting the Colorado Shines rating up to hopefully increase that revenue source. And again, need to increase the revenue so that we don't end up with a negative fund balance for the year end. For the capital fund, just one increase in the real estate transfer tax revenue to what we actually received for the year, and then the corresponding 20% to the transfer to the open space and reserve capital improvement funds. For the water and wastewater enterprise funds, increasing the tap fee revenues, which are also come through on the building permit. And then in the housing funds, which include Voodoo, Sunnyside, Shandoka, and Virginia Placer, we are increasing bad debt and vacancy loss for the Voodoo and Sunnyside funds due to prolonged vacancy in several units in those two properties. And then some unexpected maintenance and upkeep, and that division being short-staffed throughout the year. Some increase in HVAC maintenance, boiler and plumbing repairs, replacement of building elements, and outsourcing those items. In our affordable housing fund, increasing the sales tax revenue to be in line with that 4% increase, the same as the general fund. And use tax, which is coming through on the building permit, and then also increasing the housing mitigation and short-term regulatory fees to what we projected during the budget process. On the expense side, the subsidy for the Shandoka F Phase 2 and Virginia Placer 2A construction. And that was approved by town council already. And the town lodgers tax fund, increasing the 2% lodging tax to our projected year-end numbers for that revenue. And then an addition of a communications intern to those expense accounts, the salary and benefit line items, and then the health reserve fund is a new one. I think 2025 was our second year with that fund. So budget adjustments to that fund to be more in line with the actual year-end numbers. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions on these appropriations?
I have a statement at some point, but
Well, we will hear from the public first, and then we'll wrap it up with statements and comments. Anybody in the room for public comment on this item? Seeing none. Anybody online, Tiffany?
Seeing none.
All right, we'll go to further discussion, and Dan, you're up.
Thanks, Teddy. My comment is around the vacancies at Voodoo and VP2, or excuse me, Voodoo and Sunnyside. We don't need to go into the whole in-depth discussion right now, but those vacancies, we're looking at around $115,000 in vacancy loss. That's equivalent to around 3 units at least vacant the entire year. That to me is concerning and points in my mind as further evidence that our rental housing policies are at the very least causing some harm and at least part of the reason for those continued vacancies. Thank you.
Can I second that?
Um,
I mean, not literally, but I mean,
you can agree.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Any other further comments? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2025 municipal budget by making supplemental appropriations from fund balance and excess 2025 fiscal year revenues and direct the town clerk to set this matter for second reading at a public hearing scheduled for February 24th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Kristen and a second from Dan. Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes.
Dan, yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. And good job. That brings us to action item 8C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 6, Article 4, vending, and Tiffany is here to present.
Yes, thank you. So quick turnaround on this one. It's not typical that we have a work session in the morning and then the first reading in the afternoon, but due to the upcoming deadline for summer applications, that is how we are doing it today. So this morning you heard a work session considering amendments to the vending code, and this is now the corresponding action item on first reading of the ordinance. Essentially, the changes to the vending code being proposed would allow only for the sale of food items from a food cart on public property and no longer allow the sale of merchandise or services on public property. And then also to require that a legitimate food cart be used on those public property sites. And that's for consideration. There's a proposed motion in the staff memo if you approve it.
Great. Tiffany, thank you very much. Any questions on this for Tiffany? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this since it is an action item? Seeing none, Tiffany, anybody? Oh, we have Lolly with her hand raised.
We have Lolly, gonna unmute you.
Hi, everyone. I just have a question as you were sharing this, and I could be mistaken, but so please correct me, but is this applicable to a kid that wants to sell some lemonade on public property, or the moments that you see kids outside of the butcher and the baker with balloons, or like little ways in which they try to do something fun on our main street? Just a question.
Great, Lolly, that's a great point, and Tiffany can answer that for you.
I can answer that, Lolly. No, this would not apply to that. Children 14 years old and under, for the sale of items, I believe it's $10 or less, are exempt from our vending code, so that would still be allowed. Good question.
Great, Lolly, thank you for bringing that up so everyone could hear the answer. Anybody else online?
Seeing none.
Any further discussion from council? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve at first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 6, Article 4, vending, and direct the town clerk to schedule a public hearing for a second reading of the ordinance on February 24th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Ellen and a second from Ashley. Ellen, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it's approved unanimously. Tiffany, thank you for rolling that twice for us today. That brings us to action item 8D. Consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 285 Mahoney Drive, Longwell, Unit B3, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, and Ally Slayton is here to present.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mayor Errico. I'll be sitting with you guys here for the next 3 items. 8D and 8E relate to each other in the sense that both of these are town employee units. So they are deed restricted, but they're both deed restricted for use by town employees. They're not subject to the guidelines. The current owner and occupant of unit B3 desires to relocate into the recently repurchased A2. So this is a bit of shuffling around of employees. Ultimately, though, one of these units will be left vacant for reuse by a newly housed town employee who is yet to be identified. So that's what's most pertinent to know, is that both of these Longwell units are both town employee units, and we're just rehousing one town employee household into a unit that better fits their household needs. So this first item, 8D, is for purchase of the unit that the household currently owns. And then the next item, 8E, would be to sell the unit that we already purchased to that household.
Great, Ally, thank you very much. Would you prefer we keep them separate as 8?
Yes,
Yep.
I think action needs to be taken separately, but they do relate, and I wanted to give you the full picture as to what's going on here.
All right, perfect. Any questions from council on, we'll start with 8D, which is the unit B3.
It's really straightforward.
I don't have any.
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
I'm just making sure. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on 8D? Seeing none, anyone online, Tiffany?
No hands raised.
Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property dedicated to the Town of Telluride employee housing known as Longwell 16, Unit B3, and located within San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Ellen and a second from Kristen. Ellen, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Maria, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. And that leads us into action item 8E, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as 285 Mahoney Drive, Longwell, Unit A2, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And Ally will continue.
Yep, nothing additional to add. Just like I said, the relevant matters to know here are just that this is a town employee deed restricted unit. This is not a guidelines unit. The owner of this unit already vacated. The town currently owns this unit, which is why this is an introduction of an ordinance authorizing us to sell to the town employee that currently occupies unit B3.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions for Ally? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this action item? Seeing none, any hands raised online? Tiffany, just double check. Great. Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on the first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Long Will 16 Unit A2 and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same to be held on February 24th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Kristen. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Maria, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to action item 8F. Consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 398 South Davis Street, which is Element 52, Unit E1, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, and Ally remains in the hot seat.
Thank you very much, Mayor Errico. So in contrast to the last two items that we just discussed, this unit is a guidelines unit. So this unit is subject to the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. It is occupied by a guidelines household who has submitted an intent to sell. That household has owned the unit since 2014. They will now be selling the unit. As usual, the town has a first option on this unit. We had 15 days to exercise that option. That option is just an intent to purchase. So after informally polling each one of the town council members individually via email, I did receive a response back from the majority of you saying that you would at least like to explore the option of purchasing the unit. So this item was agendized rather than the town passing on that option. The option was exercised, but now at this town council meeting, we are discussing whether action will be taken to actually purchase the unit. So if you decide not to purchase the unit at today's meeting, I will communicate that to the current owner, who can accept the withdrawal of the intent or can reject the withdrawal of the intent. If they reject, this item will come back again for consideration of adoption of a resolution, at which point legal will advise you that we should move forward with adoption of a resolution to purchase. If they accept that withdrawal, then we will be under no obligation to purchase the unit and they can move forward with a qualified household. I think another important, we did receive several public comments on this item. So I think one important statement to make is that disposition of this unit has not been decided or discussed by council in any capacity. So all that was determined via email was that this item should be agendized. The intent should be initially exercised. At this meeting, we will discuss with finality whether the unit should be purchased by the town, and then also discuss preliminary what you would like to see for disposition, whether this unit should be entered into a lottery or whether it should be prioritized for town employee placement.
Great. Ally, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Ally?
No.
Great. Before we discuss it further, we do have people that would like to add some public comment on this. So I think we will go for public comment. I believe Kayla Bell was on here for an older
Sorry.
item, just to make sure. And then first up, we have Annalisa Rival. If you'd like to.
I signed in first. I'm gonna let Jocelyn speak for herself. She asked me to give you a packet of stuff she was not able to put in within the 24 hours ahead.
Thank you.
We would ask that you take the time to read some of it. Some of it's just a history of what Ally was explaining. They had a letter written by their attorney and a response from Ally. That's the first stuff in the packet. It's probably not as interesting as some of the later stuff. Anybody wants to take them? I'll read it.
We can share.
Have another one. Somebody else wants one. And I have extras of the backup documentation that's in it, not the PowerPoint that she has. And she emailed it to Tiffany while we were sitting there. If you want to do the PowerPoint, I don't know, but that's what the first pages are.
Sorry, I need it in advance more than just right now.
Yep.
That's what we could do.
Annalisa, do you have anything?
I'll speak after her if that's possible.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I have the order right and for you starting and going back to it. So just want to make sure I got it right. And so we're skipping over Carl as well. Is Carl in the room?
Now we gotta hold up with the schools.
Okay. Then we will hear from Jasmine.
Okay. I am here as a possible purchaser if you guys choose to pass on this option. I wanted to go through just a few things.
Sorry, could you just speak into the microphone a little bit?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
And you do have a time limit I should
Yeah.
warn you of.
Please fully consider the two following arguments. The legal argument, the town has passed their date of you exercising this right. And I have a letter from my attorney that goes more into this that I will explain. As you can see on this slide that you have, it explains more. And I just want you guys to follow the rules that you guys have put everybody to hold everybody else accountable. We have waited the time frame and just want to hold everybody to that as we were held to them. And then my equity argument is it's fundamentally unfair for you guys to reinterpret rules that are in a deed that is 12 years old, that and contractual language alone can be interpreted many ways, but to the way that you guys, the ones that drafted the deed restriction, you had the right to add any ability to extend or have a longer time period at that time. The next page is the documents that I'm going to go through, which number 1 is the owner's intent to sell, which was presented on January 7th, 2026. There are 4 dates I would like you to keep in mind throughout this. January 7th, January 20th, January 22nd, and January 27th, which is today. So the start of this is January 27th, when the owner had sent in his intent to sell the property, which was received by Pamela Schifrin, the executive director of SMRMHA, which started the 15-day option to purchase, which made the deadline January 22nd. The next few pages are the deed, which give you more detail in the deed restriction of the notice of sale and the options of how the owner to sell it.
Yep.
I can just continue to these on.
You can also allocate your time if you'd like, just to Jasmine, that I will allow that. So if you want to do it that way, that works too.
Can Gavin allocate his time instead?
I'd like to allocate this time if that's possible.
Yes, Gavin Yonker can allocate my time, Jasmine.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So the town has its 15 days to exercise this right of purchase. And the deed clarifies that as a notice of purchase rather than an intent to purchase. And back to my timeline, the intent to sell was January 7th, which was received on January 7th, as confirmed by Pamela Schifrin. And the 15-day option started, and the January 22nd was the deadline, which was last Thursday. Today is past that deadline to decide on that, is what a big point of that. You guys did have a meeting on January 20th that you could have added this to fully decide this. You did talk about housing, with the Affordable Housing Fund. allocation, which then I'm going to refer to my mother to talk more about.
Okay, so on the, good job, Jasmine. She's really nervous. It's pretty stressful buying your first home, and having this on top of it is probably, yeah, I can't imagine. So on the 20th, you had a meeting, you discussed funding for affordable housing, taking money out of the Affordable Housing Fund to reallocate it to the Good Neighbor Fund to fund some of the vacancies and some of the, I believe, additional people living in rented housing of the town of Tellurides that are having trouble making their rent because of the current situation with our ski resort. So the funds already being strained by all of those constraints, I'm surprised that you would want, as a taxpayer in the town, and I pay a commercial real estate tax rate, so higher percentage of my taxes. I'm surprised that you want to use those funds to redirect housing from a qualified buyer to a different qualified buyer when you have somebody already willing to buy this unit, which could tie up the funds for any amount of time. And also it does cost money every time you buy and sell a unit. And it also takes the precious time of all of your staff and attorneys, which at this point I assume are very busy. So if you are already have constrained funds, I would just like you to focus on what they said. They have two arguments, that the legal argument and their equitable argument, that there was a bright line on the 20th to exercise this option. You have passed that bright line. And as our attorney has interpreted, that since you wrote the deed restriction, any ambiguity in the deed restriction should inure to the person who did not write that contract instead of the ones who wrote the contract. So defining an ambiguity in the 15th, whether it was an intent or an option to purchase, that ambiguity should benefit them and not the town who drafted it. On the 7th, they delivered and you received the intent. On the 20th, you had a meeting. On the 20th, you also delivered your intent to have this meeting and decide whether you're going to purchase the property. And simultaneously with that, like during the meeting, you sent the intent to the seller. And today is 5 days beyond that date. And that's all that they would like you to keep in mind. They are very qualified buyers. They will proceed with the procedure as outlined. They have been proceeding and they've been waiting for the fully signed contract until that 15-day period expired. That got thrown into a delay because of this, but they would proceed and purchase the unit as soon as possible.
Great.
And yeah, I spent most of my career giving discounts to deed restricted buyers. Without needing to.
Thank you very much. I do think it's important with certain things that were stated, if council wants to, Kevin or Ally wants to respond to, certainly don't have to, but want to give that opportunity before we discuss any further.
Yes, I'm happy. It sounds like all of the documents relevant to this matter have been included in this packet, including the letter that I sent back to their attorney on Friday. So the public has all information in their hands, including the deed restriction. Nothing changes from the letter that council received on Friday, which is the same letter that the public commenters received on Friday. The option has been exercised. That's very clear from the language of the letter, which was sent by staff during town council's meeting, not by town council during town council's meeting, but following direction received via email. That letter was sent by staff to the owner of the deed restricted unit, who we have not heard from. And I think it's very important that the public comments we received so far from members of the public who have no right to this unit, are not under contract to purchase this unit. The town so far has shown that it does desire to purchase this unit. All we're waiting for is a resolution which would authorize signature at closing. This meeting did not need to occur today for a resolution to authorize to execute those documents. That could have occurred in a couple of weeks. The resolution just needs to be passed before closing occurs. This meeting, however, as I said earlier, just gives the most clarity to the current owner and to staff as to how you would like to proceed. Because if that intent does need to be withdrawn, then we would need to have that direction now versus later.
Great. Thank you very much. We've gone through the list of public comment. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, is there anybody online? Tiffany?
Yes. Raise on.
Great.
Gonna unmute Jim Carlson first.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak today. I respectfully ask that you guys vote not to purchase this condo and instead allow it to be sold to a qualified local buyer, especially these ones that have long-time standing ties to the community. The unit is deed restricted and the town exercised its right of first option during the agreed upon period. The period is now passed. Under the terms of the deed restriction, the seller is entitled to sell to a qualified buyer of their choosing. In this case, that buyer is a fellow, longtime local who has waited years for this opportunity and meets all the eligibility requirements. Allowing the sale honors both the letter and the spirit of the deed restriction, which was designed to support locals, not override their opportunities. We also ask that council to consider the broader implications of town purchasing housing units specifically for town employees. When the town uses public resources to compete for limited housing inventory, it creates an uneven playing field for every other employer in the region who does not have access to tax dollars. We just give them to you. Local businesses, nonprofits, and families are placed at a disadvantage, further distorting an already strained housing market. Additionally, tying housing directly to employment raises serious concerns. When somebody's home is contingent on their job, it creates a dynamic that resembles servitude, where the loss of employment also threatens basic shelter. This structure limits worker mobility, discourages advocacy, and concentrates power in ways that undermine a healthy, independent workforce. Housing solutions should empower residents, not bind them to a single employer. I ask that council vote in favor of local buyers and local sellers today, and that you reconsider this practice in the future. Supporting community stability means trusting deed restrictions, respecting long-term locals, and ensuring fair housing access across all employers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jimmy. You can unmute Lee.
You're unmuted.
Hi, Teddy. Thank you very much for letting me talk. This is more along the lines of the legal aspect of it. I spent the last several years in lots of heated debates with the county deed restriction on if they actually had the right to adjust the plat without the owner's permission. I was told countless times by the county affordable housing attorney that they had the right to do that. 2 years later and 4 attorney reviews later by the county, they realized they made a mistake. And while I will say the town has done a fabulous job of making what I call a very well-defined deed restriction, it seems like with the correspondence between Nate Smith and the town attorney is muddy at best. What your town attorney is saying is very similar to what I heard with what Lois was saying. 2 years later, she was proven wrong. This is a local. This is a person who's been here forever. She's a long timer. She grew up here. She went here. And as Jim Carlson said, you're basically putting her at a disadvantage by giving it to the town. All I'm asking for is that just because the town attorney says it's right, doesn't mean it's right. And if you're going to do this based on legal, I would ask that you actually have some other attorneys outside of town review the same documents. Nate Smith is a very qualified attorney to make a decision as well as yours. But what I have learned over these last couple of years of dealing with the county, everyone has their own opinion, and it takes a lot of attorneys to review this. That's all I have to say. And thank you very much for the time.
Great. Thank you, Lee. Is there anybody else, Tiffany?
No, I'm seeing this raised online.
All right. I would give the opportunity for Carl were able to speak. I noticed he walked into the room late and he did sign up, so I would offer that courtesy if he felt the need to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't know what needs to be said about Jasmine and Gavin. Quite honestly, it seems like you have a slam dunk here. It seems like this is the purpose for affordable housing, to attract people like this to work and enjoy our community. I have literally spent my 30 years here in Telluride working in various forms of affordable housing. We have done partnerships to provide affordable housing for people. I have been part of the Habitat for Humanity board, and it's something that's brought great satisfaction to me. And I am hoping that the town can look at this and take the win. Go ahead and let Jasmine and Gavin buy this unit, and then celebrate the fact that you are letting people buy their first home here. And you have people that are benefiting the town in many ways. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Carl. We will close public comment on this agenda item. Any questions for Ally on this? Any further discussion?
Yeah, so I'm curious, has the current owner expressed that this is his chosen seller if we go that path? I feel like that wasn't communicated.
Chosen buyer.
Chosen buyer.
Yeah. I don't know if Pam Schifrin's online. I think he might have submitted, he must have submitted an email saying that this would be his chosen buyer. But I do, I want to make a couple of more points following up with public comment. First of all, I don't know where this assumption is coming from that this would be sold to a town employee. There is no recommendation right now as to disposition if the town did purchase. And as staff, if I were to make a recommendation, and I've communicated this to at least one town council member, we have 2 units that are coming up for lottery within the next few months. And this would be the perfect opportunity to add a 3rd unit into that lottery, in which case, if they are a qualified household, and I'll take their word for that, it seems like an excellent opportunity for these people making public comment to enter that public lottery and have an equal chance with other members of the community for this housing unit in addition to the other 2 housing units. So I think there's some assumption going around, and I don't know where that came from, that this will be sold to a town employee. That is one direction that we could receive today, but I want to make it very clear to the public that that is not the direction should town purchase this unit. In fact, what we might be looking at is offering an opportunity to the whole community rather than to one household that might be the desired household of the current owner. There was one public comment that talked about uniformly changing a plat. This is just not just a deed restriction. The deed restriction is very important, but this is not a plat. This is a deed restriction. The town firmly believes, this is coming from at least 2 members of legal counsel for the town, that the option has been validly exercised. The deed restriction I have in front of me right now, paragraph 11, says that within 15 days of receiving the notice of intent to sell, the town only needs to submit a notice of intent to purchase the unit. So intent is very clearly in that deed restriction. That is the language of the letter which was delivered. Again, no opinion of town legal counsel is changing at this point in time. The option has been exercised. This conversation is with respect to whether that option can or should be withdrawn. It has been exercised. I can't make that more clear. I think those are all of the points I want to make right now. If Pam is online, she can comment as to whether the seller has been in communication with her with respect to a chosen household and whether that household has applied and been qualified.
Great. Tiffany is shaking her head that Pam is not on the call. And so basically we have, 2 things to discuss, and one would be, I'm not necessarily sure of the order, is if we wanted to discuss having it be a town employee unit, and then the other would be purchasing it or withdrawing that intent to purchase. Kristen.
I mean, the idea of the deed restriction, I'm under the same deed restriction that I can sell to a qualified household. And so if there's a qualified household that wants to purchase this unit from the buyer, the seller, I'm good with that.
I mean, I think, we've discussed a lot how the town always has the first right of refusal. So yes, and the town has the first right of refusal, which is what we're talking about right
Yep.
now. Just to be clear, in the email, I actually chose to not exercise the right to buy this. And my personal opinion was to, let the owner sell it to a seller. So I kind of feel like the discussion around here about whether like the notice was sent on the right day or whatever, I feel like that isn't really what the conversation should be focused on.
Right.
It should be whether or not you think that, we should exercise our right or not. Yeah. And so I'm a little confused about that, as the narrative that was brought to us. But that said, my opinion hasn't changed. I thought, I do agree that this would be convenient to put in the lottery, but just following a lot of the precedent that we've already set with these older deed restrictions, we've allowed people to sell them to their preferred buyers. So I would just stay consistent with that. My opinion hasn't really changed, and it probably aligns with what you guys wanted. Again, I feel like you kind of brought up the wrong things in the public comment, but just wanted to make that clear. I would be very opposed to making this a town employee unit. I think it's important that, I know there's not that much of a substantive difference, but that was still not right. I think that using our town constructed deed restricted housing for town employees feels more appropriate than pulling mitigation units into the town employee bucket of housing. So again, I know there's not a real difference, but it feels different to pull units out of that other inventory. And so I've been pretty consistent about just thinking that the mitigation units that were built by other developers should stay available for the public, and the ones that we personally build and develop are the ones that we should use for our employees.
Great. Elena, thanks so much. I'll throw in, that's always good for us to further discuss these opportunities that we have. And that's why we're here today, to make our decision with what we want to do. It's certainly a little discouraging to get accused of certain things as the town of Telluride that probably aren't part of our discussion today, whether it's timeline, an assumption that we wanted it as a town employee unit, and even being fair. If we wanted to be fair, we would buy it and put it in the lottery. So I want to make sure that's known as well. And so we have that right to do that and have done it before. That being said, as I said earlier, I do agree with Elena in that we have respected the rights of the seller. We wish we had a little bit clearer direction from this seller in this circumstance in front of us. We don't, but I would lean towards having that seller with his identified buyer, whomever that is. We think we know who it is, but that's where I'm leaning. Any other thoughts?
I know.
Let's hear from Pam. That'd be great.
You're unmuted, Pam.
Oh, hi. Thank you.
We might need to restate it.
Oh,
So Pam, the question I think we had originally for you was, we were a little unsure, and we wanted to see if you had a definitive buyer identified by the seller for this element 52 deed restricted unit.
Thank you. Yes. Anytime I receive an intent to sell, the town has directed me to ask the seller if they have identified a buyer. And in this case, yes, there were two identified buyers that would be preferential to him.
Is it these two buyers in the room, or are there two separate parties, just so we can be clear?
Two separate parties, and one of them is in the room. Yes.
Okay.
Is that, sorry, Pam, while you're here, is that typical to identify multiple interested parties, or is it usually just a single one?
Not typical for two, not necessarily. It was stated that if the one couldn't qualify, they had a second one in line.
And Pam, can I just help bring this in a little bit more? When we're going through these first rights, I mean, we have requested just because council would like to know the seller's intent, do they have a qualified buyer? It's not really our business or not who they are. In the end, they only need to qualify. So we do not ask or represent who those individuals are because they don't play a part usually in that decision making. But to everyone's point, we have set the precedent that when a seller says, I have an identified buyer, we weigh that in our decision making toward most likely allowing that to happen. So
That's right.
Just wanted to remind
And I think, again, to reiterate this point, is we're having this discussion so we can have it in a transparent way about how we move forward and have not made any decisions on what we're going to do till this point. And we will always have these discussions for what's best. A seller selling within their rights, town buying it and putting it in a lottery, town buying it for extenuating circumstances such as HOA issues, and then lastly, depending on the unit, its construction, town employees, just kind of bring everyone back in on that. Any other further questions or comments from council?
I'm fine with the seller choosing who they want to sell it to as long as they're a qualified buyer.
Great. It looks like we probably have some direction on this. Ally, and so I guess I would entertain a motion, but we may need some direction on what that motion is.
So in this case, if this is a resolution that was brought before you for consideration of being passed, but if you take no action on this item, then the resolution will not pass. If the direction here today, just like I received direction via email, it sounds like we might have had at least one member change their minds, then I will communicate to the seller that we are withdrawing that intent. If that is accepted, then he can move forward with his chosen qualified household. If that is not accepted, I will bring this matter back for your reconsideration, at which point legal counsel will be strongly advising that we do adopt a resolution, which again authorizes the town to purchase, which means authorizes us to execute the documents at closing.
Great. And then just to be clear for the listening audience specifically, when someone buys this unit, their ability to resell it on their own is restricted and goes back to the town for the same consideration and lottery instead of single identification of buyers. Is that?
Not quite
Not-
sure I understand the question.
When this is sold, the deed restriction is adjusted to our current
Yes.
restriction.
So the next
Sorry.
owner will have to resell by lottery, but do keep in mind that the town always has this option to purchase.
That's right.
And that's true no matter how old the deed restriction is. So we have deed restrictions that are 30 years old, and those have an option as well. Deed restrictions executed last month also have the option. And that's so the town, it exists for several reasons. One, so town could consider entering a unit into a lottery, which is what we were doing here. Town could consider releasing the deed restriction if there was a reason to do so. Town could release the deed restriction and re-deed restrict it for an employee unit. Town could purchase it and then change the tier or change the sales price if the sales price has become unaffordable over time. So there's many reasons that that option exists. It does always exist in every deed restriction that we have. And if we pass on the option, then it defaults to the secondary option under the deed restriction, which for deed restrictions executed within the last, I believe, 3 years, it's going to require lottery. However, if you purchased most units before then, some units before 2016, you do get to choose your qualified household.
Great. Ally, thank you for that. Any other questions or discussion from council? We can, usually in this circumstance, I call for a motion, but I'm also going to call for a lack of a motion as well, since that's kind of unique. But are we good with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have your direction by
I have
our
my
lack of action.
direction to communicate, yes, that we will withdraw the intent. I do just want to state for the record one more time that legal fully believes that the intent and the option was validly submitted. However, the direction from council at this point in time is that we no longer wish to purchase. I will ask the seller if he is willing to accept that withdrawal.
Okay, great.
And I might just take this quick opportunity. I know for everybody, and I know all of you, so I know navigating town processes feel very much restricted or unhumanized at times, but you have to balance that for us to move forward in a very fair, equitable, concise, consistent way. And I know you came at it in a defense of that or feeling the need to do that, but there is a lot of human aspect to this as well. And if we had started with the discussion, you would have seen that precedent come through. So I just want to continue to encourage people that, you know, don't be scared or defensive of the process, but maybe have a better understanding of the process and know that everyone is here making those decisions.
And assume we've already made our decisions before,
Right, right.
before we've made them.
Yep.
That's why we're here in the
Which was,
room.
there's a lot of misinformation in that, so.
Dan?
So sorry, Mayor, and not to attempt to throw any wrench in this, but just based off of what we heard from SMRHA Director Pam Schifrin, that there was potentially multiple candidates that the current owner had for it. It's my sense that this council has been swayed by the current tenants of that apartment. And if we wish to assure,
I don't think that's
don't
a
know.
fair statement.
okay,
I think I neutrally didn't want to purchase this.
okay, maybe I misread some of the other comments by the rest of council, but my concern is that we go through all of this and the outcome that feels like we're kind of leaning towards is then out of our control still. But
That it's the other party is the ones
Yes.
that are identified and not them.
It-
But it would,
I wasn't basing it on the individuals because I think that, you know, we've had many people come up and plead as individuals and we've chosen, you know, to, as a collective, to not allow those people. And I think that that's important for us, that there are a lot of qualified people. And again, I feel like having the discussion about like around this and here is great. But yeah, that's the reality, is that we are going to pass on this, but there's no guarantee that you were the initially identified party. It could be the other one.
Yeah, and I can say too, I was not swayed by who the buyer was. It was more the process to discuss what we thought was best for the town of Telluride and the community at whole, and the overall struggle of trying to decipher the rights of sellers for who they get to choose and the fairness of a lottery. And that puts us in a tough position. Sometimes we know who the buyers are, sometimes we don't. So any other comments before we wrap this one up?
I would just say that my decision was more based on consistency than anything else, just what we've done in the past, applying it consistently to this situation. I would say public comment sort of like, I think that's where I said it focused on the wrong thing because it kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, but ultimately I like wanted the same end goal. So I think, you know, mine came from a place of consistency.
Great, well stated.
and
Well,
I would just add that the public comment for me was super confusing. Like there were like lots of huge issues trying to be brought into this that were, and so somewhat off-putting. And I also want to express support for staff process. But I think that with consistency, that makes sense that we allow the seller to sell to their intended buyer.
And the only credit I'd like to give is that this is a little bit different than some of our others because we had to have the intent prior to the meeting, a discussion of intent prior to our meeting, which usually we do within the meeting. So I understand a potential for confusion that we don't necessarily have, but still, I think we all can align on better opportunity to be engaged in the public process in the future.
great.
Well,
We're
thank you,
gonna wrap
everyone.
that one up. And I think there can be some smiles back there.
Allie's like,
Yeah, I just have one more, just because I know there's a lot of interested people and the situation might come up again. When we receive intents where we don't have an agendized meeting, a regularly scheduled town council meeting, not a special meeting, before that intent needs to be executed, staff will reach out to town council members, informally poll them. And if the response from a majority of members had been, no, I'm not interested in purchasing this unit, then this would not even been agendized. I would have told the current seller that we are passing on the option and this discussion would not have occurred. However, when there is a response from a majority of town council members that we want to exercise that intent, I go ahead and preserve that right by exercising that intent we have the discussion in public at a town council meeting, at which point you could change your minds, or we could move forward with the purchase. So that has been, this is a bit of an anomaly. This has only happened one other time. In that case, the seller did want to sell to the town. The town ultimately did decide that they wanted to purchase. This one went the other way. Minds were changed, as they can do, and we will not take official action to purchase. Instead, we will attempt to withdraw, and I will have that discussion with the seller. I imagine he will be happy to pass on this, and let us go with that intent. But if that is not the case, then you will be hearing from us again.
And I think too,
Great.
just on that, it's like, it's not necessarily that our minds were changed. I think that if you don't exercise the intent, then the opportunity is lost without having the public discussion.
That is exactly
Which
it.
I think is the
Mhm.
bigger issue, is not that minds were changed. It's more of like, I think it's important for us to have these discussions in the public so they can understand our processes of why we might purchase or why we might choose
Mhm.
not to purchase. That it's less about minds changing, more about the transparency of the process happening in the public sphere.
Mhm.
And hearing from a variety of people in the positions that have, a stake at the agenda item as well. So we hear all perspectives to make our decision. So it's actually a higher level of transparency to do it that way than decline the intent and have it just go away. So I hope people can respect that. And with that, we're moving on. And that brings us to agenda item 8G. I'm going to start agenda item 8G by reading a statement for the public. Meehan Fee has officially announced her resignation as Mayor Pro Tem and from Telluride Town Council. It is important to recognize Meehan's dedication to serving the residents of Telluride and the community. Her heart has always been in the right place, and she worked tirelessly to make Telluride a better place for all. I wanted to extend my sincere thanks to Meehan, her dedication these last years, and her focus on serving the larger community. Her impacts were significant and advanced the vision of a better future for the Telluride region, and more importantly, a better future for the town of Telluride and its residents. I always admired how much time Meehan put into serving as a member of town council, all the while building a local small business. During her time on council, Meehan advocated tirelessly for the business community, consistently considering the needs of the community and the responsible growth potential of the region. Most notably, we'll remember Meehan's involvement in the regional transportation, building of statewide relationships, focus on affordable housing, advocacy for our underserved populations, and work to build events and activities that bring the community together. Meehan gave an incredible amount of time to us all, staff, council members, boards, commissions, committees, and to you, our locals. She is and will always be a proponent of affordable housing, a sustainable destination resort economy, and collaborating with our peer governments. We need to applaud her successes, and while some business was left unfinished with her resignation, I can confidently say Meehan is leaving Telluride in a better place, and in the end, she reminded us of what we all need to do, take care of each other and work toward the betterment of the town as a whole. As a council, we will continue to strive to do what's best for Telluride. We continue to commit to acting through the public process, which we are elected to honor and uphold. We will continue to work tirelessly to continue building the trust of our fellow Telluridians and to mend the heart and soul of the Telluride community. As we move forward, a reminder that we need you, our community members, to step up, run for town council, apply to serve on our boards, committees, and commissions, come to our meetings and community engagement opportunities. Make your voice heard. In the meantime, we will continue to serve you in the best interests of our town, our region, and our future, and we will always strive to be better. With that, we're going to move on to action item 8G, temporary reassignment of Mayor Pro Tem Fee's boards, commissions, and subcommittee assignments. And Tiffany is here to present that, but I'll go through it. Yep, no problem. I got it.
Threw my name on
I'm getting good at this. And then Zoe, Tiffany, and Kevin to confirm this is still going to be temporary because we will have to fill a position that will be discussed at a later date in a special meeting. And so even if we make, when we make these temporary reassignments of the committees, commissions, and boards. They may change once again. Is that?
That's right.
Okay, just want to.
Yep. And, not to go past this action item, but I think to wrap that up, we could also have direction on some of those other next steps, setting a date for a special meeting to discuss that further.
Yep.
That being the appointment or election process to replace that seat.
Great. Perfect. I think, with that being said, and I also want to address in that special meeting, we will address the pro tem role.
That has to be done, Tiffany confirmed, at a regular meeting.
Regular
So we
meeting,
could
so
not do- So it'd be on the 20th.
Discuss that at the next regular meeting and just focus securely today on this temporary reassignment of her roles, which we have highlighted in the packet. I'm just going to go down the list. We have the first one is the Telluride Tourism Board of Directors, which is open. I would throw my hat in the ring.
I would throw my hat in the ring as well.
And
Same.
Maria as well. I guess further thoughts on that for.
I think that, we're in a interesting position right now where, when I was looking through all of this, the reality of the situation is that we're all going to be taking on a little extra burden. And was looking at where different people's, time and such were going to be placed. And I felt like that would be a larger one that I could maybe pick up for the group. And basically it felt like my, my professional acumen in literal tourism with horses and people on tours and all of that I would fit well into that. And that was something that I was willing to take on, but I'm also happy to look at other things. I saw, Teddy, your name on other things later on and felt like you were going to have plenty on your plate. And I have other things that I really want Maria with me on. So I don't know. That was kind of my thought, but if you feel strongly like you want to do that, you can.
No, Maria, I'd love to hear from you on this as well.
I completely agree that Ashley has unique qualifications for it. So, so I'm not at all trumping that. But I have a marketing background. I have a lot of statistical analysis background. So I'm not sure where that leaves me.
I think, oh, sorry.
Nope,
Debbie.
no, good.
I think that bandwidth is a part of this too. This is a quarterly meeting, so not monthly, but it is, I think, one of the more time
consuming.
Thank you. Time consuming boards. So just making sure that anyone who picks it up has the bandwidth that they feel good about taking that on. That's all I would say.
Great. I don't mind stepping back from it. If you two wanted to kind of,
I feel like I would like to see Ashley in this position because you have been on the council for a little bit longer than you. Just a little bit.
Yep.
And I would lean toward Ashley.
I might add, just to be helpful in this conversation as well. Me and served on the Telluride Tourism Board and the Colorado Flight Alliance boards because there is a lot of intersection between those two. So while you don't have to do that, that could also be part of your discussion and understanding bandwidth.
I figured Teddy, because he's on the Regional Airport Authority, might be a better fit
Okay.
for the.
I'll do that.
That was.
And I don't want to jump ahead, but just that the nation.
If they're connected that way, because I do sit on the airport board, I'm happy to do CFA.
Yeah.
And then have Ashley do TTB.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Ethics Commission, Mian was the regular member, Kristen was the alternate.
Put me right in there.
So
You want?
I think it's good to have the alternate step up, although they haven't met. Is there someone who wants to jump up to the alternate seat for the Ethics Commission?
Sure.
Okay, great. Everyone cool with that?
Sure.
All right, great. Franchise renewal negotiation subcommittee. You know,
Yeah, I feel like,
it's not that much.
yeah, this is an easy one for me to raise my hand on.
Great. Thanks for helping me on that one.
We will be having a meeting pretty soon in the next,
Then.
all right, it's every 10
I'm
years.
still
but-
happy to.
Every 10 years, but it's coming up.
Well, there's every 10 years for 3 different ones, so.
I'm still happy to step into
Yeah,
this.
it wasn't too bad the last one we did. So we're gonna hold you to you signing up. Resource Recovery Subcommittee, that is me and Elena.
I volunteer.
Great.
Okay.
Dan, I think that's a great fit.
I agree, actually.
Gunnison Valley Transportation Planning Region. Absolutely perfect, because with SMART, that's good. Region 10, Mario, you can jump up into the regular member. Does somebody want to be the alternate on Region 10?
I could do alternate on that.
Okay. Kristen will be the alternate there. And again, keep in mind, these may all reshuffle again later on in time. We've discussed, I jump in on Colorado Flight Alliance. Gondola Subcommittee, Ashley is on it with me. And do we have somebody who would like,
I'm kind of interested in that one too, maybe, but when does it meet?
We meet
it's monthly.
monthly. I was hoping that Elena would be the person to step into this. I think that over the last few years, since we've been on the board together,
Yeah.
on the committee together, I think that, like, you know, you've been involved quite a bit with the process. And so I was hoping that maybe Elena would step into the G sub spot.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm aware of like not overextending. I have a lot of monthly meetings already, but I do agree that I've been pretty involved and vocal in the gondola conversation. So
And the good thing about this one is we don't both have to be there, as long as there's a we want there to always be a Telluride representative, but if there's if you're overwhelmed or something, only one of us has to be there.
And again, as a reminder, we're going to be in a unique situation at some point in the future where all of us are going to have to give up maybe one thing to help encourage our new council person to jump in on a couple subcommittees. So if you do find yourself in a position where you feel like it's a little too much, you will have an opportunity to step back from something, just to make sure that's clear. So
I would be
good with
happy.
that?
I also agree that the past couple of years of planning are really helpful to have for that conversation. Not to
No, that's good.
you're interested, but there's
This
been a
next
lot
year in
of
particular.
there's been a lot of information that has gone into where we're at right now. So yeah, I'll do gondola sub, G sub.
Okay, that brings us to SMART.
I'd do that.
Mario would jump up.
I'll do it.
Kristen, somebody on all, that's
Perfect.
probably a good fit. If we're cool with that. Club 20, is that the pro tem automatically, Zoe?
I don't think it has to be. We just kind of have Club 20 is like a legislative.
It's like a
Group.
legislative body. I'll be honest, I haven't made a meeting, so.
They're an advocacy group on the Western Slope.
Yeah.
Do that one.
They tend to be focused on some of the issues around Grand Junction principally,
Yeah.
but they also say that they represent the larger Western Slope.
We don't participate too much. We honestly, our legislative arm, we're focusing more on CAST right now because they're more targeted in our representation in some of those pieces. But with Club 20, we pay attention and chime in. Mainly I ping us to chime in when necessary, but it's not often.
Okay.
I can be the alternate there.
Great, I'm good. Good with that. Then we go to THA. We have 2 THA roles. We'll start with subcommittee first. And so Mian was a regular member of THA subcommittee and Kristen was the alternate. So I would like to see Kristen step up
Yes, please.
and be in THA. And do we have someone that would like to be the alternate? That would be Ashley, Maria, or myself. Mine, it's all temporary.
Don't all,
Eeny, meeny, mine.
We can also just have a vacancy if we need
oh, we need an alternate. We've had, like, the last meeting, we barely had a quorum. I had to like beg Kristen to go into a corner of an airport. Yeah, we need an alternate. Sorry, everyone.
I feel like Maria's getting stared down.
I mean, we're all on THA, so the subcommittee is a smaller contingency of THA. So we're all already THA members, just kind of like the gondola. We're all already part of this conversation. It's just if you want to wake up Wednesday morning.
And how about the alternate, they can, historically, THA subcommittee, the alternate has just always attended. But in this special circumstances,
You
if
don't
people are
have to.
feeling you don't have to attend
Right,
as
if
the
all three of us
alternate
are
unless
there,
we
yeah.
need you, maybe that is the fair compromise.
That's a good compromise, and we will be rediscussing these again. So
Yeah.
does that,
So
Who wants to do it?
Maria?
I mean, I feel like others are more passionate about this issue than I am, so I'm sort of interested in some other topics.
I was thinking the opposite, that your experience in the housing realm as an alternate might get your feet wet in it.
It's important for you to do that.
Yeah, it's not like one of our easy boards, but it is fulfilling in that it's important and it's one of our biggest community needs. So
Like you're up.
I take a lot of pride in participating on this subcommittee. Trying to sell it to anyone.
Eddie?
And it is an alternate. I'll step in and do it as an alternate. And
What a leader. What a guy.
thanks. All right, that brings us to THA and the secretary treasurer role.
Would you be willing to step into that?
I would love that.
Great.
Okay. Awesome. Zoe, Kevin, Tiffany, do you need any other direction?
Just recognize you have to take separate action on this under THA, under your separate agenda.
Right.
So you can have the discussion you just did, but you haven't actually.
Just make that decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do that
Yeah.
under a separate agenda.
All right, so one last thing before we go into this action item, because it is an action item, is there any comment from the public sitting in the room today? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online? All right, unless there's any further discussion of these appointments and you've changed your mind about getting elevated, now's the time to speak up. If not, I would entertain motion, knowing that the motion does not include THA.
I move to amend the council board commission assignments excluding THA and THA subcommittee
As discussed.
as discussed.
Second?
Does that work, Kevin?
Yeah, that'll work. We know what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right,
It's like-
we have a motion from Kristen and a second from Elena. Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes?
Elena, yes.
Maria, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That will bring us to agenda item number 9.
Teddy, just before we move on, would you like to take this opportunity to set a meeting date for a special council meeting?
I
Or do you
think,
want-
I think we're gonna have to do that. We also want to make sure it works for staff and preparation time for it as
Yep,
well.
yep.
And we can look at calendars.
But, and, you know, again, Tiffany helped point this out. If council does go the appointment route, you do have to fill that within 30 days. So hence, we do need a special meeting to make sure we accomplish that timeline in the event that that's the direction that we go. So looking at our calendars, I don't know if anytime this, I will not be here for this week because I'm heading to CAST tomorrow. Next week, both Tiffany and Kevin are out. Are you out? Sorry, Karen.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for me.
Yep, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then are you gone? Okay. So we could do Thursday or Friday of next week or look at the following week.
I would, knowing people's workloads on President's Week, I'd love to try to get it done the 12th on that Thursday, if that works.
I
The 12th
have
of
to,
February?
12th or 13th.
I can't, I have to go to Denver to deal with my mother's stuff, my mother-in-law stuff.
And this is only to make the decision on whether or not to do a special election or an.
So I think we could take the opportunity to discuss that. We could also, Kevin's ready to have the proposals for the investigation at that time, if we want to take that opportunity as well.
I mean, I could potentially do it on Zoom. Because it's a special one, but
My point was just the sooner the better.
Yeah.
So the longer we have a vacancy, the worse. So we all think
So
that.
the soonest we can do it, given that you guys are out of town, is the 12th.
Is that a fair statement, Zoe, the 12th?
It is, I mean, if we wanted to do something, the 12th, yeah.
Why not do
Or-
the 5th or 6th?
Or the 5th or the 6th.
Could do something later this week, yeah.
I'm gone the 5th. I could zoom in potentially on the 6th. I'm traveling on the 5th.
I could probably do the 6th in
Six.
person.
6 is good.
6
Is it okay if I'm on Zoom?
Yeah, their attendance standard doesn't count for special meetings.
Okay.
So that won't go against your.
Okay. I swear I don't travel this month. So this is like an anomaly.
It looks like I could do the 6th as well. We want,
I have family in town, but I can make it work. Earlier in the day is preferable for me, if at
Earlier
all
in the day.
possible.
Same.
I agree. I'm gonna be busy, but
Can we do 10, 9,
10?
10?
That's great.
10 on the
Do you want
6th.
to do 10
10 or?
on the 6th?
2, 6 at 10.
It's great.
Let me make a note of that before I forget.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
cool.
Great. All right, moving right along. Agenda item number 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. That, we are off to agenda item 10, administrative reports, and I will hand that to Zoe.
Oh my gosh, that's me. Okay. Let's see. For communications, just wanted to let everyone know that our next merchant meeting will be Tuesday, February 10th at 1 p.m. All of that, of course, is on our website at bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS, meeting, short for meetings. I think these have been very valuable, especially giving our time right now. So thank you for all the businesses for attending, and I encourage you to attend. Wayfinding placemaking and signage project. We have selected Arapahoe Sign Arts for the next phase of this project. Just a quick plug, they also worked on the Mountain Village wayfinding project, so they are very well connected and understanding of our region. We kicked off our conversations, and they will begin site visits to ensure plan development and internal steering committee to guide Studio, which was the folks that helped us with that design. Is accurate and effective. And the town will host open houses to interact and engage with the material samples before spring break. And we'll install a handful of prototypes for size and scale in spring to help residents visualize the changes of the sign program. And feedback is welcomed by emailing Lindsay Mills, our communications manager. For parking, parking in metered on zone is limited to a maximum of 3 hours per day per zone. For those needing to park for more than 3 hours at a location, we recommend parking at Silverjack Parking Garage. Alternatively, Car Hinge, Surf Lot, or Shandoka Lot are available options for extended free parking daytime. This is mainly coming out of the huge success of launching Park Mobile, but unlike T2, Park Mobile has a hard stop where you cannot purchase more than 3 hours of parking. And while that rule has always been in place, this is really helping that behavioral aspect. So just wanting to re-educate the public on should people want to park more than 3 hours, where those options are available, which is specifically not in our commercial core. Again, for Park Mobile, this is making it much easier in our metered zones, and it's quick and easy to pay. And so there is information in the manager's report on how to utilize Park Mobile and online, our website, should anyone need additional directions. From our housing development arm, Canyonlands Tower House Public-Private Partnership, the western sidewalk has been poured, posts have been driven, or post-driven fencing has been installed, footing excavation, forming of the footings and foundation walls, and conduit install in the utility corridor has been complete. Looking ahead, they will continue to pour the footings and foundation walls and the ADA ramp installation. For Virginia Place Phases 2A, we are about 23% complete with the project, and the 2B value engineering is still in progress. No new news on Car Hinge or Lot L, but we will continue to work through that project and engage the community when we continue to move that forward. From Community Services Department and Facility Maintenance, we have put our temporary maintenance building. So if you can recall, during our Building F remodel, we had to move the maintenance office out of the Building F buildings. And the intention was for it to go into the Public Works project. But because that got held up with our federal funding grant, we had to secure a temporary maintenance facility, which is now near the wastewater treatment plant. And they were working through power, and it is now all up and running. So it was quite the process, but we so grateful for the team to make that available. And of course, to our facilities team for being so flexible during that time. We have Town Hall has undergone a painting project. So it looks so fresh and so clean right now if you want to go over to Town Hall. I am also very proud of the facility maintenance team under Community Services, as they have really moved the needle on asset essentials. Just about 350 assets have been loaded into asset essentials. And really what that does is help with that preventative maintenance schedules and really catalog our assets. And that could be anything from water heaters to you name it. So it's a really great tool that they're being able to work on. And then as part of our internal meter placement policy, we identified through that data moving of some meters, and about right now for that phase or for that relocation, about 99% have been completed based on those project objectives. And then I got an update from Delaney on our tenant financial assistance. When the manager's report went out, we had received 4 notifications of awards to the Good Neighbor Fund, and we are now up to 11 to date. So I'm sure more will continue to roll in. And then just from the child care arm of that, Leah, our director, put in a couple examples of the communications to families for you to look at. From our historic preservation planning and building team, we are so excited that we have been able to fill a lot of our senior roles that have taken us about 11 plus months to accomplish. These were very difficult positions, but we now have Michael Owen joining as our senior historic preservation planner. Bill Spencer will be joining as our building inspector. And of course, we have David, who we had a huge round of applause for our last council meeting, as our senior planner. For our commissions, planning and zoning is continuing to engage in the comprehensive plan work sessions, and HARC members received an annual training just last week, and the Public Arts Commission will reconvene in February, and HARC will hold their annual strategic planning retreat in March. From Parks and Rec, Hanley Rink is open, and the schedule is available online. Nordic Trails and Town Park are open and groom daily, and grooming status is posted online. Grooming status for the Valley Floor and Town Park are now all consolidated in the app called, what's it called, Lindsay? What's the Nordic app called? Nordic Pulse, which is a great new thing, and for anyone that's available, they can get updates there.
You can see where the cat is in real time. It's really,
Whoa.
it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, the snow cat. Yeah, the snow cat.
I had to think about it.
It actually is
Like, do not change the app name.
I have a funny story about that another time. That
Okay, great. Can't wait. Volleyball court, ice rink is now open for public skating. Core area outdoor ice rink is open for hockey daily. Both of those 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Warming hut and restrooms are open to the public from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And the Nordic Center in Town Park is open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Recreational programming, adult open gym programming, which is climbing wall, pickleball, volleyball, soccer, and basketball, continues weekly, and rink programs continue daily. Obviously, for special events, at their February 4th case meeting, we'll consider a new multi-day Colorado Avenue closure of Telluride ski journeying and winter celebration, which is March 13th through the 15th. And so that will be an exciting new event put on by one of our own council members here. Don't need to call her out, but we're excited for ski joring down Main Street. And then staff is working on event approvals and permitting for the 2026 event season. For Public Works, I won't go over, but I always am now keeping in snow removal and ice operations. Just as a reminder, I think unfortunately that we've had few and far between snow events, but they've been doing a great job keeping on top of that. And of course, visit bit.ly/TOT streets to get snow removal schedule updates, or text snow to 38276 to sign up for those notifications. The bike path overlay project. So this has now gone out to bid, and hopefully we will be able to select someone for this work. So there will be a pre-bid meeting. There has been a pre-bid meeting, and they will continue to work through that contract award and have it completed by midsummer. From the waste, water, and water team, and the project we have been talking about for months now, which is the emergency Stillwell fill pipeline replacement. Utility locates have been completed. Potholing to physically locate existing utilities along Tomboy Road was completed, and those locates will support the upcoming Stillwell fill line installation and pressure reducing valve replacement for North Oak and Tomboy. We are going to be installing that temporary rock fall fence, and this fence will be constructed ahead of that pipeline fill installation. And it's really important to help with risk mitigation and other aspects. From Pandora Water Treatment Plant, that project continues, and that is also out to bid for hopefully getting a contractor for that project as well. Any questions on the manager's report? Okay. Then if it's all right with you, Teddy, I will jump quickly and just go over our Q4 update for 2025 council goals and objectives.
Great. And you want to do that prior to the community support update? I just want to make sure.
Yes. Can I just finish me and then I can pass it off to you guys if that's okay? I won't reiterate everything that we've been able to accomplish. I think the biggest thing is context. So in 2024, the town had identified 89 action items, and by the end of the year, we achieved an 84% completion rate at that close. Last year, we accomplished a lot with 96 identified action items, and we have closed the year at an 87% completion rate. While there still are a number of items that hadn't had the opportunity to start or had seen minor disruptions, those will continue on into 2026. Some of them identified as, again, goals for the 2026 council goals and objectives, and others just now falling into general staff operations. So I just want to say how proud I am of all of it we were able to accomplish last year, and the staff diligence to do so, and our transparency tracking it. So does anyone have any questions on that?
If you can direct people where to go on our town website.
Yes.
Look at details, that would be fantastic.
Super easy. I don't know if there's a bit.ly link of course there is. I bet it's bit.ly/TOT council goals. Okay.
Look at that.
Didn't even have, so you can go on there and see our goals for 2026, and also links to these dashboards. So we do have a new one up for our 2026 goals and objectives, which are 83 identified action items for this coming year. And now I'll pass it off to my great advisory group to give us an update for community support.
Yeah, so Mari and I had a couple very thoughtful meetings about how we were going to distribute this assistance for the emergency economic recovery. Before I get into the details, I just want to say that this was really challenging, because we know that the amount of money that we have pulled from our budget to put towards this fund is nowhere near the damage that has, oh my God, sorry, my mom just FaceTimed me. It's nowhere near the damage that that we've experienced from the ski resort. So I think what's challenging is that there's just no way that we can close that gap. So we're aware of that. We wish that it were easier, that there were more money, but given the limits of what we have available, we tried to be really intentional and thoughtful about the process by which we distributed it. So I'll start explaining our framework. So this program is intended to provide limited one-time stabilization assistance to locally owned Telluride businesses that experienced demonstrable and disproportionate impacts as a direct result of the ski resort and ski patrol labor dispute and temporary closure during the 2025-26 winter season. Our available funding is finite and constrained. This assistance is not intended to make businesses whole, replace lost revenue, or fully offset the economic impacts of the disruption. Not all businesses that apply will receive funding. For those that do, awards are intended to serve as partial resilience funding only, helping businesses manage unavoidable fixed costs during an extraordinary disruption. The maximum award to any business is $10,000, and most awards are expected to be below this cap, reflecting the limited nature of the fund and the need to distribute assistance equitably based upon impact. The framework is not designed to establish priority tiers by industry or by business type. Instead, it uses objective, verifiable criteria to identify businesses that experienced material revenue loss during the disruption period, carry fixed operating costs that persist regardless of short-term revenue disruption, and have limited ability to absorb fixed costs during an extraordinary interruption. Funding decisions are based on quantitative indicators of impact, with particular emphasis on fixed cost burden and revenue loss, rather than business size or industry type. The framework is structured to ensure transparency, fairness, and defensibility. The program parameters are as follows. The total funds available are $400,000. The use of the funds is for fixed operating costs only. So that's things like rent or mortgages, utilities, insurance, and required fees associated with operating a business. The maximum award is $10,000 per business or a documented fixed cost, whichever is lower. So if your documented fixed costs are below $10,000, then that number is then what the maximum award you receive would be. And this is a one-time temporary stabilization assistance. So we're going to have this one series of like an application period. We'll distribute the money as we see fit. And for this specific program, that is when this program ends. And we can't really predict the future. So this is just for this specific program. So there are some other business support resources that we want you to be aware of and definitely pursue. And we strongly encourage you to explore these additional options coming from the region, the state, and federal resources. These include Region 10 business support, U.S. Small Business Administration disaster assistance, and I'm sure there are other programs out there that that we haven't listed, but please feel free to explore these other options as well. These will not impact your ability to receive this funding. So the threshold eligibility that we outlined determines who is eligible for the funds we have set aside. And you have to meet all of the following criteria for eligibility. So the first one is local ownership. So these are for locally owned and operated businesses. You can also be majority locally owned, but not a national or regional chain. So national and regional chains are not part of this program. You cannot be a large destination scale employer whose size, capitalization, or corporate structure provides substantially greater capacity to absorb short-term economic disruption. A good example of this is the Telluride Ski Resort or similarly situated entities. So we want to see some kind of physical presence. Brick and mortar or service businesses with a physical presence in Telluride will qualify. Home-based businesses are eligible only if they're storefront facing or customer serving. So this element of a physical presence in town is something that we thought was important. You need to demonstrate revenue impact, documented revenue loss during the disruption period compared to an appropriate baseline. We'll go into more detail with that when I pass it on to, actually, I can't remember. Am I going over that? Anyway, we'll go into more detail. Demonstrated harm. So we want to have some demonstration of revenue decline during the disruption period compared to an appropriate baseline. This is to acknowledge that not all businesses have or will have experienced a hardship during the labor dispute. So we want to make sure this aid is for the businesses who have shown hardship. And you have to be in good standing, so current on all town taxes and licenses or actively enrolled in an approved payment plan. So the application inputs that we're looking for, we are asking for information that is only necessary to assess the impact. So we'll need to show, sorry, this, I didn't write enough to this. So to show the decrease in revenue, we will need gross receipts for December 27th through January 31st from the prior year. So winter of 2024-2025, or comparable data if prior year data doesn't exist. And that would be daily sales leading up to the resort closure, so from December 1st through 26th. And then comparing that to the daily sales from December 27th through December 31st. So that option is basically if you had a significant change in your business, if you expanded, if your overhead increased significantly from last winter for whatever reason, and the data from the beginning of this winter is actually a better snapshot as to how much your revenue declined based on what you were expecting, we have that alternate as an option. So documentation we'll be looking for is point of sale reports, accounting software summaries, sales tax report, or comparable financial summaries. We'll be looking at the percentage of revenue declined during that disruption window and the number of employees or full-time equivalent employees at the business. And documentation we can receive, it would be payroll reports, IRS forms, the 941, state unemployment insurance filing, workers' comp insurance declaration page, or other comparable official records to show those employees. And then we will also need documentation of your fixed operating costs during the disruption period from December 27th through January 31st, which you can prorate or just do as a month, depending on what serves you better. So that's things like rent or mortgage, utilities, insurance, and required fees such as HOA dues, business association fees, government imposed fees. The final eligibility of that will be determined by the reviewing body, and the documentation we'll be looking for is lease and mortgage statements, utility bills, and other invoices that can that correspond with those fees. And then we'll just need a certification of accuracy and truthfulness. We're not going to ask for any essays or narratives. So this is really, we're trying to keep it really data-based. And then I will pass it along to Maria to go through our scoring framework from all of that information.
Thanks, Elna. Just wanted to reiterate that there simply isn't enough money to make, not only to make people whole or businesses whole, but neither is there enough money to make anybody happy. So, the sort of big question mark we can't answer right now is how many companies will apply. There's up to 600 or so licenses in town. We don't expect that many, but if you do the math, 400,000 divided by, say, 100 applicants, the average grant is about $4,000. In any case, we have a scoring system that you'll be able to see when the application is live, and you can pretty much assess how much approximately you would be able to get based on the scoring system. So it's purely objective. There's no subjectivity to it at all. And that in that way, you can see whether it's worth your time to apply. The biggest element that gets 45 points is the revenue loss. So for example, if you have more than 40% revenue loss when you compare it to a similar time period from last year or earlier in December, then you would get a full 45 points. But say if you only had a 10 to 19% loss by comparison, you would get 15 points. And then second largest category is the fixed cost burden, which would be up to 35 points. So if your fixed cost as a percentage of revenue is more than 50%, then you would have 35 points. The last category, which does speak to the scale of the business, is number of employees. That gets up to 20 points. So if you have 20 or more employees, you get the full 20 points. But this is, somewhat designed to allow small businesses to be able to access this money. The scoring will not be done by us. We will have Region 10 do the scoring for us. So, none of us here will be, making those judgments. But again, there's not a whole lot of judgment involved. The other thing is just that, again, depending on the number of applicants, maybe the amount will be scaled up or down in terms of what the grant amounts are. Let's see. I think that's it.
Yeah, and so then based on that point scoring system with a maximum of 100 points.
Oh, yeah.
Look, we have different award ranges that we've assigned to those points. But again, your fixed costs that you can show are what are actually going to be the maximum of what you can apply for. So I don't know if we want to go into that. Well, we'll just go into the breakdown. So a score from 80 to 100, we're kind of looking in the 7,500 to 10,000 range. 60 to 79, we're looking at around 4,000 to 7,000. 40 to 59 points, we're looking at 1,500 to 3,500. And then below 40 points, we're looking from anywhere from 0 to 1,000. Once we allocate once we score all of our applicants, if we find that we need to, that we've extended ourselves beyond that $400,000 mark as a total, we're gonna have a pro rata adjustment. So basically, if we've determined that we should be giving out more than we have to give out, we will adjust all of those amounts by the same percentage. So everyone will, be adjusted down 7 percentage points so that we hit that total of $400,000. And yeah, you mentioned Region 10 is going to do the review, is going to be the reviewing body so that it's neutral. And then any of the fees that are associated with having Region 10 be the reviewing body are going to be absorbed in a different part of our budget. So those fees will not come out of this $400,000. I think that was a lot of information, but I think we pretty much covered everything. And then one more thing. Our goal is to have this application process go live by February 10th. That's very aspirational. So that date is what we're aiming for, if we can get this dialed in and ready. And then the application period is going to be 2 weeks after the application goes live. We'll close applications and then the scoring will begin after that. We're kind of trying to make this a quick process because we recognize the whole utility of this funding mechanism is for urgent emergency funding so that, people aren't falling behind on those fixed costs. So, keeping that in mind, we thought expediting this process as much as possible was what was going to serve our business community the best. So yeah,
I
Did
think
that cover
I think you
everything?
guys did great. And again, if anyone is interested, you can look at the agenda. This framework was within the document center. If I wanted to look at it in more detail. But at this point, I think it would just be to take any questions, edits, or comments from the rest of council so that we could move forward with a final direction.
Great. Dan?
Yeah, great work. It's a very difficult task of how do we use the limited funds we have to serve the greatest amount of good in our community. And I feel pretty confident with this. I just want to raise one thought and sort of hear your interaction with this, because I bet we're on a similar wavelength, but it is sort of the heart of it. So in other parts of our land use code, we recognize the importance of keeping a vibrant downtown area. I'm thinking of the limit on service commercial on Main Street as one very strong indication of that. And with this funding, I think the biggest purpose we're trying to serve is just reinvigorate the town, reinvigorate our business community, our tourism economy here. And I think the way in which we're trying to do that is through the fixed costs as a percentage of revenue, sort of that element of it. Am I correct sort of understanding that, where if you are let me back up. If you're a Main Street business, high fixed cost, high monthly rent, and that obviously has stayed the same during this time. There might be other businesses that have a lower monthly rent for that. I don't know if I'm being totally clear at the moment, but I think I'm trying to say how do we use these funds to maintain vibrancy within
So
our town?
we talked a lot about which businesses are we trying to help with this? Is it the largest and most visible businesses? Yes. Is it the small businesses who might be greater affected by revenue loss? Yes. I think the answer is both. And so, that's why we're looking at percentages and not just numbers, aside from the fixed costs, because we do want to make sure these are going towards, real quantifiable costs. But we made it, percent of revenue loss and, how fixed costs relate to revenue as a percentage, so that the smaller businesses are not disadvantaged by just having lower revenue numbers. So it really comes down to not what your overall rent is, but how that relates to your revenue.
Sure, which is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And, we talked, I think this is what we spent the most time talking about is it more important that we're helping, those bigger, more visible businesses the most, or is it more important that we're spreading this throughout, all of the businesses in our community? And I think there can be arguments made for both. I agree that the ones that are more visible on Main Street are, really contribute to the vitality and sort of reinvigorating our economy in a really visible, apparent way. But we also wanted to recognize that some of these smaller businesses are still the backbone of our town that keeps the gears moving. And so ultimately we tried to come up with a system that was kind of neutral to the size and really just looked at hardship and how do we quantify hardship and make a scoring system out of that, which wasn't easy. I'm not going to say this is perfect.
No.
And like I said, we argued, we went back and forth on it
And I'm
a
not
lot.
saying I can do better.
Okay. No, and I just want to explain our process, because I know that, there's going to be a million different perspectives on how we could have done this. And there's probably people who feel left out of this. And that wasn't the intention. I think the intention was to be really targeted about how we determine who needs these funds and how that then goes into keeping our economy healthy. And that was really what guided a lot of these approaches and scoring that we looked at. Again, looking more at percentages than just hard numbers.
And And I guess the question that I didn't quite clearly articulate was that is that intention fully met? Like, and this is a question I don't have an answer to, where are those the fixed costs as a percentage of revenue, does that metric track with that intention? Where those sort of downtown vibrant businesses I understand from the framework perspective of not setting a hierarchy. In my mind, as one of the people approving these funds, there is at least a little bit of a hierarchy in my mind. Not saying that there isn't need across many different levels and circumstances, but the purpose at the end of the day of this program is to reinvigorate our economy. And so that's what I just am trying to make sure that I feel assured that that's what we're doing. And I know that's the intention. It's just so complex and so new that
Totally.
I'm just raising it because that's a concern.
Yeah, and I think like really quickly to answer that, the reason that we have that in there as part of the scoring system is that the businesses that are most vulnerable right now are the ones whose fixed costs are a high percentage of their revenue. So if there's a business where the percentage of fixed costs compared to their revenue is low, let's say I'm throwing numbers out there just for talking. I know these aren't real numbers. Let's say their fixed costs are $1,000 a month, but they bring in $50,000 a month.
Yeah.
They are not as vulnerable to closing, to layoffs, to not being able to, meet their meet their costs that come with running that business. But then if you have someone whose fixed costs are $15,000 a month and they're bringing in $50,000 a month, they're going to be a lot more vulnerable than that other business because they have those fixed costs and less money coming in proportionately.
No, I understand all that. My question is, are the downtown businesses are they in fact the ones with the highest costs as a percentage of the highest fixed costs as a percentage of revenue?
Potentially.
Potentially, but if they're not,
Might not be.
then they will score lower. And that
There won't be as
they're not as vulnerable to closure or whatever, to hardship, if their if they're bringing in a higher revenue, regardless of if they're on Main Street or if they're in, an office space on the third floor of a side street. Like, I think regardless of that, they're more able to absorb some of the revenue loss because their fixed costs are a smaller part of their business. So what we were really trying to narrow in on is the hardship factor and which businesses have the most hardship that are in the most need of aid.
And that's where I think we're still not quite talking the same thing. And again, I don't need to belabor this point any longer because I think we're fine. But you're talking about the hardship element. I'm talking about the vitality element. And so two different, slightly different perspectives of how do we utilize this money to accomplish the greatest amount of good. I think the perspective you brought with this is very valid and good. I am just trying to imbue a little bit of that other perspective of utilizing these funds to be maximally effective, to have a vibrant downtown, have a vibrant tourism sector, that then those effects then permeate across the rest of the economy.
Can I just say that there's not enough money to revitalize anything? And so this is more about saving some companies from going down. So just to clarify, I'm not.
That was going to be my point, was that to me, it's like other things can be done as a revitalization effort. This to me, and the way that it was presented, and I applaud your work and the effort obviously put into it, this is being presented as a stabilization mechanism specifically targeted at those businesses that might be feeling the biggest effect through using the revenue loss versus fixed cost comparison. But I don't think that it is a revitalization effort. And I think that there are other things that maybe are going to be happening in the community that would be directly targeted as revitalization. But my interpretation was that this was purely a stabilizing agent so that those companies that were, teetering would not be, we wouldn't see a loss of those businesses, whereas the ones that maybe are in a more stable position, wouldn't be as targeted. That was my interpretation.
Yep.
And so I even simplify that more, just we're trying to help. I know it's not going to be what everybody wants. I want to make sure, and I don't know the answer to this or who can advise on it, and learning from some other entities in the region that are doing good things, is that we streamline our application process and make it as simple as possible. We don't want that to be a barrier
Totally.
for someone to get money when they're probably going to need it very quickly.
Yeah, and that's why we don't have, we're not asking for a narrative or an essay. It's really just data and documentation to back up the data. It's really all we're looking for. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Region 10 was able to provide a handful of examples, and we also have pulled from other entities, and I could say that ours is very simple compared to, especially during the COVID era.
Great. I just wanted to make sure. I know this is extremely important, and there's some people that have been in the audience for a while. I would love to hear some comments if somebody wants to chime in. The only way we're going to do the best we can is to hear from you guys in the audience. So if you've got something to say, constructive criticism, thank you, I don't know, you suck, whatever, go ahead.
You can leave the "you sucks" alone.
What's that? We'll do 3 on this one. It's just more of an update in the processes where we are, and want to also give the business owners the opportunity to contact, certainly Zoe directly, and email us and Tiffany if you've got further comments on it in detail, as we try to quickly, not hurried, but quickly try to put some money back into your coffers.
Hi, Town Council. My name is Macy. I'm the owner of Crossbow in Van Natta. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much. This is so appreciated. It's definitely been hard recently. I had a few questions, Elena, for you about some of the things in the parameters. First, a more personal question, but you said no chains. I do have a store in Bozeman, so would that not count as... Because we do heavily rely on our sales in Telluride to pay all of our bills in
I
Telluride.
don't know if I would necessarily.
Just before you ink this, please just consider that.
Yeah,
Or define it.
Or define
I
it,
think
because
that majority locally owned, not, I think you are a majority.
You said most of your sales are within Telluride?
well, we have 2 completely different stores, so we have 2 completely different locations.
I think the value point, and I'm just gonna state this, but obviously these 2 are the ones in charge of this. I think if you could rely on revenues from an outside source, that is showing that you have more bandwidth than some others that maybe are directly locally owned. So if the intent was to not to, I mean, yes, I think that does define as a chain if you have multiple stores and multiple locations. But if that is not the intent, then maybe we have a different scoring mechanism.
I mean, my
to
question
follow
would
that
be,
intent.
are they 2 different LLCs or is it the same?
It's the same LLC. However, I can also provide financials on my Bozeman store that's also tanking in January. So I'm not getting revenue from them to help us.
Right. And I think, however, the purpose of the definition of this is strictly for the labor dispute, so not necessarily weather related or other aspects.
Right.
So I think that's not in consideration of this funding, while I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know how.
I
to
think
fit that in.
maybe a distinction about like the fact that you are a business that is like, your business is located in Telluride, Colorado. I'm sure your LLC shows that your LLC is based in Telluride, Colorado. It's not based in Rhode Island, and you have a Telluride store and a Montana store. I think that's maybe there's some verbiage that can clarify on that it's like, this is where your business is based. The fact that you have another store in Montana, we're here to help your store in Telluride. I don't know. That would be my interpretation of maybe a way to go forward, is it's like, you're not an arm of a chain that's based in another state or another place that has multiple locations. Would that maybe clarify a little bit?
It's up to these guys. Yeah.
I would just challenge you to have some type of more, like, some definition that doesn't just completely exclude businesses like mine. because we have taken a huge hit. My other big red flag is just to calculate the gross receipts from December 27th on is, I find to be completely unfair. From December 27th to January 1st, every store in town got bombarded with business. And if you pull your numbers from those last 5 days of December, it's really inaccurate of the actual loss that we're now seeing. I feel like when I pull my numbers from January 15th or January 1st to January 15th, I only have a 15% loss. And from January 15th to today, there's a 27% loss. So I just kind of feel like right now we haven't even scratched the surface of the losses that our community is going to face. So I think that those dates are just wildly inaccurate of like the losses that we could actually face, if that makes sense.
So are we thinking, should we limit our?
I mean, it's December 27th through January 31st, so it would encompass the loss that you're seeing in January. That
Correct,
you're
but
talking about.
but the last 5 days, I believe most businesses saw a huge spike. So if I take that entire number, my business is only at a 15% loss, whereas now we're tracking 30% loss. So it's actually a very unfair calculation being a business located in town where everyone that came here for Christmas, they stayed, they shopped, they ate. We had a big spike in our local economy when people couldn't ski. But then as soon as they left, and now people can actually, like on the 27th of December, no one could cancel anything until the 27th of January. So now we haven't even scratched the surface of what we're going to start seeing. And so I just think that when you calculate the actual loss, to use those last 5 days of December is unfair because it just counteracts the actual loss that we're seeing.
We're doing so much back and forth on this, so maybe we don't do a clock.
Yeah, and I'll chime in, 'cause I think it'll help, is that we just might have to expand upon what opportunities for reporting and categories, because there will be the flip side of that will be
100%.
will be the other thing is that there'll be businesses who just got absolutely clobbered in that same time period. You know, maybe it's, a locally owned, ski shop or something like that, but made just more flexibility, I think would be.
And again, this is, these guys were helping form that, but a lot of these decision making come from bringing it back to like the top and the purpose. And it is just strictly, who was impacted most during the labor dispute and how did we define that? And while you were not impacted during that Christmas period, other people definitely were. So they would be able to show a larger impact if we kept that time. We would get the same back and forth. And so changing the dates depending on your impact, it removes the equity of the application.
I'll chime in on this a little bit because I know that this, I can use my business as an example. I was in a similar situation, I think, as Macy was, where, because people were here already and the strike wasn't announced until the day before Christmas, they were already in our town. And so, I know that my business was as busy as I could be. The unfortunate thing is, I can sell out, and then I'm maxed out, but whatever. My business was as busy as it could be through the first of the year, that first weekend. But then I saw a very, very sharp decline with all of the reservations that were allowed. People were allowed to move their reservations or cancel them through their lodging companies. And so we saw a very sharp decline following that when there was uncertainty about where the labor dispute was going. I'm wondering if maybe it might be beneficial to start it that, I can give you an exact date. 1 second, let me look at a calendar.
And I guess
It might be beneficial to start it on January 5th.
But it depends on your
And
industry.
again, so, and my point is you just have, exactly,
Yeah,
whatever.
That's where just picking the period and like the spike that you might have seen because people weren't skiing, that was a benefit to you, but not all businesses experience that. So I don't want to cater a timeline.
I think so.
I think that most businesses, whether you're a ski shop, a tourism based or, a retail, I think that timeline will show when everybody was most affected because the occupancy in the town was so significantly down. That would be my only throw the volleyball back.
And I'll let you guys discuss, but my only direction and recommendation is we should not cater dates. You should pick whatever the date period
I'm saying I
is
think
and-
everyone will have felt that in that later time.
Let me just remind you that and I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but most ski shops are massive chains.
Right, and so they wouldn't
So if we're talking about
Why
like the
not?
vitality of Main Street.
It was just an example. And I think
Yeah.
we can say we can look at it and see if there's a way we have to adjust it. You know,
I mean, in the committee, we talked about just the month of January being cleaner, like that came up, like, is it?
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so maybe
So we
that's.
can do
the
January
consensus
1
is we could
through-
Look at the month of January and it's a really clean report.
Yep.
1 month of sales.
and it's hard because then you got to hear the flip side from the other people too. And the hard thing for us to quantify is no doubt that the labor dispute hurt the numbers, but the lack of snow is also really affecting us too. And we can't get into the habit.
I mean,
of-
those things are coinciding with each other.
Coinciding.
Nothing we
Yeah,
can-
there's
no way to tease.
And so
I will just say, I think January 1st splits the difference. So it's not necessarily encompassing all of that Christmas bump, but it's not necessarily taking away
Sure.
those that were affected by it. So maybe that's the
I think for the-
cleanest
however we can
piece.
do it more fair and equitable, I'll
Yeah.
support.
I think January 1st through 31st seems like a.
Yeah, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Those are my notes and thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Mike.
thanks, Macy. And we'll work on the.
Yeah.
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 I have
moving
notes.
forward.
I can also submit like all my Bozeman stuff too, so
Yeah.
you see that that's not supplementing. But
I
that was just like a big
better
red
to
flag.
Just look at your Telluride
Yeah.
business specifically, but that was a situation that didn't come up in our discussion. So thank you for bringing that up.
My chain. Thank you guys.
Yes, Lolly, come on up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lolly. I'm a co-owner of Flowers by Ella and Crew. Thank you guys for what you did put together. I appreciate that. I think there is clear direction and ultimately I do respect the objectivity, yet I do challenge a little bit of the lack of subjectivity within our community with businesses that, you know, I can speak for mine alone. We have been working really hard and doing well in moments, and I think are in a similar position as Macy, where we saw a bump around the holiday. We also have grown into a new space, so our revenue has jumped up. So it's really not applicable. I know these metrics on a percentage base might shift them, but as I would just like to point out that there is some level of subjectivity, and when it goes so objective to something, it can, I think, impact the vitality conversation. And I get that there's a point to focusing on the initial hurt, but there is going to be a consistent hurt. And I think the tone being one where we all feel a part of it in some capacity, like the limitations with something that's so objective that if you don't meet these, you get $0, but we are still seeing impact in our business. It just not might be at the scale of others, especially. I want to point out that there is also individual business ownership of their positions that they are in. And I feel like Ella and I have been working really hard and we've been running lean, and these are variable costs, but from a fixed cost perspective, we might not be there as some other businesses. And I do think there's equitability and fairness in that, but a $0 impact on something that has had incredible impact on businesses. I do think being aware of how each of these tangible objectives lead to versus how I felt with the Good Neighbor Fund, which is that it felt really warm and like we want to help. And I do feel like you want to help, but there's also this tone of like, we will not fill the void. And it's like kind of also feels a little like, okay, I don't know if I even fit in that. Yet I feel like I've contributed a lot. Our business has contributed a lot. And there's a deserving of an acknowledgement to businesses that maybe there were some on shaky ground to begin with, and yet they might be then way ahead of us in that realm. So I do think there's just ultimate subjectivity in this conversation. And I understand you don't want an essay, but I do think an objective this strict creates that, like even with what Macy said, we have the uniqueness of, I think we are going to feel it around Valentine's Day. That is a huge holiday for us. Thank you.
There was one thing that I just wanted to correct. It's not that we will not fill the void, it's that we cannot fill the void.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, I just, the wording has different implications. So I just wanted to clarify that like we cannot fill the void, even We want to.
The tone of
Yeah.
of how it feels like the money allocated is fair. I think it's reasonable. There's a percentage base there, but there's also kind of this like potential feeling for small businesses like, oh, we don't fit that because it's specific to that. And yet I think we are still being impacted as well. And I think it's just an interesting conversation, if anything, because yeah.
And I don't want to reiterate what these two said. It's a difficult conversation because I don't think every business that has been impacted will be able to get funding, and that's sad for all of us.
And the reality is some owners of businesses are in different financial situations than others in their personal lives outside of their businesses. And how do you take that into consideration? It's just a giant puzzle for us, and we're doing the best we can. But that's why we wanted to hear from everybody so you can give us feedback so we can make it as best as it can be and not be perfect.
And I appreciate that. I just think the subjectivity of the conversation is something to consider more than just going strictly to fully objective. If we're talking about local businesses and how to keep them feeling supported.
Great. Is there anybody else in the room that wants to comment?
Hi, y'all. Jenny Gordon, business owner on Main Street, the Gordon Collection. You have been given an impossible task. I think that Maria, Elena have done a masterful job of coming up with a fair, data-driven way to assess how to give out some of this money. I think that it should be from the date of the beginning of the strike. And I believe you were saying through January. I'm a little hard of hearing and I missed some of it. I think there are some businesses that benefited. Ours certainly did, from people having nothing to do and they were out shopping. And that should be taken into account. The hit in January has been pretty bad. But those two things need to be weighed together. So I think keeping those dates with all of that plus and minus will come up with a fair assessment, just as you have done. It is data-driven, it seems impersonal, but I don't know how else that you can do this. And I didn't know what you were going to come up with, but I'm really impressed with, in the short time frame, you've come up with something that seems to help everybody a little bit, and everybody a little bit proportionately to how much they're down. So I just wanted to congratulate you on a job that I think is well done. And it's not going to make everybody happy, but thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Anybody else in the room? I will close public comment in the room. Is there any hands raised online, Tiffany? Okay, we'll close public comment. It's we know how difficult it is for people to comment on it. So thank you for stepping up and doing so. And a special thank you to Ellen and Maria and Zoe and working on, the first steps of our ability to help.
Yep, I'm just going to close it up with next steps and just for finalized direction. So I will work with this advisory group to redefine or better define chain and how that's within the application. And then we're going to split the difference and have it start January 1st to the 31st for that period. And then our next steps, once the plan is not to come back to council with those additional pieces. I think we can tighten that up within the advisory group. And then I will be working with Region 10 to have the application, our communications team to get that application hopefully out by February 10th with a 2-week application period with the hopes of having awards provided by March 1st. So I think that would be our timeline.
Great. I just have one question. I don't know if there's a further analysis for it in the change of timing from just the month of January or to do it from the start of the strike date to the end of January. I don't know the answer to that.
I think you can argue both ways, as we've seen.
Trust you.
It's not me telling you that my way is right, because I could be convinced because I see the merits of all the different approaches.
Yeah, just maybe just consider it a little further before it's a final. This is what we do.
Yeah, and I think there is something to be said that if there was a spike at because of the strike, does that factor into the impact of the strike? Like objectively, yes. Subjectively, do we want that
Right.
to factor that in, you know?
For me, I think the only thing that, like, I just don't want to be misconstrued in what I was saying is, I think that whichever one you choose has validity. And I think that I want to be clear that I was not suggesting that different businesses should be put into different timelines. Regardless of whatever you guys choose, I think
Right.
everyone has to apply within the same timeline. I was just saying it might be easier to take it from, a different period, but I think that it has to be the same period no matter what you choose. Don't adjust it for different businesses, but whatever makes sense. I do think that there might be some ease in just doing a month to month. Also, because that also, I was thinking as a business owner, I was like, a lot of our expenditures are monthly as well. So like if you are trying to prorate some of your rents and things like that, or trying to calculate for additional days in that span over a month, it just might be, people might miss that, or it might just get complicated. So taking a snapshot of a single month might just be easier in general. So, but I want to be clear, I'm not advocating that we change timelines for different types of businesses. Keep one, whatever you guys ultimately choose, I trust will be fair.
I mean, I do think that we did talk about the month of January just being a cleaner report. We extended it because we didn't want to leave out days if some businesses, because
Sure. I get what you're
just
saying.
in my own realm, but like, I don't know what if they experienced hardships the day that the strike started. We don't necessarily know that because we're not looking at everyone's sales. But I think there is some, it sort of splits the difference to start at January 1st, and it does kind of make for cleaner numbers from the reporting side. So, I think that seems like the right path.
Okay. Direction understood.
And I do want to say that, this is looking at our current situation. We cannot look into the future and see what February is going to look like, see what March is going to look like. A lot of people did, move reservations, and we've seen from the Flight Alliance that bookings are consistent for February and March. So we're hopeful that this economic impact is mostly concentrated in the month of January. But, without really knowing what the future holds, we can't speak to what happens after this. I think if our economy is still suffering beyond this month, we'll approach that when we have the information and figure out how to move forward. But right now, we just can't speak to that yet because it's just an unknown variable. So I just wanted, because that came up a little, and I wanted to clarify that. And then one other thing, just sorry, I'm talking so much, but just to respond to like how this gets distributed equitably, we also talked about, if this $400,000 gets split into too many pieces, it helps no one. So like $50 in everyone's pocket, that's a made up number again, but that really doesn't get to the point of this money, which is to be stabilizing money for businesses that need it the most. So that is why we tried to have these kind of qualifying factors so that we're not splitting this pie into so many pieces that nobody's actually getting a bite, and then everyone's still hungry. So I understand that it seems tedious and like maybe we are doing too much, but I do think it's the right amount to make sure that the money has the intended impact on the economy. So I wanted to get that out before we moved on.
Great. All right, we're gonna wrap this one up, and that wraps up the manager's report. Unless you have anything else, Zoe.
Sure don't.
All right,
She's not done.
Kevin, you're up with 10B and the attorney's report.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I don't have anything.
Hold on, Kevin. You got a hand up from.
And apologies, Mayor. May I ask humbly that we please move forward to the THA portion of today's meeting. We do have a couple members of the audience who have been waiting now for several hours for that. So if we could move forward to that, I know they would be greatly appreciative.
Yeah, I didn't realize
Good
that,
call, Dan.
and they were here for that. So I've got no
Oh, God.
problem doing that. Do I have a motion to go out of Telluride Town Council and into Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved.
Second,
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously, and I will hand it back off to Elena because she's so excited about continuing to talk.
I would like to call to order the Telluride Housing Authority. It is Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. It is 4:18 p.m. We are in Rebecca Hall and also online on Zoom. Present, we have Maria Stark, Kristen Permakoff, Teddy Erico, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, and myself, Elena Levin. First on the agenda, we have approval of minutes from the meeting of December 16th. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the December 16th minutes as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. How do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes. Oh,
Kristen, yes.
Kristen, yes from afar. Teddy will be abstaining on this, so it passes 5-0. So next on the agenda, new business. First item on the agenda 2A is discussion regarding HOA dues and assessment assistance. And here to present, we have Allie Slayton.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And yeah, so this item has been kicking around at the subcommittee level for a while now. Back in 2021, there was robust conversation about a year's worth of providing assistance for special assessments on unprotected units. Now, what I mean when I say unprotected units, there are certain units in town which were provided historically as mitigation units, but those mitigation units were not newly constructed. They were instead purchased by a developer, deed restricted, and entered into our deed restriction pool. Now, we passed ordinances in 2007 and in 1994, which would require those units to be made affordable with respect to HOA dues when they're provided. And originally in 1994, and then continuing somewhat through 2007, that could have meant that an escrow fund would be set up for HOA dues. So just to provide a greater picture of how this happens, let's say there is a newly constructed hotel and there's going to be, or let's make it easy. Let's make it a condo. So there's a new condominium complex that's being developed in town, has affordable housing mitigation requirements. They provide a unit on site, which then becomes part of the deed restriction program. When they put together the declarations for that condominium complex, they have to put in those declarations a provision restricting the HOA dues and assessments that can be assessed during the deed restricted units. There's a calculation for the initial amount, and then that amount is allowed to go up by a maximum of 3% per year into perpetuity. So if a unit was provided in, let's say, 2020, that unit would be protected, even though it's a mitigation unit. We also know that in the 100% deed restricted developments, so Spruce House, Silverjack, and Trotta, those HOA dues and assessments are not protected, but all owners, for the most part, are on the same, they have the same idea of what affordability means to them and how those complexes need to be managed to maintain affordability for all of those units. However, there are 11 units in town that are mitigation units that were provided without protections, or they were provided with an escrow fund, which has since depleted. What that means is we have 11 mitigation units that were provided to fulfill affordable housing requirements that have dues that are far exceeding what we would consider affordable. And there are no restrictions on what those dues could increase to in the future. So we have heard from at least a couple of the owners of those 11 units, that this affordable housing is no longer affordable for those owners. The question before you today is, what would you like to do with respect to assisting these owners if you wish to assist these owners? Now, we have seen and currently ongoing, could be resolved here within the next week, but I'm going to knock on wood there, a very similar situation with the Pheno units. So you've heard about the Pheno units. Those were also two of the unprotected 11 units. We might have a resolution there coming soon. I'm not going to speak to that right now until I talk with the HOA further. However, I do want to draw a distinction there before we go any further, just so there's not too much of a comparison. That's 2 of 5 units at Pheno. And I also just want to state that we have more bargaining chips there. So I think Pheno is going to be capable of resolution. However, some of these other units exist at much bigger developments where it might just be one unit among 11 or 30. We don't have as much of a bargaining chip there. Also, the town currently owns both of those Pheno units. So we are negotiating on behalf of ourselves and the program for affordability into perpetuity. We can't necessarily do that on behalf of current owners of the other units that we don't own. So we're advocating again for the program with those Pheno units, not for current owners, but for future owners. So I just want to lay that groundwork before we launch into discussion. Now I have next to me Lauren. I think all of you know Lauren Bloomsmush. She used to work full-time in the legal department with us, and now we pull her in when we need some extra help. And extra help was definitely needed here. She has been doing her best to compile as much data as possible so we could give you the tools to make a decision here. Getting that data has been hard. And she can share more of her experience there. But some data is available online. Some data we were able to get from current owners. However, reading through some of these HOA budgets can be impossible without someone explaining them to you. And a lot of the HOA management companies did not want to talk to us about this. So you'll see several disclaimers in the staff memo about how we collected this data and where it might be reliable, where it might not be, where we had to do some guesswork. And the first question, as I try to do with some of these bigger, where do we want to go with this items? The first question is, do you even have enough data to make a decision at this point? Or should we look at commissioning a professional HOA study done by an accounting firm? So staff, we've done our best to provide as much information at this stage, but it very well could be that you need more information. Or it very well could be that you have enough information to go ahead and move forward with at least exploration of additional options for providing these 11 units assistance. And I do want to apologize to those in the room. I did tell Wayne that this item was scheduled for 2 o'clock today. That was true on a prior agenda, but it was since moved. So they've been waiting very patiently to state their case here. And with that, I will hand it over to public comment and discussion. And if Lauren has anything else to add with respect to the data, and we're very happy to answer questions as well.
Yeah, the only thing that I will add is that even if you were to decide to commission an independent study, I think gathering this information, I'm not sure that it's going to be as helpful as you might think. For several reasons. And one of the things that I think is important to know is that the amenities play an important role in what the HOA dues are. A lot of the older complexes pay water and sewer, and a lot of the newer complexes, each individual unit owner pays water and sewer. That's quite a significant expense in many instances. So making comparisons is sort of like making comparisons between apples and oranges in a lot of these instances. One of the management companies wanted to charge us for gathering information. We felt like it was a little beyond the scope of what we wanted to do in a short order. I know this was scheduled for today, so I did my best to compile as much information as I could. But again, we didn't specify complexes because some of the data is pretty sketchy. It was me pulling data from the assessor's site, from the county clerk's site, from individual owners. Some of them were 2025 budgets, some were 2026. So all of these elements should be taken into consideration when you're looking at the data. That's all I'll say. Thanks.
I think Ashley, you might have had your hand raised first.
And I'm hoping it's just a quick answer that you might know in a attempt to get us to more similar fruit. What are there any of the primarily deed restricted complexes like Silverjack, Mendota, do any of those share their utilities in the way that you were talking about as far as water and electricity?
To my
sewer.
knowledge, White House may be the only one.
They might.
That shares, and I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, and I doubt they do, but I know that all of the rest of the complexes, especially I live at Spruce and I know Spruce, we all have our own water bills, and most newer developments in the past 15 years, those are all going to be individually metered by unit rather than by building. And that's how it is moving forward. So some of your older, so say Telluride Lodge,
Telluride
that's
Lodge.
Telluride Lodge. I think those are,
You know, spiral stairs, all of those, they have one meter for the whole building. The
Mhm.
HOA pays the water. So
Which that can be a little bit, that's just something to keep in
Yeah.
mind. Like, I know that, as we were just saying for Telluride Lodge, I know that that's true for us. So our water bill and sewer and trash is incorporated into our HOA dues as well. So just keep that as we're looking through numbers.
Yeah.
Keep that in the back of your mind.
Teddy.
Thanks for putting all this together. Someone who's been selling these for quite some time understands how challenging each complex can be. And between when they were built, how they were maintained, and the amenity package, and even things like common hallways that are heated and carpeted and repaired, all add to the significant expenses that, that a deed restricted owner and even a regular owner will face. And there's no easy answer. My guess, this one's more of 2 points. One is more of a question, which is if we then tried to protect after the fact some of these units that you had listed, does that then pass the burden on to the free market owners in those complexes? Because hard costs are hard costs. And you're nodding yes. And then secondarily, and I brought this point up in previous times, and it's so hard because you have certain owners that will skate on assessments, especially if they're special or increased monthly expenses, because in their period of ownership, their HOA management decided not to address it. And then you end up in a scenario where someone buys in, and then all of a sudden they're getting hit with stuff. And it could be as simple as nothing that we can control, like fire insurance, which is really astronomical for any owner currently. And so if there was a way, and I don't know if this helps, or is dumb, but I'd love to see a percentage of, whether there are increases or special assessments that can be, considered like an improvement that someone had made in their house.
So I think you bring up a really good point, Teddy, and that and it's in the first paragraph of the memo where we talk about the policy statement that was adopted in 2021. And I touched on it before I went off on the rest of my unrehearsed presentation, but policy statement 2021-01 does offer assistance for special assessments. But it is only special assessments. It is not regular monthly HOA dues. So if one of these 11 unprotected units gets hit with a $3,000, a $14,000 special assessment, there are ways that we have allowed interest-free loans that then get repaid at sale. So we add it to the sales price. So we do have a mechanism for offering assistance for special assessments. What we've been hearing from the owners who are able to get assistance under that policy for special assessments is that the part that we intentionally left out in 2021 was the HOA dues.
Right.
So those monthly dues are now exceeding the cost of, those are becoming even more unaffordable than they were originally. And now it's time for us to address, do we want to offer some kind of assistance? And then question two, well, how?
And here's a further point to that I've seen a philosophical change in some of my HOAs is that when you do your analysis for your HOA, which you hire a third party to come in and say, okay, your roof's going to be done here, and your driveway needs to be done this time, and your siding's going to be upgraded every 3 years, and fire insurance is going up, is what a lot of recently what I found in complexes is because of the ability to resell units leads to a point of having a certain amount of reserves in place per lender requirements that what I've seen is over aggressive monthly dues being put in place, and not predatory, just because it's almost robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because if you deplete your special assessments, well, you got to refund those, you got to replenish those. So what I've seen is that now HOAs are looking at increasing dues, and mine, for example, has tripled in 3 or 4 years, my HOA dues. And so, because it's like, well, why are we just going to pull this money out of special assessments when we just have to put it back in? So I think that's kind of a newer phenomenon that really hurts these folks, because you're no longer able to just pull from your special assessments to fund these sharp increases.
Well, and I think that that's actually, as somebody who also has a little bit of a real estate background and also HOA experience, that's actually like the way that you're supposed to do it. Is you're supposed to look at what your future expenditures are going to be through this process. And then you're supposed to be collecting the funds from your owners in order to be able to cover those expenses as they come up. And special assessments really are supposed to be special assessments. Special meaning like unforeseen, kind of, like we need this money now because we didn't have the foresight to be collecting it for the last 20 years. And I think the unfortunate thing is that a lot of HOAs in previous years were not collecting enough. And so now that burden is being placed onto the current owners as these buildings are aging specifically. And we see that in a lot of these buildings that are being brought up as examples, that they are the older buildings that are now looking at big numbers that they did not have their previous owners contributing towards, unfortunately.
Well, and I think it's worth mentioning that some of these HOA fees go towards amenities that are targeted more at short-term rentals. And some of the deed restricted units aren't even allowed to use those amenities. Like I think E52, their deed restriction doesn't allow for them to use
Yes.
the amenities that they.
However, with element 52, those are all protected. So they might only be paying $150 or $200 a month, rather than $600, $700, $800, $900 a month. But in exchange for that protection, they don't get to use the amenities.
Right,
These
okay.
unprotected units pay full price, but have full access.
Okay. Well, and I think there's not a clear solution here, but something we've talked about in subcommittee is that we need sort of the immediate Band-Aid and we need the long-term solution. And I think those are going to be slightly different mechanisms. But how do we structure that is where we haven't come up with a great solution. Something that, has come up is for the more long-term solution, do we give these owners priority with some of the new for purchase units to move into those, and then we can re-tier the existing units to fit someone with more income that could maybe absorb the HOA costs more? Obviously, we could also sell them on the free market, but I think as a subcommittee, we decided that any deed restriction is better than no deed restriction. So, but I tend to think that these are going to continue to be a problem, and I don't want to. I think the temporary solution to stop the bleed right now isn't going to be sustainable long term. So I think that's where we kind of need to approach this from two different with two different solutions and two different ideas.
Yeah, I think part of the issue that has been alluded to, but maybe just needs to be stated a little more clearly, is that the monthly HOA dues in some of these unrestricted units are unaffordable for the people that are in there. They still have to be a qualified tenant under the affordable housing guidelines. And so that caps the amount of income they have, but then their HOA dues add on to their other monthly housing costs. And for at least the two people in the audience, and I know at least several others, it's becoming it's unaffordable. It's bleeding them dry. And so to Elena's point of these people, I believe, are in need of an immediate solution. It was raised at the subcommittee, the fact that there is a lot of need out there in our community. And the question was raised of, well, is it equitable and fair to prioritize these people who are in housing, at least one way or another? The point I made at the time, and I still believe in, is there, I believe, is a responsibility on our part, because this is a response to a government created program. These housing units were created as mitigation units. And that it just wasn't foreseen at the time, perhaps was unforeseeable at the time, how high those monthly HOA dues would become and now currently are. And so this program has just operated not as intended, but there's a responsibility I believe, on the part of the government to remedy that now. So I think that there does need to be some more serious actions taken. The proposal we were talking about at the subcommittee was the buyout option, not forcing anybody in these units to take that if they have a circumstance that they're still able to afford and still works for them, they still want, but give the choice where the town buys them out and either temporarily houses them in rental or gives them priority to that. That part can be open for discussion a little bit, but I believe pretty firmly that the people in these situations need help now, and that by continuing to kick the can down the road, we're not living up to the promise to take care of the people in our housing system.
Yeah, Ashley.
I'm just, trying to think of solutions and stuff for this and how this might work. I'm curious if, we kind of know what our tiers are right now. And I'm curious if for there's not a huge number of mitigation units that exist, that maybe it is, to Dan's point of like, it's a buyout option. And then we create like a higher tier that would allow people with these higher incomes that could potentially be in a better financial position to, be in these types of units where they have these higher HOA dues. I'm just curious if that's maybe something we want to look at for like, okay, if you're in this specific kind of mitigation unit, that there's a set number that exists, that we really look at what would be with these, looking at the HOA dues as they sit here today, what kind of income you would have to make that more in line with what the other units are at affordability level. And then try and because I think that there is demand also for kind of this, we talk a lot about this missing middle as well, that this might be an opportunity for us to create a new opportunity for some of the people that are looking for housing that are maybe missing out on some of the other products that we already hold. And this might create a new option that we don't currently have as an option for doing this.
Yeah, if I just want to make sure we can get to a point of giving direction here. So I'd like to split the issue into two, as I heard earlier, short-term solution and long-term solution. For long-term solution,
proposition is probably
yeah, and it is, and I think there are many more options available to us long-term, just as we discussed with Pheno. I think there are options for making these units tier 4, turning them into EDUs, selling them to local businesses, but keeping them at the same price, who can absorb these costs, but then rent them at a reasonable rate. I think there are many ways we can solve this long-term for a different owner. The question I think that I think they've been waiting for a very long time an answer to is, what are we going to do in the short term for current owners? And are we going to give monthly subsidies to the HOAs for these dues? Are we going to prioritize rehoming them? If so, to what extent do we expect them? We have 3 units up for lottery on Friday. So to what extent are we expecting them to also look for alternative housing solutions and get themselves out of this situation? So I think those are the questions we need answered in order to put together a short-term solution for current owners to maintain their long-term housing in the community.
Oh, we haven't heard from this side of the room. So Kristen?
Yeah. How often historically has the emergency assessment fund been utilized?
So I had that in a prior memo, and I think maybe It might have been 4 or 5 times, but in no case did we end up giving a grant. So in every single one of those circumstances where we exercised the policy statement 2021-01, all of those situations and those asks ended up with giving a loan, which is interest-free to the person requesting it. So let's say they got a $15,000 assessment, we would give them maybe $12,000 or $13,000 of that as a loan, interest-free, add it to the sales price, and they just repay it when they sold the property.
Because I'm thinking of something along those lines to use some kind of mechanism like that, where then they could get the emergency help, you know, and it's not all 11 units, I don't believe, are asking for this aid. It's only a certain small number of these people have been coming for years, right? And so it's now getting to be crunch time. And so if there was a way that we could potentially have some kind of emergency fund like that and do it in a similar fashion to how you use it for the assessment. You know, like maybe say there's this much money for their HOA dues that they can just put in their bank and then they spend it and then it adds to the sales price at the end and they pay it back later. Something like that to help them in the short term.
That was my offer up. I think that we probably, just for the sake of like clarity and so that there's not any, you know, people asking questions, we probably would pay something like that directly to the HOA on their behalf. And then that way, you know, we could, and then we would just keep a running accounting of that as a percentage of their total HOA bill, or at a set amount, maybe based on a square footage or however we decide. And then, like we're saying, then that can dovetail into our long-term solution of, okay, and then this much was given over the course of their ownership that is now incorporated into this sale price that then potentially creates a higher tier for purchaser.
for the
And
next
then
person.
we're made whole at the end of it.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're made whole at the end of it. And then we have somebody who is in a better position financially to, you know, withstand the higher HOA dues.
Because just to finish, you know, they have said, oh, if there was a similar unit, maybe we could get priority to buy a similar unit, but I know it's hard to move. Like, I don't want to move out of my house either. And, you know, so that's maybe something looking into the future to do, but I think immediately. Sorry, Maria.
I want to hear from Maria because she hasn't spoken yet.
It was just the same to capitalize it, basically.
So
Um,
can I respond to that
Yeah.
idea? Right, because I think we discussed this a little at the subcommittee, and I understand where the idea comes from. My hesitancy there is we are using taxpayer funds to subsidize a private business, private company of an HOA. And so I have a lot of reservations around that. And that's where it feels still more like a Band-Aid instead of trying to have a real final solution. And especially with that context of using taxpayer funds that end up in the pockets of.
well, it gets
HOAs
paid
are not
back.
businesses.
Well, it gets paid back upon the sale. So I think much like the fund for emergency, like special assessment emergency fund, it would get added to the sales price and then paid back to the town. So it would be more like a loan.
HOAs are not businesses though. Like they have like very specific filings and stuff and they can't have big profits and things like that. So,
But
well, I just want to clarify that they're
And our
not businesses.
And our I bet our own projects hire third-party people, you know, for HOA dues, right?
to look at what our like, you know,
Like, right, I mean, there's.
replacement costs and.
Town does where we pay third-party people and it's just, they make money off town. That's a business.
But again, I think that what's being proposed here is more of a loan than it is a subsidy. So I agree in the short term, it's annoying that that money is in our pocket, but eventually it does come back to the town.
part of the point too I'm making is that it's not, those high HOA dues are still very much going to exist. And that if that unit then still goes to another deed restricted household, another qualified household, that doesn't seem to be a solution.
I mean, I think
But we
that's
can
where
change the tier.
potentially tiering it to tier 4s and making sure that it's known that that is a unit with, I mean, if we increase the income that we allow for that we require for qualification, then we're acknowledging that it's going to a household that can better absorb those costs. Teddy?
And another thing too with that is, you know, it's not a big number of units in our community that fall under this. So if they all have to be re-tiered in the future, as we build other housing and more housing opportunities happen in the region, then that is probably a great way to solve this problem. So we're not having this discussion every few years as things change, because as these buildings get older, the costs are just going to go up, up and up and up. And so this is not easy. This is
Right, I was
We
going
could
to say.
limit how long that we're willing to do this, so it's not indefinite. We could say that this is a
Sunset or something.
5-year, thing that. we're gonna
reevaluate.
allow, so that way people are getting moved into something that's more affordable, so that it is opening it up to people that have higher incomes that could absorb it. We could limit it.
If so if that's the path we're going to go down, I think what we would just, I think you're right on topic, Ashley, is that I think we would just want to both time and amount limit the assistance that we give, both monthly amount that we give, but also total amount. Because what we don't want to happen is we don't want a tier 1 2-bedroom unit that may be sold for $250,000 a few years ago in 2 or 3 years to get so much assistance that now it's still tier 1, but the price has been bumped up to $500,000 because it's been given so much monthly assistance. So I think we would just want to make sure that we both time and amount limit that. I would also ask that you give staff time to calculate out what reasonable assessment or assistance might be. Because think about a situation where a unit might have sold for a really great price originally. And I'm not saying I'm not saying a free market good price. I'm saying a deed restricted good price. It maybe should have sold for $250,000, $300,000, but instead it was purchased for $180,000. It's already been heavily subsidized. Is there really additional need to I know $1,000 a month sounds like a lot in HOA dues, but when you consider the significant savings in a mortgage, do they really need more assistance? So I think there's additional considerations that maybe we need to put into a final policy, if that is the direction that you're giving us, for monthly assistance dues, based on capitalizing those costs.
I think there's got to be some kind of matrix that we create that considers initial sales price and then looks at what amenities are offered from the HOA and then where that price per square foot factors in. And I know this is going to be a really annoying matrix, but I think we need to create some sort of system where then we can plug in the variables and then find the delta of what an appropriate HOA fee would be and what the owner's paying. And then that gap is the assistance we could offer. Ashley, on what
you're saying, also subtracting out any assistance for the water and sewer, that is an actual cost that they should absorb as the homeowner.
Right, that goes in the matrix, I think.
And then I would say, and this is just an idea, so if you all hate it, shoot it down, but maybe in addition to that, because this is we don't want this to be, a way for someone to draw down on our reserves in a situation where they really can't afford. I mean, we could look at it not being just a straight 0 to 0. We could have some interest or something on that contributes to it as well. If we want to look at that, it doesn't have to be a 0 interest loan. It could have some interest on it too, that they're responsible to pay.
This seems like a potentially highly complex system for a short-term subsidy, for lack of a better word, instead of an option where we purchase the unit, either resell it at an increased tier or resell it in the free market in order to return those funds into the Affordable Housing Fund, while then utilizing other housing stock that we already have to fix the problem more finitely, more definitively for those. That to me seems the better option, instead of sort of this temporary continued subsidization and complex system that seems still to me to be more of a Band-Aid.
I think what you're speaking to is the long-term solution part of this. I think we need the immediate, you needed help a year ago solution. And then I think that's where the rehoming part of this comes into play. And I think we do have to have the conversation around what opportunities can we bring to the table that somehow align with the sunset of this aid, because this aid cannot be indefinite. But I think there has to be some correlation between the other housing opportunities that we can help provide and when this program would expire for the people who use it. Teddy?
Yeah, I was gonna talk about that just super quick, that, you know, it's more of a long haul solution, because I don't want to, not only do I not want to kick people out of their house, but matching up the price they paid for it with the price of the new unit, with what we do with the old unit and what inventory we have is a long game, and some people are struggling right now. And so that I'm okay with the solution of that loan, just to help the people. It's not a big number of people, and just help them, because it is a long game and very complicated for us to figure this out. And then we're also going to have to start really analyzing our constructed projects and what their long-term futures are, so they don't end up in a similar situation.
Yeah, and if it's just a portion of HOA dues, like not HOA dues in full, but
No.
just want to throw that in there.
It's the matrix.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if I could just make a few statements or ask a few questions just for confirmation. It sounds like we acknowledge that there's a long-term and a short-term solution. The short-term solution is really is just that, and there is no long-term solution for current owners to stay in their units and get a subsidy. So current owners, if I'm understanding from the conversation correctly, we're not telling anyone they have to leave. And if someone wants to stay for the next 20 years, they're welcome to do that. But their assistance is going to run out after a certain amount of time. What we're essentially doing is buying them time to have their affordable housing for a period of time, but expecting them within that period of time, 3 years, 5 years, however long we want to extend this, they need to be actively looking for other options, with the understanding that this subsidy is going to run out and they're not going to be able to capitalize on this forever. So we don't have a long-term solution for current households to stay in their units, unless, of course, they wanted to sell to a business, to the school possibly, and the school could rent the unit to them. I know we have, I believe, a couple of teachers in the room who are in that situation. So I think there definitely are long-term solutions. There's just not necessarily long-term solutions for current owners in their current housing. There are long-term solutions for current owners in different housing.
I think we need to do a little bit more with the long-term solutions. I don't think we can say this is over in 5 years and you're on your own. I think, to me, that isn't in the spirit of what we're trying to do as the housing authority. So I would say that, you know, maybe part of this program I think you nailed it with the short-term part of this. I think we're kind of saying the same thing, but I don't think we can not offer a little bit more assistance with the long-term solution. So I don't know exactly what that looks like. Maybe it's a requirement that people are entering the lotteries and they get an extra ball if they're in this situation. Maybe some of the units that we're purchasing, we can kind of cherry pick a couple to prioritize to resell to these owners. Like we every now and then, when the right unit pops up for an employee, we will use it for an employee. Maybe we do a similar thing where, you know, this unit is a good fit to rehome one of these people and we offer it to them. I don't know, and maybe other people have other ideas, but I think I would feel uncomfortable not like putting a sunset on the assistance, but not helping.
Having another idea for.
Yeah, because I think we just need to be because then it's not providing really the long-term solution.
Right.
It's only providing the Band-Aid, which I know is just a Band-Aid, but I think it's an important Band-Aid. But I think the more important part of this is the longer-term solution. And so I just want to, maybe we can workshop that a little bit more for Allie, so we can give her, does anyone have any ideas? You know, the subcommittee's talked about this a lot, and it's not easy to find a solution, but
I think that we've given a few ideas, and I like the addition of, you know, maybe because it's not a lot of units is the good news. We're not talking about 50 families that we're looking down the pipe at. So I think that if everyone was comfortable, I think we could do a similar type of structure like we have with the big spreadsheet of like when units come up, we look and it's like, are we gonna do our first right? Are we gonna do a lottery? Are we doing it as employee housing and then add a fourth category? Or does it make sense to move one of our, prioritize a person who's in this type of kind of struggling financial situation with their HOA dues?
And then
we
change
could
the tier of it.
And then
offer
we
it to
could take
someone
it
Or
back.
sell it to a business
Or-
or
or-
use
Yeah,
it for
I agree.
employees. Like, I think what we do with the unit, I almost feel like we shouldn't write that into policy and we should take it unit by unit.
I agree. And I think the longer term solution, the good thing about that is that we might have a little bit more time to kind of figure out what the solution is there. But I think that I don't know. I feel like we've made some good determinations.
I think for long-term solutions because remember, we're talking about, we're short and long-term solutions for the owners, short and long-term solutions for the unit. Long-term solutions for the unit, I think we have a lot of tools and I think I have a lot of recommendations I can make. What we are trying to focus on here are short and long-term solutions for the unit owners. Sounds like in the short term, we're probably looking at some kind of capitalized monthly assistance based on an application process, and I can draft a policy for that and give some recommendations before we adopt that policy and have public comment. But let's talk again about long-term solutions for current owners. So one of those is to allow those current owners to have an extra ball in a lottery. However, to what extent are we expecting those owners to enter lotteries instead of just ask for assistance? Like I said, we have 3 units that are going to be drawn on Friday. These owners aren't a part of that lottery. Should they have been? Are we expecting them to be before we grant assistance? Or are we just going to give them priority on the next units that we have available? In that case, are they handpicking their next unit, or should they be open to more opportunities than just like for like what they already have?
Can we make the assistance, predicated on maybe the agreement that you'll enter into qualifying lotteries and that, will reasonably
The assistance hearings will be a lot like exception hearings. So you could put a condition. I don't know if we'll put that in the policy necessarily, but I just want to make sure we're conveying expectations to current owners as well. We're saying we're going to help you, but we also expect you to do this. So I think that needs to be considered and heard. And I know Wayne probably has
Yeah.
more to say on
I
that
was gonna
topic.
say, I
Yeah.
think this feels like a really good time to open up public comment because I would love to hear from people in the room. So if you're here for public comment, please introduce yourself into the mic. And do we want like 3 time limit?
I'm going to be quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, Wayne has a lot to say about this because he's been fighting this battle for the last couple years. And I bought 2 years ago and HOAs were $700 a month and it was kind of affordable. At that point, I had some savings of which I've used all of it. My HOAs have raised to $900 a month and I've had over $10,000 of special assessments. I don't have anything to fall back on anymore. In March, they're going to determine if my HOAs are rising and the special assessments, which I've been told are coming along with increased HOAs. I can't afford it in March. So I have a deadline. Yeah. So anyway, for me, it's exigent and I really appreciate it because it seems like you guys understand the exigence. And I came in, I have all these data points and things I wanted to say, but it feels a bit redundant because I feel like you guys get the problem. One thing that maybe I want to reiterate is that I am subject to the fluctuations of the Airbnb short-term market investment properties in my building. They have totally different priorities than me. If they want to, what they're currently talking about is taking down the fireplace and making this big, beautiful, ornate thing for Airbnb guests. I have no vote in that and it's useless for me. I don't want that. I can't afford that. It doesn't matter what I want. So that's a hard place to be. And it's a hard place to be because I bought this because I thought it was sustainable. I was like, I want to be in this community. I teach at the school. I care about it. I care about the kids. And I thought that was my way to stay, even though I knew I wasn't going to make a bunch of money. I didn't think I was going to lose a bunch of money, which I am. So yeah, I mean, for me, that's the biggest thing. I feel like this program, although it is not for people to make money, it is for the sustainability of our community. And it's not like, I'm thinking I might have to go. So yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I feel like you guys get that in a way. This is not something I need to say, but I have been waiting for 2 hours, so I thought I would.
Well, thank you. Thank you for waiting and thank you for your comments. It's always good to hear it all again when we've had this conversation before and
Yeah.
hopefully we can get to a real solution. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thanks. Wayne.
And then Boomerang Lodge.
Hey, everybody. Just want to,
You just introduce yourself for the record.
yeah, I'm Wayne Clark. I work at the high school. I've been the coach and director and coach various sports at TSSC and at the school. Do a lot of volunteering around the community. And so I just kind of want to start with it has been 2.5 years since I brought this up. And to the point of Zoe earlier, like being defensive, sorry if I am a little defensive, but like I've gone through this a lot and, it is getting to the point where like, it's time to look and move elsewhere because this is just becoming such a large piece. So I apologize if it sounds defensive at any point, but I have been like trying to get this meeting for a long time. Yeah, same thing. It really does seem like, this like immediate support within a long term seems amazing. And so like, yeah, all that sounds really good. Just to kind of like support in that, when I first moved into my place, HOAs were 460, now they're 917. And looking at some numbers, I think Allie got together for some meetings like a few months ago, like over the summer. I did some calculations, and if you pull all the 2-bedroom units that are in full deed restricted buildings, the average HOA is $446. If you pull our 2 bedrooms that are in these free market buildings, the average HOA is $837. And so, we're not asking to not pay an HOA. That would be ridiculous. We're asking for some support on top of that to get those numbers closer. $200-300 a month would like do so much for me to be able to save. And so like essentially we've been paying the averages. We're paying 193% of what if our 2 bedrooms were in full deed restricted buildings, we would be paying a lot less than that. So we're paying a lot more than other people are. They're an equal unit. So anything where we can get support faster or sooner than later would be amazing because there's been hints in ours that our HOAs are going to go up again. And they just went up to this $917. And as Holly's building, I think they have a little bit more special assessments than we've had. And they're a little bit, more, new fireplace or remove the fireplace. But ours is the same thing where our HOAs are going up because my building is like 80% Airbnbs. And that's all they care about. And my hope is, not great with the community, but like, with it not being so busy, maybe they'll think about lowering HOAs, but there's been nothing on that. But yeah, just like assistance would be amazing. I think Nikki Bernstrom Noel's online, but her husband, Dan, created like a list of like 20 things. And I think it was on one of the subcommittee lists a few months ago. So there's like so many options and we're happy to help with that. But like, I think, immediacy is important to us. And then, long-term goals or long-term plans, like we totally work with whatever, but like, just sooner than later would be great to help on these monthly expenses. Because it's financially, this is the first time I don't have like 1 or 2 other jobs and it's like, savings are dwindling. So any support would be great. Thank you. Boomerang Village. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, thanks for being here and thanks for your patience. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to, yeah, please step up to the mic and just introduce yourself again, just for the record.
I wrote some things out, so I may be kind of reading some of it. Ginny Gordon, resident of Telluride and owner in Needle Rock Spiral Stairs and family relationship in Boomerang Village. What a, it's been a long day, you guys. I don't know how you're still functioning. I just sat in here for a couple hours. Over time, I think the only solution is in Ally's number 4, purchase these units back and then sell them on the free market to supplement affordable housing with significant upside for the town. There are other options with bringing them into some other tier or doing something. Long-term, to me, you've got to get these out of the situation that they're in. It is not sustainable long-term. These unprotected units in these mixed development properties should have never been used as a mechanism for developers to satisfy their affordable housing mitigation in the first place. This was a short-lived opportunity, and as we can see from the memorandum, it came with all sorts of unintended consequences. These units are all aging, and the need for major replacements and repairs and expenses of maintaining them will continue to rise. There's only 12 units. Actually, Ally, I think you left out Spiral Stairs that has 1 unit in it that's in the same situation. It's currently owned by Baked and Telluride, so it's a little different from the dues perspective, but if it resells, it would be, there's another HOA Spiral Stairs with 1 unit in it. And these 12 units should be phased out over time. And we don't need extensive study and cost to determination how to make them affordable. I think, to me, there's only one way to go forward with this, and that's to, I think, obviously, to me, I think if we sold them free market, the gain would be significant. It could be put into buildings where this is more appropriate use. I've owned the Needle Rock and Spiral Stairs units since their inception in the early 80s. So when these units were suddenly being sold to developers to put in free market, I didn't think that was a very good idea at the time. But these complexes are very basic. They have no amenities, no hot tubs, budgets are tight, and provide only for the operation of these buildings as costs continue to rise. So this is not a, we're doing fancy things for VRBOs or anything like that. This is basic costs. These charts are inaccurate, and I think both Ally and Lauren, thank you for all of your efforts in trying to make comparisons, but they aren't going to be accurate because you can't rely on these comparisons to make decisions. There's not enough data to compare apples to apples. Dues are composed of many components, and you can't compare square foot price dues with all of the variables accounted for. By way of example, I know that Spiral Stairs, Needle Rock, and possibly Boomerang Village HOAs pay for water and sewer fee, which we've discussed. So you can't compare them to a unit where people are not paying those fees, or you can't compare the dues. In many or most of the town constructed units, there are individual meters, and we know all that. For example, 2025 operating assessment for Needle Rock was $45,000, of which $10,000 was paid out to water sewer fees, 22% of the budget for the entire year. Spiral Stairs just passed a 20% increase in their approved budget just to keep up with the ever increasing costs of water, sewer, insurance, maintenance. The buildings are old. They just spent $8,000 trying to keep their roof intact. Needle Rock has conscientiously assessed for capital reserves annually based on the required Kiowa reserve funds. And as Ashley had said, these are requirements. You must do proper reserves. It's not optional anymore, although many years it was neglected. Because of adequate reserve funding in 2025, a $48,000 roof replacement was fully funded out of capital reserves in Needle Rock, and no assessment was necessary because they had properly reserved over the years. Needle Rock assesses 10% of its annual operating budget for reserves as a separate assessment payable as part of quarterly dues. So do all of these other per square foot numbers include assessments for reserves, and how well funded are the reserves? This info was not readily available when these numbers were compiled, but again, they make a huge difference. HOA with low reserves funding versus those with higher level of reserve funding will affect the square foot number, but also directly affect the special assessments that'll be needed in the future and that you're talking about helping people with. Insurance is the other major factor. And some declarations require different HOA coverages. Some are required to insure just the common elements, and others actually have requirements to cover the whole project, including the units. Needle Rock Insurance was $12,856 for that small building. It's 4 residential and a commercial downstairs. And it's experiencing a 12% increase in 2026. I don't know exactly how the deed restricted units are being insured. And maybe they have lesser requirements for insurance than some of the other units have. And again, that would factor into, are these dues affordable? What's included in them? You don't have enough information to make those determinations on a building by building process. And yet, okay, also invariably a small project with fewer units will see higher costs associated with maintaining the building versus larger complexes where there's an economy of scale. For some, is there inherently a perceived quality of life benefit to living in a free market complex that may have a value for some to offset the somewhat higher dues that are necessary? What is affordability? What are these dues? I totally appreciate what you guys are saying. I mean, I totally appreciate it. But I think there's so many variables in here that just to come up with, we're going to pay half of your dues without understanding how they fit into that bigger picture in that chart is difficult. And to say we don't want to have a time frame, I think ultimately if people can't afford to be in these units based on what the HOA dues are, that they need to be considering other options. And that the town should definitely be considering the long-term potential of getting this out of the system. These units shouldn't have ever been in this situation. There are people that are caught in this, and it's not good. But how you deal with this, if you start assisting and taking these dues and putting them to the sales price, aren't you therefore then increasing the sales price of these units and the affordability of these units going forward? So if you keep adding stuff onto this that they can't afford to pay, you're creating a higher price that the next person has to pay and making their situation less affordable. So I think there's a lot to consider here, and I don't know that you can give direction right now of what one particular unit in one particular building is paying and how much it's unaffordable because they're in a building that is putting in fireplaces or putting in hot tubs, or you have buildings like Spiral Stairs and Needle Rock and I think Boomerang too, that just don't have any amenities and are not going down that path. So you've got a complicated situation here, but good luck.
Thank you,
Jenny.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, those are all the factors that we're considering. And I think we have a lot of options on the table in the long-term category. It's the short term that's a little trickier. And I think that matrix is going to be key, figuring out what each of these HOAs supports and how that plays into where the gap is and what is reasonable. I know we have at least one person who's maybe online. Does anyone have their hand raised for public comment online?
Three members of the public left it.
Okay.
She was also a teacher though.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of feedback and we've given a lot of direction to staff to kind of come up with this two-pronged solution, the short term and the long term. And I think the short term does need to have some kind of time frame. I don't think it can be infinite. And then any change in the sales price would also come along with a change to the deed restriction, or maybe we get rid of the unit altogether. I think that is to be determined as each one of these comes into our hands. I don't know if we need to decide that today.
No, I think very similar to what we did with Pheno, we let owners get to a point where they said, look, this doesn't make sense for me anymore, but it's also not going to make sense for another person. So you should purchase this unit and figure out how to make it affordable. So I think if I were to recommend, I would say we kind of let current owners get to that point. We don't tell them you have to move. We don't necessarily say we've got a 2-bedroom available, we move you there. Instead, we say, look at other opportunities, take them if they come up, enter the lottery if you can for other units. And when you decide to sell, we will then take care of assessing what we can do with this unit for long-term affordability at that point. But I just don't think there's going to be any solution for for current owners to be long-term in their current units. Unless, of course, let's say it's someone who's making way beyond what their prior tier was and they want more equity in their unit. One of our long-term solutions, and I might be going beyond the scope of today's decisions that are needed, one of the long-term solutions could be to unrestrict the price on the unit and essentially convert it into an EDU where there's no income cap, there is no tier, there's also no price cap, which means if someone who initially purchased under a tier 1 restriction, but now they make tier 4 income or beyond, we could unrestrict that unit. Maybe they would need to pay us some kind of difference between. That way we're not making a $100,000 unit into a $700,000 unit and they get a windfall. But it could be that they get more than just that maximum 3% equity per year. So that could be one solution. If I had to guess, though, I don't think any of the current owners are going to be, that's not going to be an option for them.
And I don't think that really addresses the problem at hand, which is the owners have HOA fees that are too high and don't have the
Yeah.
income to match it.
Yeah.
So like the situation you just outlined would involve somebody who has an increased income, which is already allowed under our ownership guidelines.
But this would also allow
This
more
would
equity in
allow
the
a new
unit.
owner to go in. The current owner would reap the benefit of a changed tier
Yeah.
list.
But, and I think it's very
And it
possible that we
incentivizes
might,
them to sell.
we might have one or
Okay,
two
I see what you're
households
saying.
in that situation. I don't,
just get them
yeah, I don't want to name names. It's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, like this immediate Band-Aid is the most important thing, but and I'll go to you. But I do think that I would like us to have a little bit more of a long-term solution. I feel like this is a limited assistance and then you're on your own isn't quite enough in my opinion. But Dan, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and it's on that topic because like you're saying, I think as we just heard from a member of the public, we have somebody in that situation where they are at the end of their rope, where it just is plainly unaffordable to them. And the subsidy option is one option, even though I've stated my reasons for thinking there should be other.
I think we should call it a loan, like a
Sure.
loan.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah,
Loan.
because a subsidy is different.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to solve that long-term situation, which is why I want to just rip the Band-Aid off, get more direct to it, allow the town to purchase them out of that, and then utilize other housing stocks, specifically rentals, to jump them to the front of the line, house them, get them into the tier that, or, with the system we have, they would be placed in a tier that the town categorizes as affordable to them. And then they have essentially infinite time to pursue other housing opportunities, including purchase. I know from the current owner perspective, that might not be the most ideal situation. I definitely want to recognize that, but it is the more definitive solution, and it does, in my mind, also more equitably and effectively utilize town's limited resources.
I think that's a really good point, Dan, because I actually just wrote down that question before you brought that up. I know where we discussed HOA unprotected unit owners getting an extra ball in lotteries. I think that's direction that would be given when we set the lottery policies for the next lottery. However, the next question I have for you is, should I convey to the rental department that current owners would get priority placement for rentals? So if we have an available Voodoo unit or an available Shandoka unit for which that person qualifies, so they still have to fully qualify for the unit, but would they get to jump the wait list? We place them in that housing and then we purchase the unit and figure out the long-term affordability solution.
If they want to move twice.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with having that be an option to them. I think I don't want to kick anyone out of
No.
their current housing. And I think I would imagine that a lot of these owners would find that quite cumbersome to have to move.
We
several
have no
times.
ability to kick any current owners out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
No,
not
okay.
any consideration
Totally.
here. Now, if they decide that it's too much for them and they want to move because we're not offering enough assistance or doing it timely, that's different, but we aren't telling anyone that they have to move.
We can't.
We can't.
But I
Yeah.
do think that with this assistance, with this like kind of loan system that we're talking about, I don't know if we want to require that people are entering into the lottery when they qualify for units or just strongly encourage that. But I do think there needs to be like an effort to find a better fit of a unit. I don't really know what that looks like, but
A 3-year time limit or something like that.
Yeah, the time limit on the assistance would bake that in, is the reality.
but then that's when I have a little bit of a concern of if nothing else falls into place, do we just say like, okay, you're on your own now?
They're owners of this property, and so they have right now, these owners could put their units on the market if it's.
Right, but then where do you live?
I know, but I'm saying, I think that giving a timeline, and I'm not saying it's 3 months. I'm saying it's like, we're probably looking at years before this would run out for them. And then encouraging and offering opportunities for owners to get into other places is what we can do.
So maybe an extra ball in the lottery and priority on the rental wait list.
Yeah, I think
good.
that sounds like a good short and long-term solution for unit owners to rehouse them, because as I've said before, I don't think for very few owners, will there be a long-term solution for their current units for them.
Right.
We might have long-term solutions for other owners or entities, but for current owners, likely not. So I think what we need to prioritize and look at options for are, in the short term, subsidizing monthly HOA dues. In the long term, both encouraging, possibly even requiring, hinging assistance on entering those lotteries. Because and Wayne, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know I did reach out to you before this last lottery and asked him if he was applying, and he said, no, the White House unit was going to be more expensive than the mortgage on his current unit. But then that kind of leads into, well, it's still a tier 1, 2-bedroom, it's still an option. Now, by the time you count in, the difference in interest rates in 2020 versus today, yes, he would be paying the same amount, but so is anyone else who wins the lottery. So is it unreasonable to ask someone who's currently in housing, who might have a better interest rate, to apply for a lottery to be rehoused, but lose that assistance? So it's where are we? And I think you said it earlier, Elena, where are we going to draw the line on what we expect people to do before getting assistance? Because I don't like that unit might not be a reasonable answer if you're asking for assistance. It might need to be an expectation that if a similarly tiered and priced unit is in a lottery, doesn't matter what the current interest rates are, you need to go for that opportunity if you want to remain eligible for assistance.
And that's what the timeline does,
Mm-hmm.
right? It gives someone the options. And if they want to roll the dice on finding a more perfect solution, then they're rolling the dice. But it's not, we always hate the mean old real world, but in the real world, you have options that hurt, where you can't afford your house for a variety of reasons that may be similar to this. And housing markets change in the non-deed restricted and don't always go up, and they could go down. And so it's just unfortunate. And I have a lot of, empathy for everyone in these unfortunate circumstances in Telluride. But if we give them, whatever we decide, if it's 5 years, then they got 5 years to figure out what the opportunities are for them to be in a better spot.
Mhm.
And everyone will have to decide what's in their best interest. Buy something else, gut it out, go to a rental, whatever that is.
I think
It's
a
tough.
timeline is
Not
very
trying to-
reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good solution, and we could always, at the end of that timeline, ask the owners that might still be in this situation, well, what have you done to try to find an alternative? And if the answer is, well, not much, then that might be a point where we say, okay, that's okay, but no more assistance. You've had time to look for an alternative solution.
Sure.
or like, you know, has inflation stabilized and cost of living increases at your job caught up with the increases in the HOA. Like, I don't want to predict the future on if there's, you know, 5 years down the line, if all of a sudden the math is mathing a little bit better. I think that's for the owner to decide. But yeah, I do think, you know, I feel like a 5-year timeline feels more appropriate than a 3-year timeline to figure out like housing, long-term housing in Telluride. Like, we all know that is
Tough, and there are limited.
yeah, so like I would be in favor of kind of a longer window of time, but I do think, you know, it's at the end of the day, these units are problematic, and fundamentally we can't change that until we are able to buy them back. So I think that's the root of the problem here. Allie, do you feel like you have enough to go on?
I do. This was very helpful, and I was just about to pull up the calendar to see if I could bring back a policy for your consideration of adoption
Yeah, 'cause I
at the
think
next meeting.
the
And it
sooner
looks
we can do
like
this.
February 24th, so that should be plenty of time for me to pull together a policy. And at the next meeting, we can adopt that policy, which means as soon as probably it would be tight, but we could do it at the March meeting, maybe some assistance application hearings. So I'll work on that between now and the February meeting, come back with a presentation as to, with a policy statement for the short-term solutions for granting assistance, along with the expectations for those unit owners. And then we'll leave the long-term solutions for individual units up open to, you know, those situations when they appear. So if Holly or Wayne decided that they win the next lottery and they want to sell the unit, we'll address that just like we did with the Pheno units. We'll have a work session. I'll present the options with the numbers, with the HOA considerations, everything included, and we can make an individual determination at that time.
That sounds great. Thank you. Okay, are we okay moving on from this item? Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
your patience, Wayne.
Thanks, Wayne.
We really appreciate you
Just-
hanging in so long.
consistently being
And thanks,
involved
Ally,
in
and
the
thanks, Jenny.
conversation. Yeah.
Thanks, Lauren.
Sounds like a great.
Thanks, Lauren.
All right, so moving on to 2B, consideration of resolutions of the Telluride Housing Authority appointing a temporary board secretary and appointing a temporary regular member to the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee. Ally is also presenting this, but I think this will be fast.
Thought I was done. No, thank you very much. So as you can, you probably know, the time between the posting of the agenda and the release that was issued yesterday by former councilperson Fee, we now don't have a temporary vacancy, but a permanent vacancy on THA subcommittee. And so that is both for the regular member of THA subcommittee and the secretary of the full THA board.
It's
Yeah.
still it might still be temporary because we're gonna have to respect.
A temporary appointment, but
Yeah,
not a
because
temporary vacancy.
You're right, but we're gonna just make sure we're clear that when we have our full board.
gonna
we're
reassess it, right.
Reassess all board positions.
Okay.
You don't want to just have them have 0. I don't think that's fair.
No.
I think the memo or the motion still would apply to that because both of them mention the temporary board secretary and temporary regular member.
Yes.
So even though the vacancy is no longer temporary, I think the motion still will accommodate what we're looking for. I mean, we already discussed this. I don't think we need to rehash it. Can someone make a motion?
I move to approve resolutions of the Telluride Housing Authority appointing Kristen Permikoff as the temporary board secretary and appointing Teddy Erico as the temporary alternate member to the Telluride Housing Authority subcommittee.
And do you need to,
Did I miss something? What did I miss?
don't we need to elevate Kristen from the alternate?
That
Oh,
would be for the subcommittee.
I think
Okay.
we do
But
because you're
that-
appointing Teddy to an alternate position that currently is filled by Kristen. So I do think we need
Okay.
to bump up Kristen in the motion.
Kristen's
Look
also
legal
gonna be.
for
the
it,
vice
but-
president.
Right. Do you want to just start over?
So let me ask you a clarifying
Oh.
question. First, can you withdraw the motion?
It's in my previous motion.
So I think the question becomes, if this is just purely temporary, we will convert it to long-term later after you have that discussion. I would recommend that you just appoint Teddy as the regular member in Mian's place. However, if you are wanting to permanently add Teddy, then I would say we could switch the alternate and the regular member.
I disagree because Kristen.
Kristen wants.
Okay.
Yeah, I think let's do that in this
I don't go
motion,
anywhere.
because then I think whoever we then appoint
Could be
will
an
be the
alternate.
alternate.
Yeah.
So we can get that done.
Okay,
right now.
but this,
No, it's totally fine. Like
Then you could swap your alternate position, be easier.
On THA, I'll give up mine so they could do that.
okay.
Be part of it as an alternate, which
So
would be great.
generous of you.
I know, I'm just thinking.
You might have to fill in for me on next week because of that.
I move to approve a resolution of the Telluride Housing Authority appointing Kristen Permacoff as temporary board secretary and appointing Kristen Permacoff as a temporary regular member and Teddy Erico as a temporary alternate member to the Telluride Housing Authority subcommittee.
Second.
All right, how do you vote, Dan?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Mario, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Oh,
Teddy, yes.
Helena, yes. The motion
Should've said no,
passes
just-
unanimously.
Be contrary.
Is that the end of the
Yes.
agenda?
Yes.
Yeah, so with that handled, that brings us to the last item, which is adjournment. So I would like to adjourn by mutual consent at 5:33 PM.
Great. Thank you, Ellen. That brings us back to our administrative reports, and we were with Kevin Geiger in the attorney's reports.
I don't have anything to add, Mayor, publicly.
All right, that's great. What's our consensus on our council reports? Do we want to push those to the 24th?
I have a very short one that I can give for, I only
I
have
don't
one
have
meeting.
much.
If we can roll through it quick, then let's do it.
Maria.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So the Parks and Recreation Committee met and the clubs are doing great. Everybody's super happy with staff. The communication is flowing. Everybody's happy. And then the commission approved a Telluride Education Foundation event for May 19th. And then moving along to the Ecology Commission. I think, as you know, there was a geothermal test, which had great results. I am summarizing here. The trash bash is scheduled for May 16th. We're going to combine bear safety and trash bash into one event. And then lastly, their EV charging stations will go in on north and south, the parklets between Butcher and Baker and Whittier and at near Ace Hardware. And so there will be 6 level 2 charging stations, which is super exciting. And that goes in April.
Great. Maria, thank you very much. Kristen, do you have anything?
No, sir. Nothing to report.
Helena.
Just a couple quick ones. We had a THA meeting where we approved, or THA subcommittee, sorry, where we approved a couple of exceptions for the lottery that's happening this Friday. So that's really exciting. Best of luck to everyone who entered. And then we had a HARC meeting, which was, I don't think I had too much to report. Let me just review my notes. We went through a training to just refresh the role of HARC, which is something we do yearly. Yeah, not too much. There's a historic expansion remodel project that we're looking at that kind of caused a lot of conversation about sort of additions being subordinate and connectors being minimal and kind of the limitations of historic homes. I won't go into too much detail, but that's that caused a lot of conversation, especially with some changeover in the board. So just if anything comes up from that, I'll keep you posted. But it was a little complicated. But other than that, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Ashley?
I just have a quick one from the gondola subcommittee. So we had a meeting yesterday, and I just wanted to highlight that, this meeting was super informative about our timelines. going forward for looking at the replacement of the gondola and what that all looks like, and what our plan is for this year. I would really, we're working on a, our public communication strategy, but that information should be up on the SMART website so people can know for this year and then subsequent years what our timelines are and where we're at in the process, so that the community, knows that, where we are and the rough numbers of money and stuff that we're going to be looking at. So it was a very informative meeting. Like I said, we're working on our public communication strategy for that, which will be great so that, we can have a really clear timeline so the public understands, the overall view of the funding and everything for getting the gondola replaced. So please, everyone, be on the lookout for that. But that information will be coming primarily through SMART, but also I'm sure TMVOA and others will present it. But SMART will be the center of that information going out to the public, and it's going to be an exciting next few years as we figure out this project for our community.
Ashley, thank you. Dan?
The only thing I'll mention was our planning and zoning meeting. There was a good update on the comprehensive plan, but that'll be coming back up here, so we can leave it that for now. The one that does sort of bear at least a little conversation was a discussion around the vitality setback around Main Street that P&Z had. The notable data point from that is the amount of vacant building space on Main Street from 2024 to 2025 over doubled, unfortunately. Now we're talking 92 square feet to 194 square feet. So it's not huge numbers necessarily, but still the trend is, not the direction we want it to be going. So just something to monitor. I don't think that there was any specific recommendation or anything from P&Z, just something to continue to note and for all of us to be aware of, especially this winter. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dan. I don't have anything else to report. So with that, we've got related organization reports. We don't have any. Make your comments on payroll via email. And that brings us to agenda item number 12, executive session. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley, a second from Elena. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Aria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Daniels.
And Teddy, yes. We will now go into executive session.
Then for
The time is now 6:07 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Maria Stark, Ellen Levin, Kristen Permakoff, Ashley Von Sprecken, Kevin Geiger, and myself, Teddy Erico. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual consent. Ready.